Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei was betrayed and imprisoned by Freinds? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Marcus from 2005 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Rias Wani-sama, why are we at the ORC building, at night and not in the morning? Asked Asia, unaware of what they were doing here. It seemed everyone else, besides Zenobia, knew what they were doing here. Rias didn't turn towards her, but kept going through the hallway towards a certain area, an area which Asia recognized as that weird area with the sealed-off door. Before they reached it though, Akone tapped the two newer members, making them both look at her curious as to what she wanted to say. If you want to know why we are here, it's simple. Lord Lucifer last night allowed Rias to release her other bishop piece, who's sealed because he held more power than what Rias could handle back then, Akone explained, with a little smirk made towards her king. The two girls nodded as they now understood more of the reason they were here. But why at night? Before they could ask, Rias and the rest of them reached the door, and they could now feel the faint feeling of another devil inside, but with something else to it. Rias turned to them all. Her face looked tired and almost a bit worried over something, but none of them knew why or what could make her worried. Not even Akone, her oldest friend. Okay everyone, a few things to know before we make sure we don't frighten him too much, or the other way around. Spoke Rias, as she began to explain that he was probably her third strongest piece. He was a half-vampire, and that his name was Gasper, and that he had a certain love for cross-dressing. Both Zenobia and Asia were slightly confused at the last part, but it helped them not think too much about that fact he was a blood-sucking vampire. But that part was also just shredded as soon as they saw him. As soon as Rias had destroyed the seals around his room and opened the door, both Asia were hit with an unexpectedly cute yelp from inside the room. Rias sighed in an almost older sister-like way, before opening the door even further, revealing a small boy no bigger than Kaneko, cowering at the front of a coffin. It's just me, Gasper, don't worry. Rias tried to calm him down, but instead, no. I don't want to go outside, it's scary outside, screamed Gasper. For 15th time in the last 0 minutes, Rias had tried to calm him down, but he just kept running away. Until he suddenly vanished into thin air, only for Kaneko to drag back into the room, trying to crawl away with all his might. You should not run away from Rias, Gasper. It's not proper for a servant to run away from their master, spoke Kaneko, with a tone that sounded stoic, yet promised he would not away from her if he tried to run again. His mood didn't change, but only made him more scared, but he stayed in the room this time. Rias held him, comforting him with as much care as he needed. It's okay, Gasper, I just want you to join us and see the outside world again, okay? Said Rias calmly to him nodding in turn, which most of the people in the room found to be rather cute. Okay. I'll try, but I can't promise you won't be Rias put a finger on his mouth before he finished his sentence. You could never disappoint me, okay, Gasper? She said, him smiling a bit more and nodding cutely. After a few more minutes of talking with Gasper in his room, they moved to the main room of the ORC where Rias just sat at her table, looking at the others talking and getting to know Gasper and them. Akone stood by her side, noticing her posture and serious look. It made her wonder what she was thinking about. Rias, is everything okay? Asked Akone, not loudly enough for the others to hear, but still enough to shock Rias out of her train of thought. She looked at Akone slightly shocked, then shifted her shock to slight dread or something along those lines. Akone stepped closer to her, wanting to show she would listen to whatever was troubling her. Rias, seeing this, sighed and closed her eyes for a bit, thinking it over a bit more, then opening her eyes again, looking at the center of the room. Serzex told me to release Gasper yesterday, but that was not the only person I was supposed to release, she said in a serious tone, making sure no one else in the room would hear them. Akone looked shocked at this. She had never known that Rias had someone else sealed up somewhere in this building or town perhaps. Why? Why have you never told me about this person before? She asked, worried her best friend didn't trust her enough to share such a secret with her. Though what Rias said next made her quit, and almost making her regret she asked in the first place. Because he was as part of the reason your mother was killed, and I didn't want you to hate me for having him in my peerage. That is why, Akone. Rias hung her head low, feeling ashamed by her actions and yet slight relief for finally telling her the truth. Akone, however, just looked at her best friend stunned and with tears threatening to stream down her cheeks. And why shouldn't she, when she had just learned one of the monster who tried to kill her and had killed her mother was a part of the same peerage, the same family she was a part of? Akone's eyes had streaks of lightning in them. Her best friend had held such an important secret from her all this time, and worst of all, Rias now planned to free him and let him maybe hurt other people again. Why? Why could you let a monster like him into our family? Akone asked in a cold and unheard tone for anyone in the room, as they had all switched their attention towards them, as they could feel the killing intent radiating off of Akone. Because my brother ordered me to. If I had known before I added him to my peerage, I would have killed him the moment I saw him. But I didn't, and even so it would be impossible for me to do so, as he is much stronger than any of us, even Togther we would not stand a chance. Explained Rias, but this did little to lower Akone's anger, it only made it worse. She slammed her hand into the office table, almost breaking it, not that she cared right now. She was beyond angry or sad. She wanted to kill him, and maybe even Rias right now for having kept this from her. So what now? Do you just expect me to just sit still and see him kill more people or hurt my new family? Screamed Akone, everyone in the room feeling tense. Gasper had already hidden himself behind Kaneko. Rias was still sitting in her chair, but as she turned to look at her queen she gave off an intense amount of magical power. But what came next would have made Akone even more mad. If not for the sudden fear of death she felt at the two-eye contact. Yes, that is an order by your king, Akone. She spoke, her voice commanding, respected and loyal, making Akone unable to fight back and as a whipped dog. Understood, master. Time skip at Kupark. The two heirs, as Rias had called in Sona and her peerage just in case, now stood at the front of Kupark. This confused most, if not all of those who didn't know why, besides Rias and Sona, as they had been here around a month or two after Akone's mother died. President, why are we here? And why are we here so late at night? I have a test in the morning. Spoke a rather sleepy Sajji, as many of the other members of the student council agreed with his sentiment. Sona wanted to explain, but was interrupted as both her and Rias felt something from inside the park open up. No time to explain, we need to reach the door before it closes again. She ordered as she and her peerage ran into the park, followed by Rias and her own. Though Akone was not very on board with this, but had two as servant. I know you hate all those who had something to do with her death, but you can't let that hater blind you right now, he will use that against you. Rias said as past Akone, running up next to Sona, whom had found a rift of sorts next to the fountain in the park. Akone didn't really know what to think about what she had just been told. On one hand she wanted nothing to do with him or Rias, but on the other she didn't want her new family to suffer because of her selfish reasons. She decided that for the time being she would follow Rias and see where this would lead her, and then decided what she would do after that. She and her other peerage members now also stood in front of the rift. It was big enough to let one person enter at a time, maybe two if they walk really tightly through. It seems we made it just in time. The rift will begin to expand until it's big enough for all of us to enter. So before it becomes too big, me and Sona will answer any accusation you might have, as long as it's relevant to the current situation. As Rias said the last part, Sajji lowered his arm, but it was replaced with the hand of Asia. Rias nodded to her, letting her speak. Why is this person sealed inside the function? Is he really that powerful? Asked Asia, gaining most of the group's attention. Rias wanted to answer but was beat to it by Sona. Yes, he is very powerful, almost Kadra level on a good day. That is why me and Rias have brought both of our peerages here, so that if refused to fall in line, we can hopefully make him. Sona explained, making her own peerage nodded in understanding, until her idol of pawn had to open his mouth. What piece is he? A rook or a pawn? Asked Sajji, his tone a bit uncaring with how he spoke, as he was dead tired and also mostly wanted to know what kind of monster would be behind that rift. Rias sighed, as she had released, as that was probably a very important info they all should know, along with something else. He is a pawn piece, but don't let that fool you for how powerful he is. She spoke as warning, but Sajji didn't believe much in the power of a pawn, even if he was a pawn himself. Though he saw himself as a powerful pawn, as he took 4 pieces. Then why all this just to keep a single pawn piece sealed? I could probably take him. He stopped as he felt a sharp stare come from Sona, right at him, making him stop as he felt he had done something wrong. Incorrect. Compared to you, he is worth twice as much as you are worth. That is why Rias has been very carefully about what piece she can and would use since she rank-carded him. Sona's statement made most of the people gathered shocked. To think that he was worth all 8 pieces, he must have a huge amount of power, or maybe a powerful sacred gear. Maybe even both? Does he have a sacred gear? Asked Kiba, as he had a worried look in his eyes, as he would rather fight a powerful monster than a powerful sacred gear possessor. Rias and Sona looked at each, agreeing to let them know the most troubling part about him. Yes, he is this Generation's Red Dragon Emperor, and a powerful one at that. Me and Sona had to put multiple seals on him and binds on him just to put him inside this prison. Rias explained, not only making many members shock, but some even dreading what could happen if he decided to make this difficult. Though they didn't have time to dwell on that long, as the rift had finally become large enough for them all to enter. Rias and Sona were the first to step through it, followed by each of their queens, then the rest of their peerages. Remember, don't give him a reason to hurt you, don't let him see you get angry, and for the Satans, don't give him a reason to see you as no threat, ordered Sona, as she began to power up, with Rias doing the same, as they could both feel his eyes on them already. The others soon after felt this presence as well. It made most of them shiver, as they felt a monster gazing over them. Rias and Sona stopped as they reached what seemed to be the exit from this rather normal-looking tunnel, though what confused them that when they also exited the tunnel they found themselves back outside. But something new had appeared that hadn't been there before. Many different chains of different sizes and metals all hang from an invisible ceiling and walls, all holding a figure up in air. The figure was clear male by the fact they could see his junk as he was. Though at the current time, they hardly had the chance to become embraced. Rias snapped her fingers once, seemingly making the many chain lift him down from the air, as well as covering up his man-bits, as Kosidami boy's uniform appeared on him. He stood on the ground for only a moment, until his legs gave out and he fell over and landed on the ground with an annoyed grunt. His messy long hair moved to the side as he moved his face up towards Rias, his eyes glowing a bright green at the first sight of her. "Hello, Issei, it's been some time, hasn't it?" asked Rias, calmly to the now named Issei, as the others looked on wary of what might happen. A rusty and almost dry voice replied back, though that was not what made them more scared. No, it was the underlining tone of insane tone that he spoke with. "Oh, Rias, my long-time friend and admirable master, have you finally come to free me this prison of yours? If I had known this was how you treated your first and most loyal servant, I would thought twice when I agreed to be your boyfriend." "Oh well, kids makes mistake, right?" He spoke, almost not caring about the other people in the area, but only and solely Rias. "I am not your girlfriend, I only told you that so you wouldn't back when I locked you in here." Rias sighed as she finished her sentence. This though made Issei start to giggle a little, making her look at him with confusion. "Oh really? But then why was I sent to destroy that disgusting fallen angel family, if not to gain your love and attention? Or did I misunderstand something?" asked Issei, a knowing smile hidden underneath his long brown hair. Only his narrowed green eyes could be seen. Akone's mind went blank at those words. How could anyone blame her? She had just heard that the person she had respected the most was potentially also part of the reason her mother had died. Rias and Sona both knew what he was saying a lie, but it was not completely wrong, as Rias had at once said to him that she would love it if the fallen angel who lived in Ku were gone. But she never meant it like that, and even regretted ever making him a part of her peerage because of that very reason. Akone started walking slowly past Rias, gaining the attention of everyone else behind Sona and Rias, and Issei, who now saw his way to start a bit of chaos. But who knows, you still praised me when I returned, though I only managed to kill a few shrine warriors and an old fallen angel whore. Disgusting really, if you asked me? But I guess I should say sorry. But there is no one left to say sorry, I suppose. Oh well, Rias and Sona knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew that they knew. He was thriving with every word he spoke and every step closer Akone took. Rias now noticed Akone going past. She swiftly grabbed onto her arm, almost having to drag her back. Akone looked at her with pure hatred and anger, but Rias did not let these misguided emotions stop her. Akone, listen to me. He is trying to get inside your head. If you do what you are about to do, then he will win in this sick game of his. Rias tried to explain, but Akone had already stepped over the line, but not in the way either Rias or Issei had expected. A sudden cloud of lighting appeared over the park, and as suddenly as it had appeared, it also shortly after shot out a streak of lightning down on Issei. It hit him in powerful show of blue and yellow lights. He screamed in pain as it burned him, electrocuted him, and damaged his body both outside and inside. Though his roars of pain morphed soon after into cries of pleasure and enjoyment. Rias knew this was a bad time, but she couldn't help but feel embarrassed over him. What is wrong with this sick person? Is he getting off on this? Is he Rias? Yelled Akone, angry that she couldn't even hurt him, as that was something he seemed to want. Rias only nodded, making Akone stop her lighting attack, leaving an unsatisfied Issei to lie on the ground, not happy that his fun had just ended so soon after it had begun. Oh, come on! It was just getting to the good part. Oh well, what do you want, Rias? Was it just to see me and let me feel pain, or was there a real reason? This shocked most of the people, as they had all seen him as a pure insane Fisco, but now he sounded so serious, and even a bit respectful in his tone, just not his words. Rias sighed at his sudden swift of personality and approach. You know you were never too easy to deal with, when you could always change your mind and tone so suddenly. But yes, I have come to let you out of here and rejoin me as my loyal pawn again. Explained Rias, getting a small chuckle from Issei at the loyal bit. Oh, you know I always was, at least when you would give me something. He jabbed back, making the group's emotional meter and capacity reach levels they normally wouldn't have or should have in one day. But alright, boss, I'll do as you ask of me. I, Issei Hijishiki, the Red Dragon Emperor and slayer of this generation's White Dragon Emperor, swear to you with my new gained freedom to follow your orders and act in the interest of you and the Gremry clan. Issei had managed to bow down before her, as he had made his oath and vow to her. But no one could care about that, as they heard the one thing most supernatural people would normally fear by being near or with the Dragon Emperor. The White Dragon of this generation had already met his rival and had died by the hands of his rival. Good to have you back, Issei, said Rias, her tone cold as she knew he was going to try and find any way to go around her, at the first sign of weakness from her. Rias and Sona had gone to the underworld after they had put Akone and Tsubaki in charge, and also the two who to hold the leash on Issei, a literally leash. It had some inwoven destruction magic in it, so it would harm him if he tried to drag or get away from the one holding it. It's not as effective as the chains in the hidden prison he was in before, but it gets the job done, and that's what's important. Unfortunately, Akone was the one holding it, and she was rather trigger-happy, seeing as she could harm someone who was a part of her mother's death. Tsubaki had to many times remind her that Rias didn't free him to harm anyone, but to increase security for the upcoming 3-faction meeting that was happening less than a week from now. I understand you hate him, or at least don't like him being here. I understand and feel the same way. But it's a direct order the Maos, we can't go against their wishes. Spoke Tsubaki, earning a long sigh from Akone, as she relaxed a bit on her grip. She just went on to glare at Issei, who was currently trying to talk with the others, but Kiba, Zenobia and Kaneko were standing between him and the rest of the people in the room. No one said anything to him. Come on now, we are all a part of this peerage, can't I even just talk to all of you new guys? I mean, I was the first piece. So I guess I am kinda like a senpai, shouldn't you treat your senpai with respect? asked Issei, while smirking with cocky smile. He probably wouldn't care if they were there or not, but he wanted to have some fun until Rias came back. Sajji stepped in front of the blockade of rooks and knights, and stretched a hand out towards Issei. He was shaking violent, but felt he had to make the current mood less tense. Issei took his hand in his own, not showing much restraint as he procked to slowly crush Sajji's hand with his more than base devil strength. Sajji just held a brave face, but was inwardly screaming to get away. "Hello, name's Sajji. Pleasure to meet you, hee." He spoke with pain and slight fright clear in his voice. Issei just giggled a bit, before his face gained a suddenly much friendly smile. "Issei Haijo Sahiki, the same goes for me, Sajji." Most of the less mature people suddenly blush at the sound of Issei's flirty way of saying Sajji's name. Even the Sajji was unable to hide his blush, even though his hand was being slowly crushed, and he was scared of how strong he was. He right now couldn't help but be a bit interested. "You too," he whispered, as he began to crumble in embarrassment, making Issei regain his cocky smirk. But before he could celebrate making half of the people in the room rethink their love interest in reality, Akone yanked him towards the table, slamming him into it by the sheer power of her drag. As he got back up, he slammed his left hand on the table, but his face showed no anger, only slight lust towards Akone for a quick moment. "Don't play with them," spoke Akone, her tone commanding and demanding respect. The look she got before did nothing to her. It only made her want to hurt him more, not in sadistic way, just for her friends because she didn't want him to trick them or whatever that hell that thing was about. "Don't worry, I don't just play." He smirked as he and her both glared at each other. Issei with confidence and pride, and Akone with hate and duty. The others in the room felt unsure of what to do. They could only look for now and wait to see what might happen. The staring contest continued like this for a minute or two, all while no one dared to interrupt it or do anything of fear of what the two might do. Then both Akone and Tsubaki's faces changed to confused expression, when the others behind Issei also shared at the weird sound they heard. Sniff, sniff. Akone looked at him confused. Why did he just sniff the air? Was all she could think about, before he opened his mouth again. "So, Akone-san, right? What are you?" he asked, his expression no longer cocky, prideful, but instead interested and curious. "Though you already knew, what more do I need to reveal?" Akone answered back harshly, making him nod, before then turning around looking at the other members. "True, true. I guess you were trying to hide that. But then what about you little kitty and you there dragon boy? I can already smell you two are not devils, at least as much as the others in this room." Issei asked. A curious smile crept up his face, making the people who didn't know confused and those he did amazed he could figure it out. Kaneko looked at him shocked, her eyes widened as testament to how shocked she was. Will Sajji stood there confused as to why he looked at him, when he said dragon boy. Issei then switched his gaze from those two, to the hidden Gasper sitting in his box. "What about you blood drinker? Wanna discuss your race as well? Not that there is much to say, red eyes, small fangs and even more attractive features than your average supernatural being. Clearly vampire." Issei smirked at how he nailed that part, not that everyone there didn't already know. Kiba grabbed him by his collar, dragging close to him, face to face with angry look to him. "What are you getting at? Are you just here to torture us?" he ordered from him, his voice searing with anger, all while tightening the grip around his sword handle. "No, no. I am just curious as to who my master has added to her peerage in my Japanese, that is all. Former church members, all three of you guys, right?" Issei had looked at the three former church members in the room, Kiba, Asia and Zenobia, eyes all widened in shock. This only led to Kiba shaking Issei a bit. "So what? Then what about you? What are you?" yelled Kiba, his patence having already reached its limit. Issei smirked, showing off his rather sharp teeth, making the few who could see it a bit scared. "Me? Why, I am a dragon, only 75% though," Issei answered, leaving the room speechless. And why wouldn't they? Many of the people in this room had never met a dragon, and here was one standing right in front of them. Issei just looked at them, sighing like he had seen this reaction multiple times and was getting bored of it. Kiba let go of Issei's collar, not really knowing what else to do, and just took a few steps back, and trying to keep a brave face for the others. Issei just stared at him for a bit, then looked around to see the others' reactions, and boy did he love them. Either they would become more scared at the sudden eye contact, or they would take a few steps back. He would have kept doing this, until he felt himself being tugged by his neck, and then suddenly he laid on the floor with a foot on his head. He looked with an enraged expression only to see Akone standing on his head, but he also spotted some black panties that looked wet, which just made him smirk, but it just came off as an even more angry-looking smile. "Have you had your fun yet? Don't forget, I hold the leash, and if need be, I can call back Rias-sama and have you locked back up." Akone's voice was serious. Even Issei didn't really want to test how serious. "Fine, I'll stop. It's not my fault reincarnate devils can't a joke or not freak out when near me," Issei answered with sigh. Don't because of his current post-ion, his voice wasn't as loud, so it just sounded like loud mumbling half the time. Akone got it, along with Kaneko, who was thankful no one had asked her about what he had said earlier. "Good, but until Rias-sama gets back you'll be staying like this. Understood?" No one had expected the sudden shift in mood from Akone, but everyone expected Issei could see her face had that sadistic grin on it. "She is enjoying this, isn't she?" thought everyone, except Issei, who was just lying on the ground, not feeling like trying her to anger her any further. "Fine, I'll stay here until Rias gets back." Crow. He couldn't help himself from not making one last insult before he began to coil himself up under Akone's foot. "Suit yourself, lizard." Akone just had spit back, but these rather childish remarks made the mood in the room a bit more calm. Some time went by, as the other people had split up into different groups and began talking about what had just happened and what they should do if it happened again. They had all looked over for a few brief moments, seeing the same sense as before. Akone's foot on Issei's head, as he was sleeping underneath it, coiled up like a dragon, though his body was that of human. It was an odd sense to say the least, but at least they didn't have to face a dragon, so this was more than welcome. Tsubaki and Akone were talking about queen stuff, and other small side things, which had gained the admiration of the not sleeping Issei. He kept his eye open and listened carefully to their conversation, trying to learn more about the current situation, as he didn't really know what he had been freed for outside of added protection. So knowing anything outside of that might be good, which he seemed to have found by something the two said. "Akone-san, did you see a blue light enter the magic dome we made around the school when you were fighting Kokabriel?" asked Tsubaki. This made Issei interested, as he wanted to know what happened to Kokabriel. He was not someone you could just fight and win against. "Yes, which is something that made me wonder, because you remember when Issei said he had killed this Geno Ration's White Dragon Emperor?" asked Akone, making Tsubaki nod, while Issei was getting more curious as to where this might lead. "Well, I think he might be lying, because it was the White Dragon Emperor who stopped him and took him back," explained Akone, making Tsubaki have a shocked face, and Issei an angry one, as his pride would not let anyone say he lied, and not about something as important as killing a dragon emperor, though for now he kept quiet, wanting to see, or rather hear, if he might have heard wrong, or else he had been in those chains for longer than he knows. "Are you sure? I know that very few scared gears gave off that kind of light, but are you certain that it was the White Dragon?" asked Tsubaki, her voice having a small amount of doubt in it, something which Issei was happy for, as he wasn't the only one who thought that Akone was making this shit up. "I am certain," he asked after Issei, "but not by name, but rather by title," answered Akone, leaving both Issei and Tsubaki stunned. "Wait, maybe I have really been in that prison for long, but how long? If can only learn the name of the current host of Albion, then I can know for certain." "Damn it, Rias, what are you playing at?" wondered Issei, as he silently cursed at Rias for having some hidden motive against him. But before he could do much further about it, he was approached by Sajji. Issei kept still, acting like he was sleeping, but even so the boy approached him, earning the attention of the two queens, who both kept a careful watch. Issei, what did you mean when you called me a dragon? He asked. Issei began to laugh inside his head at how stupid he was, or how dumb Sona was. He wasn't quite sure who had failed to inform him, so now he might as well. Issei's left opened, suddenly looking directly at him with interested snake-like slit, looking right at Sajji, who stiffened at the sudden eye contact. Did Sona-chan not tell you? He asked, making many of the people in the room confused as to why he would call her by that, and those two who knew just flinch a bit at the memory of an overly loving older sister. Sajji seemed to not be fazed by it, something Issei found it to be interesting, as he shook his head. Oh, too bad for you, you have unlocked your sacred gear, right? Asked Issei, reciting his answer a moment later as Sajji summoned a small black gauntlet around his left arm. It looked like a frog with hole where its mouth should have been. Ah, that piece, it is quite good for support, did you know that? Oh well, that is one of the piece of the prison dragon King Vitra's sacred gears. It's called the absorption line. It basically does as its name suggests. Explained Issei, Sajji listening carefully to what he was being told, but he still didn't why he called him a dragon. Thank for the information, but that was not my accusation. He spoke, making Issei form a more relaxed smile as he scanned over Sajji one more time, before he felt like telling him. Well, I called you that because you a piece of Vitra's original soul inside of you, hatchling. Issei explained, making the people who were listening shocked, and Sajji even more so as he stared stunned at his sacred gear. He looked at it intently, before he suddenly heard a voice, but that weird part was that he heard inside his head. Hatchling. So long, can't stay, tell him. A deep voice had spoken inside his head, something that made him freak out a bit, something the others noticed. He spoke to you, am I right? Asked Issei. His voice sounded less interested now and just stoic. It made Sajji feel uncomfortable, as he had just managed to slightly like Issei a bit for helping him. He nodded his head, then remembered the last part it had said to him. He wanted me to tell you, I think, Sajji said, looking down at the ground, not wanting to make direct eye contact. Issei just laid still, then shifted back into a sleeping post-ion, making everyone confused as to why he wouldn't answer that. Even more so, since he was a dragon who are known for respecting others' strength, especially that of dragon kings. Akone looked at him confused because of weird reaction to what Sajji had just said, and she became even more so when she began wondering, why would Vitra want him to know? Was it because he was fellow dragon, maybe because he was the Red Dragon Emperor, or maybe something else? They all kept looking at Issei for a few more seconds before all went back into their groups again, speaking about things of many different topics and hobbies. Akone and Tsubaki though were still looking at Issei, and could see that he had fallen asleep as his body movement was that of one sleeping. Wonder why he wouldn't respond to a dragon king? Weird, I always thought dragons respected strength and power, so why wouldn't he even say anything to that? Asked Akone suddenly, making Tsubaki think about it as well, as it was indeed weird. They kept looking at him, then they both heard him mumble something. They increased their sense with magic, listening carefully to what he was saying. Damn. Bastard, leave her alone. Mom, don't. He kept mumbling about things like that, which confused them even more. He sounded almost like a hopeless child, who had been a witness to something to bad things in his family. They would have spoken about this, if not for their king's sudden appearance back in the club room. Rias, was your visit productive? Asked Akone, followed by Tsubaki a bit after asking Sona the same thing. It was fine, but my brother had to give me a whole speech and small lesson on how to handle Issei, up till the conference. Anyways, me and Sona will take care of that, so you may all leave for tonight. Thanks for your hard work, explained Rias, Sona nodding in agreement with her fellow king. The peerages left the building rather smoothly afterwards, only the queen staying behind. Issei, wake up, Rias ordered, getting an annoyed growl in response. What? Can't a guy get a little nap after doing your job for you, and telling a servant about their power? He just spied out at them, making them confused until Akone filed them in, which then just turned them angry. You know that you are not allowed to do that, as ordered by Surzex, spoke Rias, which only made Issei roll his eyes at her. Whatever, Rias, So where will I be sleeping? Between your tits again, or maybe Sona's legs. I don't mind either way. He spat at them, making them both blush at the unwelcome memory of when he had fooled them into doing that. No, you will be sleeping in your old home, said Rias, her voice embarrassed, but also tried to be stern. My old home? I never had a home, Rias. You are my first and only home, love. His voice went from slightly angry at the start, to then flirty while winked at Rias. Right, I forget sometimes as well. Whatever, you may sleep in your old room here in the building. Do you remember where it was? She asked, only to receive a rather harsh glare back. Yes, I remember my old cell. Well, I guess it's better than the new one, at least I could leave that one at night. Good night then, you know where I am if you need anything. He spoke as he began to walk out of the room, until he stopped as he felt the collar around his neck tighten. Where are you going? Asked Rias with a smirk voice, as Issei suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. To my room, as you ordered me to. He answered back, not even turning towards her, but he did after a bit as he suddenly felt that room had become less inhabited. It was only him and her, looking at each other. Issei looked at her annoyed, but also a bit lustful because he was deeply, and I mean deeply, in love with her. Rias looked at him with a cold stare, then made a hand movement he knew all too well. Sit, dog. She spoke to him. A certain thing people don't know about Rias is that she is not a normal kind of romancer, or even one to being with. The things Issei had said and had done was all things she had asked of him, because she was in fact just as horrible as he was. But she hid it more and better. Good dog. Rias' eyes' cold gaze became even more terrifying. Even Issei was scared of this and also incredibly turned on. Rias was sitting on the left couch, Issei sitting on ground in front of her, his head held low much like a trained dog would. There is one thing people who admire and look up to Rias don't know, and that is she couldn't care if they did, she only cared about herself and her friends. Even Issei in some ways, but mostly because he had more or less thrown himself at her, giving her anything she wanted for just the smallest amount of love. So Issei, what happened while me and Sona was gone? Rias asked in a stoic voice, quite unlike the one she would use with her friends and classmates. Issei kept looking down as he thought how he should answer this. He wanted to ask how long he had been locked away, since it seemed like the White Dragon Emperor was back or maybe even still around. Before he could keep thinking if he should ask, he was yanked by his neck to look up at Rias's face, where he met a pair of piercing crimson red eyes looking at him. I wanted to talk with them, but none of them wanted to talk to me, so I went on to reveal most of their species and former factions. I even told what sacred gear Sona's pawn had. Issei answered back, his voice not as cocky, but still the same pride. Rias mused on this for a bit, thinking about something, then she began talking again. What was his sacred gear then? She asked. Issei hesitated a bit, then answered. A dragon one? Simple and easy, which was easier for Issei, but not what Rias wanted to hear. Which dragon? Is it one you know, O omniscient lizard of mine? She used a sarcastic voice, but it was true though, as Issei was old, much older than her. He sighed, as he didn't really want to answer her accusation, but knew he would give in at some point, or she would just ask Sona or Sajji. He has the Absorb potion line, and has a fragment of Vitra's soul inside of him. Issei answered back, his eyes becoming slits at the mention of Vitra's name. Rias just giggled a bit at his reaction to the name, something she found to be cute. Oh really? Isn't that interesting to think that we have two dragons in this territory, and they both happen to have history? It almost seems like fate, doesn't it? She asked with a bit of playfulness to her voice, something Issei didn't really agree with, as could be seen by his less human, or more dragonic-looking eyes. I don't think so, Rias. He answered with a cold and threatening tone, making Rias regain her former calm and relaxed expressions. Right, I sometimes forget. You still hate him that much? And here I thought you dragons were above such things. She wouldn't admit it to him, but she loved to tease him with that. Yeah, right. Anyways, I have accusation I would like you to answer, if you care enough to listen, that is. Issei shrugged it off mostly, still though his eyes held a bit of anger, but his voice was much calmer than before. Of course is it, my dear Issei? She asked in that sickeningly sweet tone, which Issei boded hate and couldn't help himself for falling for. I want to know who the current White Dragon Emperor is. Those queens of yours dared to say I lied about killing that bitch, saying they saw her or someone in full white scale mail when you were fighting Coke-Bridle. Issei asked, making Rias have a slightly shocked face, then it turned into confusion. I don't know myself, but I think it's because I haven't let you out of your cage since I asked you to kill those fallen angels roaming in my territory. She answered, a hand under her chin as her face held curious look to it. I see, so how long has it been since I killed the last one? I would like to know how long I have been gone this time. Issei asked, as he needed to know how much time had passed since he was let out, in other words, let out to take of something for Rias. Well, I'd put you away for 0 years or so this time. I only really brought you out as I was ordered to by Serzex. Rias explained, making Issei sigh at how long it had been this time. A thing people have to remember is that time in the underworld works different compared to the one in the human world. In human years, most of the residents of the underworld would be many thousands years old, while in their own world they would at most be hundreds of years old, thanks to how long one single day takes. Rias is 8 in the underworld, and looks 8 years old in the human, but is in fact a little over a century. Issei thinks to be a human, 5%. Dragon, 75%. Hybrid too had this supernatural growing time, but thanks to his dragon side he would grow up faster and even faster thanks to his human side. He looks 0 or years old in the human world, but is in reality 76 years old. The last time he was let out of his cage was around 10 years ago, and the time before was a little over 80 years ago. Ah, I see. Well, that explains a lot, I guess. So why do you have all of these different kind of species in your peerage? Am I not good enough anymore? His usual voice had returned as he tried to make a flirty remake, which was shot down by Rias as kick him in chest. He landed on the floor growling at the unnecessary violence. His eyes had both become slits, as he moved his head up only to be met with Rias looking down at him. He froze in place at the look in her eyes, his body turned over making him crawl away from her, scared of what she might do to him. Rias just giggled at his reactions, as she began to slowly walk closer to him, making him crawl further away. They kept going like this until Issei hit the wall and was trapped in a corner. Rias stood right in front of him, her smile making him sweat. Now, Issei, is that any way to act in front of your master? Rias's voice was the last thing he heard before it all went dark. Koisidami, midday. In one of the third year's classrooms, 3 black-haired bowties, aka Akone, Sona and Tsubaki, were all discussing the events of last night. They had held this small talk without Rias, as they felt unsure of if they should true set her right now, thanks to what Issei had said and how she has been acting all day. So we are all in agreement that they are being completed honest with us, right? Asked Tsubaki, earning nods from the 2 other women in the room. Yes, it would seem Rias has kept things from her peerage, but also me, said Sona. She had known Issei for many years, not as long as Rias, but long enough, and he has always been like this. But the things he said when saw him again, and the way he acted when they got back from that meeting with Serzex, it was just not like his old self. He was always crazy in love with Rias, but that because she took him in, or at least that what she told me. I am unsure if that is even true anymore. But my point is, something has happened over the last century. He has changed so much, and I don't know why. She continued as she looked out of the window, out towards the Orc building. Yeah, but also the things he spoke about, and the way he questioned us all, but mostly Rias' peerage. It was weird how he just seemed to know almost everyone's background, at a single look. Tsubaki added, something which Akone agreed on as she was one of those he did it to, will just sighed knowingly. What's wrong, Sona-sama? Do you know something? Asked Akone, guessing it was just her being more annoyed over his sudden change, but instead. It's nothing, and that thing where he takes a single look at you and knows everything about you, it's a power he got from his father. One of the few things he likes about his family. Sona explained, which made both of the queens understand, but also become interested to know who his father was. But before they could ask, The door to the room slid open, revealing a panting and sweating Momo. He seemed like she had just run a mile or up some stairs. Momo? What is it? Is there a problem? Asked Sona, walking over to her servant to check on her. She waved her off, as she looked up at her. It's Kiba. He got into a fight with Issei. Pooh, we gotta hurry and get Issei back in chains. Come on, President! Momo almost fell on her knees, but was caught by Sona. Her put her on the ground, before summoning a blue magic circle and teleporting her home. You heard her, let's go now, ordered Sona, as the three ran out of the room. Small time skip. They arrived at the scene only a few minutes later, to see the front yard of the Orc building destroyed and ruined, as Gant Red and Black Snake was lying on the ruined ground. The two queen took a step back, as they recognized its aura as that of dragons, and thereby they knew it was Issei, while Sona kept it calm. She had seen it many times, his real form, and to her it was not as scary. Only the power it let him use was scary, but it seemed he had held back quite a bit, as no one had died and nothing had been completed destroyed yet. She also saw the unconscious body of Asia, as she was wrapped in Issei's tail, almost like he had taken her or maybe was protecting her. As for the others, all four knights were standing in a defensive post-ions, with the rooks surrounding Issei. She couldn't help but sigh at the obvious show of Rias's terribly real-time tactian skill. The rest of her peerage and Rias was behind the line of knights, with Rias yelling out orders while also trying to make Issei transform back. Sona took a second glance over the current situation, then sighed before turning her head towards the two behind her, whom had finally calmed a bit more down. Akone, charge up lighting, only use it if I give the word. Tsubaki, follow me, we got a dragon to calm down. They both nodded, as Sona has this kind of order-giving tone that would just make people fall in line. Akone summoned her priest cloths as she flew into the air, and began charging up lighting as per her orders from Sona. Sona and Tsubaki walked up and past Kaneko, and standing at the side of Issei, whom noticed them and turned his attention towards them. Rias noticed as well, but before she could get a chance to speak. Issei, what is the meaning of this? Yelled Sona, in tone or pitch any of the people there had ever heard. It even stunned Issei for a bit, before he growled loudly again. What am I doing? Ask Prince Charming over there, he started this. He answered in rather annoying voice as Sona turned her head to the only person who could fit that description. She could see Kiba was angry, but why? She didn't understand or see what he could be angry about, well beside Issei having Asia wrapped in his tail. Even Rias seemed to have been a bit shocked, as she also looked at her knight, whom now had most of the people gathered attention. Don't listen to him, he attacked Asia so I tried to save her. Kiba answered back, his chill gone. It reminded most of them of how he acted when Zenobia and Irenia had a meeting with Rias a week ago. Sona looked back at Issei, with a questioning look as she studied Asia's body. She didn't seem hurt, maybe just tired or something like that. So did you attack her? Asked Sona in calm voice. Issei turned, shaking his head. No, I was helping her inside as she had told me. She was really tired. I guess Prince Charming thought I did something wrong with how I helped her, but I wouldn't hurt her without a reason, answered Issei in an angry, yet still proud voice as he spoke. Sona looked at Issei's face, trying to find any hints of deception, but it was kinda seeing as his face wasn't really a face. It was much like an eel's head, yet much sharper and rather small eyes, and the mouth went up both sides pretty far. She then looked to Kiba, to see if he would react in a nervous way, which he didn't. This made Sona stumped as either of them seemed to be lying, at least not entirely. Sona just let out a heavy sigh and then spoke. Both of you seem to have misunderstood each other's actions. Issei, you might have gone too far with going into your true form. There are still humans near and around the school. If they had seen you, only Satan's knows what would have happened. And Kiba, I had hoped that after your last emotional journey you would have learned to calm down and think before acting rashly. The tense was broken, and both parties felt like small kids under the gaze of Sona, as she scolded them all for joining sides instead of stopping it. Anyways, I think today and the former incident has been rather tiresome, so you all may go home for the day. said Rias after Sona was done with her scolding and the two peerages had gone back to each of their home bases. Issei still holding Asia, but had also been put a leash on again, which Akone held. The room soon filled out, leaving only 4 people left: Akone, Asia, Rias and Issei. After a rather tired sigh, Rias looked up from her desk, then over to the now sleeping body of Asia, then looked at Issei. "What happened to her, to make her need your help anyway?" she asked curiously, something which made Issei snort a bit. Then he decided to answer. "She wanted some help with her magic, so I told her I would help, but then she suddenly felt weak. So being the gentleman that I am, when I don't want to make fun of you, I decided to help her inside." Then Prince Charming thought, I don't know what he thought, and just began to attack me. Issei explained, sounding bored as retold the story while looking at Asia's sleeping face. He seemed to smile at her, uncontestedly, cute sleeping face. Both Akone and Rias thought over his story, realizing that they would need Asia's side of the story to find out if Issei was telling the truth, or if Kiba was trying to protect her. "So, what are we going to do with Little Miss Nun?" asked Issei as he decided to sit down on the floor, still holding Asia, and then turning into a small version of his true form to hold her. Rias had seen it many times, so it didn't seem so impressive anymore. But Akone was stunned. She only seen his true form today for the first time, and now she was seeing a smaller and kinda cute version of it. Well, I'll take back to her at Porta Famiglia and then I'll talk to her in the morning about what happened today," Rias said, as she stood up from her chair and went around her desk, and went down on one knee next to Issei. Issei's snake body coiled and turned, until Asia's body carefully put into Rias's arms. A second later Rias stood up with Asia in her hands, looking at her face, smiling at her in a sisterly way. Then a bit later she disappeared in a crimson red light, and left Issei still with his leash on, and Akone holding the leash around Issei's neck. They both just sat/stood in the room, either of them making a single sound. Akone looked over to see Issei looking at her, his small slit eyes staring at her with some emotion or intent, she couldn't know what though. Akone just stood still and didn't move, she just waited for Rias to come back. She was coming back, right? Akone. She looked to her side, to see Issei back in his human form looking at her with cocky smirk, and kinda evil look in his eyes. "Do you hate someone in your family?" His accusation was weird. Why would he ask this so suddenly, and why would he ask this to someone who he barely knows? "Why do you ask? Do you hate someone?" She tried to dog dead the accusation with her own, but she was also curious as to who might be his parents. "I do, I hate my father, just like you, Miss Himejima. Or should I say daughter of Barakiel?" Akone's eyes widened at the mention of that name. This soon after she narrowed her eyes as she began to stare down Issei, whom just looked at her with a knowing smirk. "So what, I hate Barakiel, then who do you hate? Just saying your father isn't a very fair, when you know who mine is." Issei just chuckled a bit at her statement, then to stand up slowly as his body seemed to change slightly. His brown hair became black with purple lines, his eyes went from golden brown to purple with a black center. And his teeth became as sharp as real dragons. "You want to know who my father is? Simple, he is the only evil dragon, who became a dragon king. Does that explain it?" Issei stood proud and tall in front of her, his body easily a feet or two taller than before, with hair that was now as long as Akone's, but even darker. His nails had also become sharper, even with a small bend to them. But his aura was something else. It gave her a feeling of dread, bloodlust, fear, and being out of her league. "This is a dragon. No, an evil dragon." Akone walked back slowly as the fear began to seep in. Then she realized what he had said. His father was an evil dragon, who had become a dragon king. Your father is Retara? The prison dragon king?" How he put a finger on her mouth, as he silently stood looming over her with his dragonic presences. His face was close to her own. She could feel his disturbingly weakened breath. As for every breath he took and let out, she felt weaker. Not because of fear, but because it was some kind of magic he had put into his breath. "So, what do we do now? Retara's son, and Barakiel's daughter alone in the same room, we do?" Any ideas? Akone felt even weaker. Issei's smirk only became larger at this, as the room's lights suddenly turned off, and only the slight laugh of Issei could be heard. Or classroom midnight. Come on now, what should we do? Issei asked, as Akino felt his breath hit her for every word he spoke, as their faces were inches apart. While the room was very dark, it didn't hide the obvious smirk on Issei's face, or the fear in Akino's eye. Akino tried to keep her composure, as to not give Issei any clue of frightened she really was, as she felt that wouldn't end well for her. After all, what he said to her could be seen as a threat. Oh, Akino-san, aren't you answering me? Are you tired, or perhaps you dislike me more than before, that is? He hit the nail on the head with that one, as Akino was tired and she also disliked him, rather hated him for revealing her father's identity, or at least that he knew about her father. She could feel his purple eyes scanning her, looking over every inch of her body, almost like he was studying her or analyzing her for something. Akino kept silent as his studying became more frustrating, but also more invasive, as she was sure she felt something touch her. It made her jolt back at the sudden contact, then after spark a small moment of enough anger to make her answer back. What do you want? She yelled back in anger, then at the look of arrogance on Issei's face made her quickly move back and put her hands over her mouth. She felt frightened by his every action, almost unnatural so, something she hadn't noticed or given too much thought. Issei leaned in closer at her small outburst, letting her feel his breath on her face, as his dangerously sharp teeth began to shine in moonlight being poured in from the window. Oh, so you can talk, Akino-san. I was beginning to get worried you had lost the ability to do so. His voice and manner of speaking told her all she needed to know, and that was that Issei was in control and that she had let him, and Issei knew this as well. Well, first off, I want to be friends. His sudden reset made Akino stunned, then confused, then slightly scared. She felt herself almost becoming smaller under his gaze, as his body seemed to become taller, as she felt herself becoming weaker for every breath she took. He catched her in his arms, as she felt her eyes becoming heavy. I guess that is a yes. Thank you, Akone-chan. I hope we can become great friends. Akino's eyes shut a bit after he said those last words. Ku Academy, 3 Factions Conference. On the nearby hills next to Academy's sports ground was a rather large black and purple snake slithering around, as its tongue came in and out as if it was searching for something. Which it was, or rather, Issei was as he was the snake. He was not happy about it, seeing it as an insult to his pride as a dragon, that he was put into this form to simply siege the area. He had hoped he would have been allowed inside the meeting room, but by order of his master and by his Mao Lucifer, he was instead the sole person on this one duty. He was not happy about it, and was showing it to any who come to close, as a few of the guards of the 3 factions had when they had taken a break, or such. At least that was fun. He got to scare some dumb bitch from the fallen angels, made 2 angels pray to God for him not to kill them. But best yet was the 4 devils he made sick and slightly weakened, thanks to his weakness breath, so they all fainted on the roof of one of the smaller buildings. So all in all, it was an alright night. What to do? Well, I might as well just do my job. Maybe I should check in on the kitty and Blondie? Issei thought with a devil's smirk on his snake mouth, which frightened a poor fallen angel who was standing nearby. Issei began to slither and move faster through the school grounds, over the grass under some roots, and then up some stairs. But as he neared the area around the orc building he froze, as he was able to detect 4 other magic signatures inside the building, and 2 other ones, which were being suppressed slightly. Issei could tell, after a bit of carefully detecting and reading off the magic signatures, that they were wizard or magicians. 2 things many supernatural faction can agree on is, never anger a dragon and magicians. The reason why, though, is that magicians are usually very greedy and tend to be very selfish and do dumb things in search of power. Which also one of the reason why dragon and magician have a very strong hate/love relationship. Mostly that the dragons hate magician for killing them and stealing their eggs, and magicians love them because of their bodies and their eggs. Issei didn't know how any of the bodyguards, from all 3 of the factions, hadn't noticed the sudden intruders. And he wasn't going to devil it on, thanks to another presence he felt inside the building, which made him even more mad and also slightly scared. He began to sleathily move inside the building, trying not to alert anyone so that he could have the upper hand. I just hope she leaves before I get to them. Why did she have to come now? Was all he thought while he metal snaked his way from the corridors and vents of the orc building. He could hear talking, all female from the pitch of their voices. He also noticed the other presence had disappeared, making him less worried and thankful. He crawled out of another vent so that he could hopefully get the next one, that was connected to the room where he felt the magician were in, with his teammates. Just as he was about to enter the vent, he felt something standing on his body, keeping him completed immobilist. Then a voice came, which just froze him over completely. "Issei, how are you doing?" asked Ophis in her stoic tone. If Issei's face was human right now, he would be sweating bullets with how scared he was. After all, Ophis was standing on him outside of the room with the magicians and his teammates. He slowly moved his head to meet hers, as she was a dragon god and he knew better than to treat her with disrespect. When he met her gaze, though, he just froze completely. It was mauselty because of shock, as she was not in her usually little girl form, but rather a more mature form of that. Still bandages over her, though, but he didn't have time or reason to think about that. "Hello? Ophis, what a surprise to see you here." Unlike his usual prideful and cocky voice, this one was weak and a bit more respectful. Ophis looked at him with her cold dead eyes, then gave him a weirdly unnerving smirk. "I would say so too. It's not every day I meet an evil dragon playing friends with devils. So how are you, hatchling of Retara and godchild of mine?" Her tone, even if it sounded stoic and emotionless, gave Issei the feeling of being made fun of and teased. Two things he hated. "Don't say his name and don't call yourself my godmother," he hissed back. Ophis' eyes gained a small spark of life in them, then returned to being dead and dull. She chuckled at his reaction, holding one hand over her mouth, then lowering it a bit after showing a happy small smile. "Why not? I thought you liked me, as you would used to ask me to adport you all the time when you're younger, so I thought why not just be your godmother?" She answered back, Issei only becoming more frustrated than before, as her gaze began to feel heavy, making him feel that she wanted him to give in. He did after a few more seconds, lowering his head in submission. "Good boy, I can't wait to tell your uncle, he'll be happy for you." She lifted her foot off of him, making him in an instant coil his whole body around itself, making a small hill under him to lie on. Issei stared at the dragon goddess for a few seconds, trying to read her or maybe get an idea for why she was here. She isn't dumb, far from it, which also more reason for him to keep his guard up around her. "What do you want from me, mother?" The first words were said with slight anger, but the last part was just a small hiss if anything. Ophis smiled a bit, though her eyes didn't really fit her expression. She turned around and walked over towards a nearby window, staring out of it. "I want to go home. I want to return to where I was born, and I want your help to make my wish come true." Issei stared at her not in shock or disbelief, but rather annoyance, since this was the fourth time she had asked him to join her. With a quick hiss, and a shack with his tail, he transformed back into his human form, and stood next to her. "No, I don't want to be a part of your selfish wish," he answered her, in a cold yet respectful voice. She turned her face towards him, her eyes looking a bit curiously at him, then becoming dull a bit after. She turned back towards the window, as small black orbs began surrounding her. "I know, but I will still try. I could use your help. Your powers are quite unique, and much stronger than your father's." "Oh well, I'll take my leave then. Goodbye, Issei." In single second the many black orbs turned into snakes, then lunged at her and coiled around her, then they all disappeared along with Ophis. "I didn't think I would meet her here of all places. Well, I guess being the Red Dragon Emperor has its perks, but being my dad's kid is just an added curse or bounce. What do you think, Drake?" A red glow appeared around his left arm, as a crimson red gauntlet appeared. It looked like a dragon's hand, with its sharp claws and scar like metal paces. It also had a rather large green gem in the middle of it. There was silence for a bit, until Issei began chuckling a little. "Oh right. I forget, you don't want to talk to me. Geez, Drake, one time I go berserk and you never talk to me again. Oh well, I have better things to do than talking to an old lizard. Issei recalled the gauntlet, revealing that his hand had become itself rather dragonic, as it had gained rather sharp nails and stronger-looking fingers. He pulled back his left arm as he stretched his fingers out, then dashed towards the door where Kaneko and Gasper were being held and slashed it open. Issei stood now in the middle of the room, with 4 magicians surrounding him and Kaneko and Gasper hanging on a wall across the room. All of the magicians were shocked at his sudden entry, and had begun to prepare attack spells, while Kaneko and Gasper both were happy that he had come to save them. Issei didn't notice much of this as he had a rather large urge to see blood right now, and here were 4 dumb fools who had entered his domain. I hope you enjoyed all that magical power, because it won't save you now. Issei roared as he began to slash and strike each of the magicians in room down. Ku Academy meeting room. In one of the teacher conference rooms of Ku Academy, sat 4 of the 3 factions leaders, discussing peace and a possible alliance. These people were Michael of the Angel faction, Azazel of the Fallen Angel faction, and Surzek and Seraphol of the Devil faction. Each of the different leaders also had an participant of their own. The 2 Devil Kings had Rias and Sona along with their peerage, except for 3 members on Rias' side. Surzek also had Grafia. Azazel had a sliver-haired guy with him, named Vala, and was surprisingly the White Dragon Emperor. Michael had a newly reincarnated angel with him, who the 2 Devil Heiress knew, along with their peerages. It was Irina, the chestnut brown-haired girl. The tension in the room was rather calm, as all of the leaders had been listening to Rias reenact the whole Kokabille, with Sona conforming everything as a witness to it. Well, why don't we just get this over with and declare peace already? Asked Azazel suddenly out of the blue, as the Rias and Sona went back in line with their peerages. Aren't you being too quick, brother? Your factions is the reason we're having this conference after all. Shouldn't you at least explain yourself on that part? Asked Michael as he turned towards Azazel with a slightly worried face, to which Azazel just sighed before looking over at the devils. Fine. The short story is Kokabille didn't want to enjoy peace, and then did this. I take responsibility. Is that good enough? Michael just sighed at Azazel lazy explain, but knew he wouldn't try any more than this. Seraphol and Surzek looked at each other, nodding, then looking back to the 2 older leaders. The Devil faction would like to enter peace with your 2 factions as well. Seraphol spoke, even standing up to summon her magic girl get up. But before she could get more embracing for Sona, Azazel asked something else. What does our 2 Dragon Emperor think of this peace? We can't just decide for them after all. What do you think of peace, Vala? Asked Azazel, making the 3 other leaders and their followers all wide-eyed at the fact he mentioned both of the Dragon Emperors. Even Vala seemed surprised and even more interested at the mention of another Dragon Emperor. All the devils knew who was the other Dragon Emperor, and were rather shocked that Azazel seemed to know who it might be as well. Michael was just surprised that they both were in the 3 factions this time. Rias stepped forward proudly, standing next to her king's/brother. The Red Dragon Emperor is currently not here, as I asked them to take care of something else. A simple answer, but enough for everyone to know the current postions of information and power. Azazel just nodded, looking over to Vala a bit after to see the young man having a rather battle-hungry smile. So Vala, you interested in this peace thingy? He asked, gaining Vala's attention, who looked at him for a few seconds, then answered with, I only care about fighting strong foes, but I guess if I can fight this Genosration Red Dragon, then sure. He answered back in a bit more calm tone. Most of the people wasn't happy about his reasons, but it was better than him rejecting the peace. But as everything seemed to fall in place, the fates seemed to do the thing they always do and everything over. A sudden magical angry was shot out, freezing the whole place over in a kind of time-stopping magic. Only the people with enough magical power or sacred gears wasn't affected, leaving only the 4 leaders, Vali, Grafia, Kiba, Sajji and Irina alone in the now time-frozen room. What just happened? Asked a worried Sajji as everyone looked around, seeing the many other people standing frozen in time. I don't know, but it seems someone got their hands on that vampire boy and forced him to use his sacred gear. But who could do something like that, without any of us noticing? Azazel spoke. The last bit was more of accusation to himself, though. He stroked his small beard just a bit, before he and the other 3 leaders all looked toward the table, or rather over it, where suddenly a beautiful tan woman floated in mid-air over it. Kateria Lavathan? So you're behind this little stunt? Spoke Serzex in rather annoying tone, as Kateria just looked back at him with a devilish smirk. Co-Academy, conference room. The shock of most of the devil people in the room was great, as it's not every day they see old devil royalty, or criminal one at that. Kateria Leviathan, the descendant of the original Leviathan, had just appeared in the middle of the conference room and begun her monologue. She spoke of how she was the true Leviathan, how Sarah Fall had done okay job keeping her throne warm for her, and how she was going to kill everyone in the room. Everyday villain stuff. With a quick and sneaky hit from Azazel sent her out of the window, with Azazel and the other leaders preparing a defensive dorm around the frozen members. Vala, while me and the others are getting this ready, could you keep our Guzit entertained? Asked Azazel, as Vala looked out the window to see the many hooded figures coming out of Gant's circle hanging in the sky. Vala just shrugged as he stepped closer towards the broke in the wall, then jumped out of it, with blue light forming around him as he did. Vanishing Dragon, Balance Breaker. A mighty voice roared out from the newly formed white armor around Vala's body, with 2 Gant blue wings shining as it did. Sure, old man, better pay me extra for this. He answered as he flew at high speeds into the fight, flying between enemies, knocking them out of the sky one by one. And while Vala was kicking ass, the leaders managed to move and form a dorm around all the frozen people, and had sent Azazel out as another fighter. The 3 other leaders, and Graphia, kept the dorm up with Sajji, Kiba and Zenobia just standing by, not knowing what to do. A/N. I forgot Zenobia also dons get frozen, so just forgot that fact and let's pretend like I wrote her name as an unfrozen person last time. Co-Academy, Orc Building. Screams and yells of pain and death could be heard through the whole building, as many small pills of magician corpse had formed throughout the halls, with a clear blood trail from them all leading further into the building. Blue missiles, fire balls and lightning strike were being shot and fired off towards the same directions, as the magicians casting them were retreating away from the place. Everyone cast holy magics, yelled one of them, as he stopped and began to cast one of the few holy magic magician knew about, only to be cut in half a second later by an invisible claw. The few people who had stopped to help all stood complete frozen as they all look on in fright as his body fell to the ground in 2 pieces. They all began screaming in fear, some of them seeming to lose their mind over this, as they fell over and fainted from pure horror. A low growl was heard from the place that had all retreated from, which had been barely visible as a smoke cloud had been formed from all the explosions. Really, is this the best you can do? I am not even trying yet, geez. A deep and prideful voice spoke from within the smoke, soon after followed by heavy footsteps. A young man exited the smoke. His build was intimidating as he was easily over 8 feet tall with arms and legs that looked like a monster limbs, with how big and strong they looked. His hair went all the way down his back almost reaching his kneecaps, and his face had most of covered in black scars and his hands had been replaced with claws. He even had a long and thin tail swinging around lightly behind him. All of the magicians who saw him like this had their souls leave their body by the sheer amount of fear they felt at the sight of him. He was the very imagine one would put under the word monster, as that was what he looked to all of them. He wasn't a human, he wasn't a devil, and he wasn't a dragon, he was a monster. His tail suddenly lunged into the head of one of them, piercing his head in a millisecond, and then pulling itself back behind him. A creepy grin formed on his face, as he continued to walk forward, killing more of them with either his tail or his claws. Behind him came 2 other people, Kaneko and Gasper, who were both in pure fear at the sight of Issei actions and at how easy it came to him. They hadn't known him for long, but they knew he was not one to be messed with as he was a dragon, but this was nothing like what they could ever had imagined. Gasper was holding on to Kaneko shaking as it was constantly a miracle he hadn't fainted yet. The same could be said for Kaneko. She had to get Gasper out of here, as this was not a safe place for them in right now, even if Issei a teammate. Gasper stopped walking, holding on to Kaneko even tighter than before, making her look at him to see his face filled with tears. Come on, Gasper, we have to get out of here. Just walk a bit more and I'll carry you. The rest of the Gasper put a hand on her mouth in sudden motion, making Kaneko shocked at his sudden action. But before she could take his hand off her mouth, she noticed why he did it. He was looking at them, his eyes shining in purple glow, making them look threatening, even more since he was staring Kaneko down. Kaneko didn't move for the longest minute in her life, as she and Issei held a staring contest. She saw how he was focused on her, not even caring about the few hits the magician got on him, letting his tail lunge at them. He then looked away and went down a corner after more of the last ones remaining. Only then did Gasper take his hand off her mouth. Don't talk right now. I know bloodlust when I see it, and trust me, it's taken a lot out of him to not also kill us right now. If you say or do anything right now, he might kill us. Kaneko looked surprised at Gasper's explanation, but could hear he meant every word. She nodded and continued to walk with him, to find the exit. While they were doing that, Issei was ripping the head of the last of magician inside of the building. He threw off into the hallway, letting it roll a bit, spilling more blood on the floor as it did. He then just stood there in the middle of his handiwork, not doing anything, but just breathing silently. He then let out a heavy sigh, and formed a happy grin on his face. His body began to become smaller, his hair shorter, and his limbs more human. His face lost all of its scars, even the purple eyes turned into golden ones instead. He began chuckling a bit, then laughing like a maniac. His laughter was strong enough to make the hallway he was in shake a bit, letting the blood on the floor and walls spread a bit more out. Once he stopped laughing, he just looked around the hall, then headed over towards a nearby window. When he reached it, he saw the many other hundreds of magicians in the air, a rather big magical dome on the ground, and a blue flash in the sky. His smile disappeared, as it became a scowl instead at the sight of that all-too-familiar blue light. A gauntlet suddenly appeared on his left arm, crimson red with a big green gem in the middle of it. Issei's scowl turned to a slight smirk at this, as he looked down at the hand, and imagined the soul inside of it looking back at him. Well, Drake, I know you don't like me, but what do you say to saying hello to Albion? Issei asked in a musk voice, as he opened up the window with his right arm. Let's do it, Issei shot open in shock. Drake had just spoken to him for the first time in years, decades, he didn't even know. But it did leave a much nicer smile on his face. Yeah, let's. In a flash he disappeared out of the window. Ku Academy, battlefield, so Kateria, what with all the magicians? I thought the great mighty old Satan faction didn't need any humans or outside help. Azazel asked while dodging one Kateria's attacks, and firing back a few light spears in retaliation. Kateria just glowered at his comment, her eyes narrowing at his insult. You don't need to know, you'll be dead before long, so just make this easier for us both and let me hit you already. She answered back with a prideful tone, with a hint of anger in it. Azazel only shook his head at her answer, thinking, spoiled kid. Geez, they kept at this with more of Azazel insulting her, while trying to learn anything from her, and Kateria answering back with hate and pride. Light spears, balls of water and magic was sent flying from each side, either hitting their targets or anything else. All the while that was happening, the other faction leaders were having a hard time keeping up the barrier around them and the frozen people, as the amount of magician kept growing, even with Vala knocking them out of the sky. Serzex was still fine, as was Michael, but Seraphal and Grafia were starting to have trouble with the ongoing bombardment, enough to make Serzex notice and take action. He turned his head to the remaining people that hadn't been frozen in time. Kiba, Zenobia, Sajji, and you, Angel. He yelled out to them, all of them looking towards him, either of them still really sure what to do. I want you four to get out there and help fight the enemy, while we keep this barrier up and protect everyone else. Is that understood? Serzex asked in a commanding voice. Kiba, Zenobia, Sajji, and Irenia all looked at each, then back to Serzex. Yes, sir. Serzex merely nodded at this, and went back to focusing on the barrier, while those four went out and began to fight as well. Kiba and Zenobia, with their increased speed and dexterity, made good use of these skills and as well each other's to slash down the enemy. Irinia joined them as air support, with Sajji as even more support as he had learned how to use his sacred gear, thanks to the training with Gaspers. The four of them made quite the combo, but still nothing compared to Vala as he was still sending many of the magician to the ground, with quick and precise hits and attacks. Divide! 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 Albion's voice could be heard every other second, and the amount of power Vala wielded increased for each time he spoke, it could be felt too. But if anyone were to focus on Vala, they would notice he was fully in it. He wasn't really there in the battle. He was focusing more on the thought of meeting the Red Emperor than fighting all of the magicians. I wonder who it is. And how they became a part of Devil Faction. Albion, do you have an idea who it might be? Vala asked through his and Albion's mental communication. Albion thought a bit over it, as he too wasn't too sure or knew who the current one was. He just hoped the old one was dead. I don't know, Vala. I know they are a part of the Devil Faction and are a servant to the current Lucifer's little sister, but that is it. It might be. Never mind. Albion answered. The last bit was more of a wish, since he enjoyed his current host and didn't want him to meet that one. Vala became curious about that though, as normally Albion would never say something like that. What is it, Albion? You never leave anything out. Do you have an idea or not? Vala asked in a semi-interested way, making Albion groan at his host's battlelust. Yes, I do, but I can't be too sure since last I heard, he was gone or dead. But hasn't ever been confirmed, so he might still be alive. Answered Albion with a bit of anger in his voice, from just remembering his smug face when he killed Lelia, his last host. Vala picked up on this, and then because of his love for battle, wanted to know more about him. What was his name, Albion? He asked, knowing that if he seemed too interested Albion would become mad at him. Just because he is a soul or fragment of his former self, doesn't mean he doesn't have feelings. It was Issei. Issei Hijashiki. If he really is the current Red Dragon Emperor, then I beg you to never cross him. Albion finished, as he left the mental communication to tend to other things. Vala soon after also returned to real world, focusing a bit more on the battle. But that last comment that Albion made, kinda made him scared, something he hasn't felt in a long time. Ku Academy, battlefield. Many hooded bodies lied on the destroyed ground, as many others were still flying above and firing shot of magic and fire towards a few small groups of people. Above that was two other figures. One had 12 black feather wings behind him, stretched out in a powerful stance. The other had an irresensible amount of hands, arms, and fingers. Something that had intrigued Azazel, as he knew that wasn't a power of the original Leviathan. Or any noticeable noble devil family either. So, where did you get these powers from, girl? Azazel asked with cocky smirk, as he was reaching inside of his trench coat, graping an item of little size, but great power. Katera just smirked, believing herself to have the upper hand, and let something important slip out. Oh, this? Just a gift from Ophis, as a part of our deal. She spoke with such pride, it was only until a bit after she realized her mistake. Azazel was laughing lightly, but at the sight of her frustrated face, he began to laugh much louder. In a single motion, Katera had her hands on Azazel's left arm, as she also had a slightly embarrassed face. Azazel was caught off guard, as he had planned to use his hidden ES, but it didn't stop him from still acting smirk. Kateria was visibly confused by his lack of shock or slight fear, but rather his face showed nothing but his calm and relaxed self. You know, I have been taking it pretty easy on you, but I think with this little trick of yours I should have maybe taken it even easier on you. Azazel taunted, as slightly decreased his power just to taunt her even more. If steam could come out her head, then it would have, as her face bright red at being looked down on. Don't look down on me, as if I was a mere child. Besides, this is no simple trick, it is a way to succeed in killing at least one of the three factions' leader. She proudly proclaimed, something Azazel reacted to with a bit more seriousness, as his power rose a bit up again. Kateria noticed this, and smiled as she felt she had won in this scenario, until Azazel did the unexpected. Oh really? Then what if you're not graping onto anything? he asked while holding his freshly ripped-off arm in his still remaining one. Kateria just looked unstunned at his pure will, even if it was hidden behind laziness and unseriousness. Her smile soon turned into a frown, then an angry sneer. Even so, I will take at least one of you done today. For I am the true blood flew every as a golden spear of light pierced through stomach. Her eyes looked down, then up again before losing color, and then she fell. While Azazel was busy taking care of his shivered arm, and keeping an eye on the, hopefully, dead body of Kateria, Kaneko and Gasper had reached the defense barrier. Serzex noticed them as they ran across the battlefield, dog ding make and other things being shot at them. They reached the barrier, jumped right in and both fell on the ground from how tired they felt. Good job, Kaneko, on Gasper safe. I am glad you both escaped. He spoke, not noticing their faces tighten up at the mention of escape, as he was still more focused on the barrier. Kaneko and Gasper looked at each other, not sure if they should tell him what they saw, as they didn't if Issei would harm them if they did. Many seconds passed. It was barely noticed the uncomfortable silence, as heavy breathing was heard and explosions of the battle. Serzex sighed as he didn't want to ask, but felt he might know how or rather who helped them escape. Issei saved you, right? He asked, to which they both flinched as they were still scared of what they had seen. It's fine. You don't have to answer. It was the same with Rias and Sona when they were saved by him as well. Serzex spoke, as he tried to comfort them, but with small success, as it only made them even more fearful of him. If both of the heirs in control of could both fear him when he is like that, then why shouldn't they be scared? Luckily, before they both could fall deeper into despair, Azazel dented down from his early battle and landed in front of Gasper. Gasper was still a bit too shaking up to notice, something Azazel noticed as well as it was obvious with his almost violent shaking. He put a hand on his shoulder, making Gasper jump from the sudden feeling of being touched. Calm down, kid, it's just me. You know the guy who helped you train your sacred gear. He explained, making Gasper calm a bit down, but still shaking a bit. Azazel reached into his left pocket, reaching for his other special item he brought with him as a sign of goodwill. Here, kid, put on this bracelet. It will disable your sacred gear in terms of how much power it can use at a given time. It should unfreeze everyone here. Azazel explained as he handed him the bracelet, which Gasper took gracefully into his own and put it on his arm. Nothing really happened for a few seconds, then suddenly the magical circle where all the magicians were coming from disappeared. Then after all the people who had been frozen unfroze. A few of them fell on the ground, as they had lost a lot of angry. Rias, Sona and Tsubaki managed to keep standing, but wobbled just a slight bit. What happened? Wait, why am I outside of the school building? And is that magicians? Rias asked as her confusion began to grow with every direction she looked. Sona and Tsubaki felt the same way, as their eyes widened for everything they saw. Gasper walked over to Rias, but held his face low, then went down on his knees. Rias-sama, I am so sorry. I'm responsible for all this. I shouldn't be left. Ali Gasper was stopped mid in his self-hating speech, as he was hugged by Rias as she held him, comforting him. It's okay, Gasper, as long as no one was seriously hurt, then it's all okay. She spoke soothingly into his ears, as he cried into her chest, much like a child would in their mother's embrace. She kept stroking his hair carefully as the fight began to near its end, as the last of the magician was taken care of. Azazel and the other leaders let down the defensive barrier they had all held up, as they then went on to talk about what they believed could have cursed this. Then shortly after they all went back to the younger people, though Azazel decided to fly up to meet with Vala as he was still up in the air. It seems that other factions, namely the Old Devil faction, is very keen on stopping this peace from ever seeing the light of day, explained Serzex, as the younger people listened as they wanted to know what happened. We believe that a simple peace may no longer be enough, and have to the conclusion that in a sudden explosion, then a dark figure crashed into the ground right in front of Serzex. Out of the small crater came Azazel with a smirk on his face, as he looked up into the sky, which every else did as well to see what was the course of this. They all saw the figure of a white armored figure hovering in sky, as his two gaunt blue wings shined down on them. So Vala, what's with the sudden betrayal? You could have just written me letter or maybe just a little hint. Azazel asked in a calm tone, as Vala unsummoned his helmet, revealing his face as the young handsome sliver-haired man he was. Nothing personal, Azazel, but this side just seems more interesting. Made an offer I couldn't refuse, was all he said as he then revealed 5 pairs of bat-like wings. This made most of the people gathered shocked at this reveal. He had a small confident smile, as he resummoned his helmet and stretched out his armor's wings, giving him an even more powerful presence with this simple change to his pose. I am Vala Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor and a member of the Chaos Brigade, right? Asked another voice from above everyone else. They all looked up to find another armored figure, though his armor was crimson red and instead of 2 gant wings, it instead had a long tail. Vala looked up at him knowing at sight that this was his rival, this was the Red Dragon Emperor. Everyone else on the ground knew the same, but both Rias, Sona and Serzex were surprised to see him in his balance breaker. The other people on the ground were quite taken aback by his power, as this was the first time they met this or rather the last generation Red Dragon Emperor. Azazel smirked, as his eyes lit up with curiosity about him. The people who had fought Issei less than a week ago all felt themselves gulp at his true power, as they now knew he wasn't even taking them seriously back then. Gasper and Kaneko felt it the most though, as they both had seen the slaughter he had committed, and now felt even more scared of him. But the one who felt the most scared was the sealed dragon inside of Vala's sacred gear. Albion, if he could, would have been sweating bullets at the sight of his previous host killer. Vala couldn't move under the gaze of Issei, he was stuck in space. Every second felt so long, even more so when Issei began to descend down to his level, giving up the advantage of the high ground. It only showed how sure he was that Vala couldn't beat him. Issei floated right in front of Vala, who was still mostly unable to move or do anything other than inhale, but even that was only weak and small breaths. Issei's tail began to swing around behind him slowly, then it began to coil around Vala, trapping him without any problem. Issei sighed heavily, as he put his head on his left arm, almost like he was bored. Vala had barely noticed that he had been trapped his tail, but when he did notice it made him feel so weak. How is it that I can't do anything right now? Is it really all because of him? Vala asked himself, as his fear began to rise slowly. I believe so, Vala. It's one of the perks of being who he is, and it's also one of the best ways to defend yourself against him, Albion explained as Vala just became confused. How is it also something I can use against him? Vala asked Albion. His more normal attitude had slightly returned at the hope of a way to escape, or maybe even defeat him. What I meant is that Issei takes grave offense to her or who he got his powers from, namely his father Retara, the only evil dragon king. Albion answered back, making Vala feel another feeling he hadn't felt in quite some time. Sympathy. But it was only brief, as he would use this new information to his own advantage, and get the hell away from here. So are you going to talk any time soon, Lucifer? Asked Issei, in a cold and bored tone, waking Vala up from his talk with Albion. He didn't feel as scared as before, and could somewhat now think more logically. He unsummoned his helmet, showing his face to his rival, who did the same, revealing himself to him as well. Vala saw his toothy smirk, and the snake-like tongue that came out a few times. So are you ready to talk now, my rival? Can I even call you that with how weak you are? Taunted Issei as he slightly tightened his hold on Vala with his tail. A few cracks in the armor began to appear as he did so. Vala grunted slightly at the increased pressure, but mustered up a smirk, as Albion had just told him Issei's old name. Yes, I am ready to talk, Issei. Or should I say Retara, son of Retara? His smirk became just slightly wider as he said that last bit, while Issei just had his eyes widen at the mention of that name. Most of the people on the ground stood there in shock, as not only was Issei's father Retara, but his real name was Retara. Even Azazel stood there shocked, as his interest in Issei only grew even more. Issei's eyes narrowed, then they formed 2 slits instead of his normal human eyes. What do you think you're doing, telling everyone about my family? I was hoping to keep that for myself. Oh well. Issei let go of Valley, much to surprise of the many people gathered, but not of two. Rias and Serzex both sighed at the sight of their brother toying with his prey. They both knew they couldn't do much to stop him, as was stillborn when it came to these things. Dragons are prideful, and will not let anyone off the claw/hook when they have first set their sights on them. And just as they had come to learn over their many years with him, he launched himself at the unprepared Vala, who had to go on the defensive. Issei didn't let up, as his attacks became faster and faster, making Vala have a harder time defending himself. Issei's unrelenting attacks began to take a toll on Vala's armor, as small piece, then bigger piece began to fly off with each hit that hit, until finally his armor broke completely, and he was sent crashing down onto the ground with a tail whip from Issei. He hit the ground in only a matter of seconds, creating a deep crater along with a gaunt dust cloud. Issei kept watching from above, as if he was predator waiting for his prey to make the next move. Vala crawled out of the crater, his shame obvious, as he was said to have been the strongest white dragon emperor in the last few centuries, yet he was beaten this badly in less than a minute. What the hell was that, Albion? I thought you told me it would make him let me go or something like that. Vala asked through his mental connection to Albion, who was just as confused as his host. I don't understand, it should have worked. It was how my last host survived her first encounter with him. Albion answered back. Are you going to keep lying down, or are you going to fight back, White One? Mocked Issei, as his tone was filled with damned pride of his. He still hadn't moved from his place in the air, and neither had Vala from his dirt bed, until he began to grin. I still have one trick left in me. I am who I'm about to awa in a single instant. Issei had disappeared, then reappeared with his left arm through Vala's stomach, making him spit up blood. Don't, it's no fun if I just fight a mindless beast, Issei said with a cold and irritated tone, as he pulled his arm out of Vala and stood up looking down on him. Vala couldn't feel anything throughout his whole body, all besides this unnatural breeze that felt as if it was going through him, which it was. He felt his body slowly becoming weaker and weaker with each second that went by. His eyes slowly began to close, which he barely noticed, as all he could think about was, is this really it? His eyes closed completely, as did his breathing. Issei, you have just killed your second white dragon emperor, my second host to die at your hands. I will have my revenge, mark my words. Spoke Albion with an almost dead voice. I will be waiting for one that can fight and not just use cheap tricks. Issei mocked, before turning to everyone else and unsummoning his armor, and started walking towards them, mainly Rias. He reached her with a calm face, then bowed before her before transforming his body into his half-dragonic humanoid state that Kaneko and Gasper had seen earlier. I offer you the life of another white dragon emperor, my love. His voice sounded much deeper, as well as rougher. Rias reached a hand out to his head, but before it could connect, the barrier around the school broke. Issei looked behind himself, to find a young handsome man in Sheena's armor holding the lifeless body of Vala in his arms. He was crying slightly, trying his best to keep in. They both made eye contact, in which the young man glared at Issei, whom only looked back satisfied with his deed. The young man didn't say anything, as did many of the other people, and just teleported out of there. Issei looked back to Rias, waiting for her to continue with hopefully his reward, only to instant smark he received a hard slap on his face. He just looked confused as to why he didn't get a reward, but instead a punishment. Time skip orc building. Rias had sent everyone home after tonight's many and hard events. At least the three factions got a peace agreement, even more so with the discovery of a new faction called the Chaos Brigade. Rias had ordered Issei to stay, as he was to be imprisoned again as per the orders of the three factions for his overly aggressive handling of Vala. Issei, I hope you know that I am proud of you did, and very happy that you've killed 2 white dragon emperors for me. But next time, wait until everyone else is gone. I have an imagni I must uphold. Rias explained to Issei, who had been put in a leash again, and kneeling before Rias. I understand, I was just, caught in the moment, and thought I should just do it right there and then. It wouldn't have felt as right or important if I did it after, He answered back with a friendly tone, trying to make her less angry than she already was. Rias just sighed as she raised her left leg, then kick him in the face, before then placing her foot on his crouch. Fine, you make a good point, but even so, don't ever do something like that in front of everyone again. Rias and Issei kept at this throughout the rest of the night, until both went into the bedroom in the Orc building and slept together. The next morning Rias, Sona and Issei all went to the park, locking up Issei for who knows how long this time. When Sona and Rias went back and arrived at the school, they weren't ready for who was waiting for them. In Rias' chair in the Orc room sat none other than Azazel, the general governor of the fallen angels. Hey there, you brats. I have some announcements that I believe you would like to know about before your peerages due. Care to take a seat? Asked Azazel as he looked at them with a cocky grin. Inside Issei's prison, right above the fountain of Kotown Park, hangs a young man, at least by his looks, when he is much older than oldest human in history. His name is Issei Haijishiki, the strongest Red Dragon Emperor in history, as he had now killed 2 White Dragon Emperors. A feat only one other Red Dragon Emperor could claim to have done, thus this meant Issei was hereby the strongest one of them all. Only Draig in his prime was stronger than him, at least when they are talking within the same title, as Draig is the first Red Dragon Emperor in history. But that's not important, as what's more important is that Issei was once again locked up in chains of kinds of binds, lock and charms to keep him from escaping. It was also used as a way to suppress his evil dragon urges. The same held true for the leash Akone and Rias had on him most of the time, but to less of the same effect. Right now he was just hanging, feeling his limbs being pulled on slightly as well as them being held in uncomfortable places, making it hard for him to relax. Why do they keep this up every time I am put in here? Now I'll have to try for next century, or who knows how long, to find the best way to stay like this. Such a pain. He spoke out into the empty room, or rather invisible room. This room was invisible to anyone on the outside. It could only be seen at a specific time at night, or on a full blood moon, which happens to also be the worst time for any dragon. If they bath in a blood moon's light, they will become a lot more irritable. But an evil dragon just lost all reason and go on a killing spree, so if anyone was to go by at the current time, they wouldn't see him hanging over the fountain, either would at the time when it becomes viceable, as it only becomes viceable to those with demonic magic. Very neat way of hitting him from their former and new enemies. I wonder how much time has gone past? Maybe a year or 2? How would I know, since Rias seems to only really let me out when Sirzex orders her to. Issei spoke again, then went off to mumble about random stuff, until he saw 2 figures approach the fountain. He eyed them carefully as to be sure he wasn't seeing someone else, but he wasn't. Before him, or rather outside his prison, in the middle of the day stood both Rias and Sona and looked towards where they thought he was hanging. Issei was a bit taken aback by this. He hadn't expected them to visit like this, because they had never done this before. Sona and Rias turned around and began to walk away, but not before Rias waved to him sneakily as to not make the small kids near the fountain look at her like she was weird. Issei wanted to wave back, he really wanted to, but his hands were in chain, making that quite a hard task to do. Would you look at that? They visited me, even if wasn't really face to face. Gotta say devils are so weird, it really makes me wonder why I fell for one sometimes. Oh well, I am sure it's just this once. His voice was soft, not the usual pride and roughness, but more like a love-stricken teenager. He smiled a little bit, as he went back to trying to get comfortable for the next few years. Time skip, night, day, and guess what, night. Issei had been staring off into distant, just beyond his invisible walls, seeing the days go by and people come and go. He didn't know how long he had been in here, but already felt like years, centuries maybe. He didn't know, he never knows, which was the only thing that made kinda of scared to be in here, since not only does he lose his sense of time, but he never knows what he might see when he comes out again. These are things that keep him from just relaxing and not causing problems, as don'ts want to be put in here. What if Rias falls in love with someone, and forgets about him? What if his adoptive family dies? What if someone fills his mother's grave? He didn't what could happen, as everything outside of this space he was in just seemed to go by in an instant. That is until it suddenly became dark, but not just for a few seconds, but rather for an hour, then 2 hours, then 5 hours. And then he noticed 3 figures approaching the fountain. 2 of the figures seemed female, while the other seemed to be male. The 2 female opened up the seal on his prison, as they both vanished into corridor between the outside and his prison. The male stood quietly outside, just waiting for the 2, maybe even Issei, to come back out. Issei then felt the chains loosening a bit on both of his wrists and ankles. His demonic and dragonic powers and magic were still being suppressed, but it was still better than having his wrists and ankle in constant pain. Soon after, the 2 females entered his room, and he recognized them immediately as they did. It was Rias and Sona, both wearing their school uniforms, like they had just come here after club/devil activities were over. They both seemed tired, but even so Rias smiled a rather nice smile when she made eye contact with him. It wasn't received well, as Issei was in the mood to be since he felt insecure about who that man outside was. So, who the new guy? Your new boyfriend? Issei asked, straight to the point. No reason to act nice and friendly, when he didn't feel like it. Rias and Sona both looked at each, then sighed, as they both should have known bringing him here was a bad idea, since Issei gets very easily territorial when it comes to boys being around his Rias. He is not mine or Sona boyfriend, in fact he is our new club guidance teacher, as per some of the show of goodwill from the fallen angels. Rias explained in a tired voice, as she didn't feel like fighting with Issei over this, as the first thing they do after he gets out again. Okay then, so who is he then? Issei asked, a bit impatiently, but thankfully the man of the hour answered back quickly. Azazel, the Governor General of the Fallen Angels, at your service. Azazel joked in his anyone but smooth voice as he entered through the corridor that the girls had entered through earlier. I see, ing crow. You dare bring a crow into my den? Issei yelled at the 2 girls, who both knew, luckily, that he wasn't angry. He was just playing it up for the extra effect, plus it was NT like he was gonna spit fire at him. Issei had sent a stream of purplish flames towards Azazel, who taken it head on, not even dodging or putting up any defenses. Rias and Sona looked on worriedly, as they had thought all his powers were sealed in those chains. How is this possible? I thought all his magical powers were sealed, asked a confused Sona to Rias, who was just as surprised and confused at how this was possible. Oh, it's simple. A dragon breath weapon is a part of them. It's not something that can be sealed with magical binding chains, it's a physical trait. Much like swordsmanship or martial arts, you need to lock up certain parts of his body to make sure they can't perform it. The voice came from within the flames. It was Azazel. As soon as Issei heard his voice, sounding fine and well, he stopped his breath attack and just looked on with mild annoyance that someone could take his breath attack head on and come out unscathed. Azazel stood in the same place as before. The only difference was that his cloths were on fire, but he simply patted those parts so that the fire went out. He was smirking all the while standing there, then he turned towards Issei, looking up at him. It's an honor to meet you, Issei Hijashiki, son of Retara. You may not remember me, but I was a witness to your fight with Vala. Azazel spoke, as he looked calmly at the chained young man. So what? What do you want from me, Crow? Revenge for killing your comrade? Or maybe you just wanted to chat with me, for shits and giggles? Issei asked, not wasting any time and asking what Azazel wanted from him. Azazel just shook his head, then looked back up with rather smirk face, which irritated Issei even more than he already was. I want you to train the user of the absorption line, Genshuru Sajji, said Azazel as he then procced to dodge the incoming breath weapon from Issei. I will not train a lowly human, and even more so one who wields that bastard's sacred gear. Issei roared, as his features struggled to change to his half-dragonic/humanoid form. Azazel just sighed as he now knew what Rias and Sona meant when they said, Issei and his father have a very rough relationship, as Issei hates him with all of his being, while Retara tries to reach out to him every once in a while with a new host. As Rias had said an hour early before they came here, geez, these kids are going to be hard to get along with. Not only Barakil's daughter, but also this kid. What have I gotten myself into? Azazel thought as he continued to dodge Issei's attacks with ease. Listen here, kid, I know you hate him, but you should know that you're one of the new Alanis trump cards. But since you're in here most of the time, makes it hard to fully utilize you since we needed permission of all 4 Mao. So I want you to train dragon-type Sacred Gears users, not just Sajji, so that we can have more trump cards ready. Azazel tried to explain, which seemed to have made Issei relax a bit, as he had stopped breathing fire. Issei closed his eyes as he began to think over what Azazel had said. Do you think he will do it? He seemed very stubborn on the whole, not wanting to train his father's host? Asked Azazel in low voice to the 2 heirs, who looked at each other, then back to Azazel. I believe, if you were to give him something in exchange, he would most likely say yes, said Sona as she looked back to Issei, whom was still in deep thought about the request Azazel had made. Azazel sighed as he began to think about what he could use as more bait to get Issei to say yes, until it struck him. He would do the same as he would do to Rias's group. Issei, if you say yes, then I'll you do something fun. What do you say? Asked Azazel in a mischievous way, while smirking in a way that made both of the heirs fear what he might be thinking. Issei opened his left eye, revealing it had been turned at a slit. His face held a small smirk, as he felt whatever Azazel was going to say would hopefully be fun. What is it then, Crow? I don't have all day, so just spill it out. Issei asked in a bit of mischievous way, making the 2 heirs fear what these 2 might do. In conclusion, Azazel and Issei seemed to become a bit more friendly after this. Time skip, train to the underworld, devil territory. Oh, I can believe I am going to the underworld. As a former member of the church, this feels oddly. Siful, maybe? Zenobia was in her own little world as she was trying to determine her current situation. Everyone else were enjoying themselves in their train cart, playing cards, eating snacks, and just talking relaxingly with each other. This whole cart was for them, or rather for the Gremries alone. But funny enough, the cart next to theirs was the Citri cart full with Sona Citri and her peerage, along with a hidden passenger. It was Issei whom was hidden in plain sight as a sculpture of Gansi serpent, which had been placed there as honoring peace to Seraphal Leviathan, as she was a Mao and former heiress to the Citri. Plus the fact that the Leviathan is Gant and powerful serpent. Issei was cursing that damned Azazel for putting him there. Why couldn't have just sent me to the place in advance? He thought, as he was begging to develop back problems slowly by the uncomfortable post-ions he was in. At least it gave him a chance to spy on his victims, and to gather information on them he could use to battle them, since as he was told by both Azazel and Sona. Unlike Rias' peerage where you're all power types, my peerage focuses more ability and strategy. So I want you to spy on them and learn what their powers and weakness might be. As Sona had said, and he found nothing so far, and it had already been 3 hours on this damn train in this painful post-ion. But he had at least learned that they all seemed to be rather smart, so that was something at least. But how is knowing they're smart supposed to help me against them? What if No, right, I am not allowed to go over 0%, at least not until they began to become troublesome. Issei thought as he sighed as quickly as he could, since a white-haired girl was standing right in front of him, and had been watching him for quite some time now. Hey Momo-chan, what are you looking at? Asked Sajji as he surprised the poor girl who had been absorbed by the fine craftsmanship that was Issei's body, in small his version of his true form. He was like meter long, about -5 of his real size. She turned around to face Sajji, with a blush on her face. Oh, nothing, it's really nothing. I am just rather interested by this sculpture, it's really pretty. Momo explained to Sajji, who also looked at Issei for a bit, then looked back to Momo. Yeah, it sure is, but I don't know about calling it pretty. It feels more like man, so wouldn't it be more right to call it handsome? Asked Sajji, making Issei silently praise him, not that he had minded being called pretty, but he was more happy that someone would call him handsome. Really? But isn't it supposed to represent Seraphal Leviathan-sama? So shouldn't also be a female like her? Asked Momo in a tone that made her sound like she thinking, which made Sajji put a hand to his chin as also began to wonder the same. I guess you might be right about that, so then I guess I should call her beautiful? Sajji said with a huge grin, which made Momo for unknown reason frown, then walk off a bit angrily, leaving behind the internally laughing Issei, who had let the comment about him being female slip, and the confused Sajji behind. Later on, Sona and Azazel entered the cart, both looking over Issei to see if anything had happened, and something had happened. Sajji was praying to the sculptor about something like, "Don't strike me down, Serafal-sama," and such stuff. The poor kid thought calling a sculptor beautiful was a bad thing. Issei was having blast with how stupid he was, so much so that he would go a little easy on him even though he had called him Serafal-sama for the last half hour. "I see everyone is doing well. Good, for we will be entering the Citri territory soon, so I would like you all to prepare for departure," said Sona, as her peerage all began to like a well-oiled machine, to prepare for departure off the train. Issei did the same, but just differently, as he slid her off the sculptor pedestal and into one of the nearby rooms. In there he could change his form into a bit large version of himself, as it takes a bit of time to fully grow into his true size. Sajji and Momo both noticed the sculptor a bit after. They were confused as to how it had just disappeared with no one noticing. Has anyone seen the sculptor?" that Sajji was stopped as the train suddenly stopped in rather violent way. Many of the people in the cart all fell onto the ground. While many of them tried to regain composure, the door into the cart was opened as Azazel and Sona came running inside, both looking worried. "Is everyone okay?" asked Sona, receiving many yes, as nothing major had happened. That's good to hear. I will be going up to ask about what's happened. You will all stay here and wait for me." "Understood?" asked Sona, receiving a yes, President, from all peerage members. She went out the door again, with Azazel following behind her. Sajji and Momo, then both again after a bit, began to look around for the sculptor. "I wonder who or what took it," said Sajji as he and Momo sat down on one of the couches. As they had both realized there was no need to look for it, since they would be off the train in a few minutes anyway. "I don't either, but I guess it's not really our problem. Though I would like to see it one more time, it was so pretty and well made," said Momo as she looked over to where Issei had stood for the last 4 hours or so. The train suddenly began shaking violently, making all of the people standing in the cart fall on the ground. Then a sudden and bright light consumed them all. They all felt like they were being transported off to somewhere else, outside of Citri domain, dragon territory. They all opened their eyes to find themselves somewhere else. No well-designed cart, no comfortable coaches, but worst of all, their king was nowhere to be found. "Where are we?" screamed Sajji as he stood up to get a better look around. What he saw just surprised him and confused him even more. First of all, there were in wide and rocky Carvarn, and their peerage wasn't the only one here. Rias' peerage was also here. But just like their peerage, Rias was also nowhere to be found. "Hey, do you guys know what's going on?" asked Akino, as the two groups had gotten up and gathered together. Tsubaki shook her head. "No, we are as much in the blind as you are. If only Sona or Rias were here," said Tsubaki in a worried tone. "I am sure they're okay, so let's focus on getting out of here and finding them?" suggested Akino, as she began to look around the place they had all been transported to. Tsubaki agreed with nod, then did the same, but before they could, they felt Gant shacks throughout the whole area. They all looked towards the direction where the shacks came from, and to their horror they saw 2 Gant horns attached to the head of Purple Dragon coming towards them. It was walking through the high walls of rock, but when it finally came into sight, they all began to worry as they saw its strong and quick humanoid body. "A dragon? What is going on?" screamed Sajji. The dragon stood still as it looked behind the group, who followed its gaze and saw a rather large foresight behind them. But then they noticed that some of the trees were falling over, and then were hit with a wave of incredible amount of bloodlust. "You got to be kidding me, 2 dragon at once?" spoke Sajji as the head and neck of a Gant black serpent-like dragon rose out of the treetops. The 2 dragons both stood still, as did the 2 peerages, as they were afraid of what they were supposed to do. Until Akino came up with a plan. "Tsubaki and the rest of Sona peerage take on the serpent-like dragon, while me and Rias peerage take on the purple one," Akino suggested, It took no time for Tsubaki to agree. Each of the peerages turned towards their dragons, whom both reacted as they began to move closer to them. Then they both reeled their heads back, a thing both of the peerage had learned what meant thanks to that one incident with Issei. "Everyone get to safety!" yelled both Akino and Tsubaki at the same time. A moment after, both deep orange and purple flames were shot towards the two groups, whom luckily enough had dodged out of the way. But they all knew this was only the start, and both groups began their counterattack as soon as the dragons had stopped their breath weapons. "Attack, underworld, dragon territory, Citri peerage. I'll command since Sona is not here. Tsubasa and Tomo attack it from the front. Seijo, support them as best as you can with your sacred gear. Momo and Rhea, you'll stay here with me, and prepare supportive magic and attack magic," yelled Tsubaki, as her wings popped out of her back, and she took to the sky. "Yes, Vice President," the group yelled out. Momo and Rhea flew up next to Tsubaki, one preparing an attack spell and the other defense spell. Tsubasa and Tomo went full force ahead towards the Gandragonic snake, Tsubasa reeling her fist back before sending towards the underside of the snake. Much to her shock, she felt the recoil of the hit, as she was sent a bit away, as the scales of this dragon was tougher than she had thought. The same could be said for Tomo as she tried to slice its side, only for her sword slid off the scales. They both realized they needed more strength, or had to hit the same area in a certain order if they wanted to leave any damage on its body. Sajji summoned his sacred gear, forming a little snake's head on his left arm. He shot it off and lashed onto one of the dragon's spikes on its head. "Got it!" he yelled out, which ended with him having the dragon focusing on him. It raised its tail a bit, before launching it off towards Sajji, who luckily enough got time to see it, and just barely dodged it. "Don't got it!" he yelled out again, as he lied flat on the ground, before standing up and moving to another postillon. The two girls who had tried attack earlier had used this slight distractions that Sajji made, to make a quick plan of attack. They both agreed that Tsubasa should try to break its underside scales, as they should be softer. Hopefully they was. She got about 3 hits off with her using full power for each one, and her arm going numb for split second with the amount of recoil she felt for each hit. She had just landed the third, which seemed to have bent the scales a bit in, but she did though fail to notice the meter-thick tail that swat her away to the side. Tomo had luckily dodged out of the way, and the proc to attack with a piercing strike, which had not just slid off. She had pierced its armor, and not just by a few centimeters, but by at least half of her sword. "Here! Fire here!" she yelled out to Tsubaki, as she took her sword out of the wound she had made and ran off to help Tsubasa. "Good job you two, now Momo! Rhea! Fire everything you have there!" Tsubaki yelled out, as she fired off a massive streak of lighting. Momo and Rhea both fired off regular expulsion magic. All 3 shots hit their target, making the ground around it blow up, as well as a few more of its scales. They could even hear a roar of pain. Then they felt something else, which they hadn't expected. They felt dread, an unnatural amount of it. Then they found out why, as it seemed like the dragon they had just attacked had begun to raise its power. When it stopped, Tsubaki realized they wouldn't stand a chance without the other peerage behind them. She looked behind her, hoping to see them coming towards them to help, but instead find them all on the ground and the other dragons still standing without a single scratch. She couldn't think straight, as she landed on the ground from how weak she felt at the sight of these giants coming towards her. The ground shook for every step the purple one took, while it carved in from the weight of the dragonic snake one coming from behind her. They both reeled their heads back, preparing another breath attack, until a figure flew down from the above. "Okay, that's enough you two," a manly voice yelled out, sounding a bit disappointed. Tsubaki looked up to see who was their saver, only to see Azazel flying in the air talking with the purple dragon. Next to him flew both Rias and Sona, both looking worried before they both flew down to each of their peerages. Tsubaki barely understood what was going on, as she had just felt so much dread that she thought she was going to die. "Tsubaki! Can you hear me? Are you okay?" Sona yelled as she was shaking Tsubaki's body, whom barely reacted to it, much less did any of her other teammates. all besides Tsubasa and Sajji for some reason. President, what the hell is this? Why were we sent here, and why are these dragons not killing us right now? Asked Tsubasa, as she was helping Tomo over to the other members of Team Citri. She had not been affected like the others. Before Sona could answer that, Azazel had flown down between both peerages, with the two dragons moving over together next to each other. Well, I have to say, this was a pure show of how easy your masters have been with your training. It surprised me that Team Rias only lasted that long, and that Team Citri didn't do any more planning outside of the basics. Azazel spoke, taking away people's focus from the dragons, and towards his comment about training. This was training. What kind of training involves near death? Yelled Sajji angrily, only for him to get two might and deep laughs from behind him, where the two dragons stood. He turned to face them, with an angry expression as he felt dragons had it easier, being born with all the power anyone could want. What do you two lizards find so funny? He yelled, not realizing how rude he was being. Luckily for him, these dragons didn't have too shallow pride, or at least they didn't right now, as his words didn't mean much to them. It's just that you believe training to become stronger comes with pain, suffering, and sacrifice? That is not a good mindset for one with a dragon-type sacred gear. Explained the dragonic snake, in a voice Sajji felt sounded familiar, but he didn't care enough to think too much about it. And so what if I do? He yelled back, this time receiving wise words from the purple and older one based on the sound of his voice. Then your next month or so with the hatchling here will be pure hell. He half joked, but it sounded more like a threat than a joke. Luckily, before Sajji could ask any more question, Kiba asked the big question. Who are these two dragons? Normally no normal dragon would ever help with training devils or any race other than their own. Kiba asked, making both Azazel and the snake one smirk. Azazel flew up into the sky again, being just around the two heads of the dragons behind him. Good question. Well, let me introduce to you, Tannen the Blazing Meteor Dragon King. And his best purple to date, your very own, Issei Hijashiki. Azazel announced, to the shock of everyone, but Sona and Rias as they had green-lighted this idea. Both of the peerages stood, with shocked faces. Mouth open wide and eyes too, that kind of shock expression. Issei just slipped out his forked tongue, as he smiled with a mischievous grin. Tannen just stood and watched the many devils feeling compelled to outmatch, as one would when they met a dragon king. Do you mean to tell us, we just fought a dragon king? And survived? Asked Akino, as she hadn't expected to be alive with this new information. Why would you not be alive? I was only allowed to use 0%, while Issei could only use 0% at most, even though you did fail to do that. Tannen said, as he turned towards Issei with angry look. Issei bent backwards with his long neck/body, looking a bit scared under the gaze of his master. Well, they became just a bit too much, so I thought why not give them more a fight. Besides, they almost broke one of my scarls. That must speak for how much of a Tannen hit him on the hit, making Issei look down as he whimpered a bit. Sorry, it won't happen again, was all he said as he kept his head down. Tannen just kept looking angrily at him. The many people on the ground and Azazel found this interaction to be quite entertaining, but before any of them could speak or gossip about it, Issei sent them all a death glare. Anyways, let's pack this whole thing up for now and get you kids back home. Training will begin tomorrow, Azazel said, as the two peerages and dragons all nodded. Time skip, underworld, Citri territory. Inside the main mansion of the Citri family, in one of the many exquisite rooms that had been prepared for the youngest daughter servants, lied Sajji on an emperor-sized bed. He was exhausted after the near-death battle they had earlier, along with the looming comments about this being part of their training. He also felt angry at the way Azazel had talked about the way Sona trained him and the others, but he couldn't argue that he was wrong. Sona, just like Rias, were very nice and less intent on them training too hard, which was nice for the lazy Sajji, but it also made him feel crap for not being strong enough to even land a single hit on some enemies. He twitched at the thought of that word, enemies. What if that battle earlier had been real? Would Issei still have taken them on with restraint? Or would he have them all killed within seconds? It terrified him to think about it, so much so that he didn't notice Sona walking inside his room. Sajji, can we talk? Her sudden and soft voice caught him off guard, as well as her sudden appearance. He fell back on his back. Thankfully the bed was soft as a cloud. Are you okay? Is this a bad time? Sona asked again, as she was slightly convinced, as she had watched Issei fight them and felt bad for them, that they had fight him. Sajji sat up straight a bit after, and shook his head. No, I am fine, President. What do you want to talk about? He asked. His tone was a bit embraced by his previous actions. Just call me Sona for today, okay? I just wanted to check on you all, seeing as Issei went too far and has made poor Tsubaki scared of almost every painting containing a snake or serpent. Sona revealed, much to the surprise of Sajji. He had noticed she was a bit more out of herself, especially at dinner, as they had eel. She had just looked at it with wary eyes half of the time. Oh really? I think I am okay, Never mind, it's nothing, I am fine. Sajji said, his voice having a slight bit of doubt in it, which Sona picked up on. She sat down next to him, looking at him worriedly, almost like an older sister. Are you sure? I had thought you have been the one most affected by the overwhelming dread he poured out. She asked as her worry was clear for him to hear. He sighed, then took in a deep breath. I am afraid of the thought of what, if that battle too was real? It felt so one-sided when he began to attack with a bit more effort. But still every one of his attack felt lacking. Not in power, but more in how much it meant to him to win. Like he didn't see us as a threat. Sajji spilled out, much to the surprise of Sona. She understood what he meant. Her peerage and herself are more on the strategy side, meaning they work towards a few heavy attacks, with lighter attacks as build-up. But this time it didn't really go how they had planned. She had told Issei to learn their patterns, their strengths and weakness. But he either didn't care or didn't see them as enough of a threat. She had to give it to him. They weren't even when that attack hit, it had done any major damage as they had thought, it had only made him alienate. I understand, Sajji. But now you know the cap you and everyone else have to try to fill up, or else it will always stay like this. Sona sounded reassuring as she said that, like she believed they could reach that level of power. She did. She had to, or else released her way of training them wasn't helping them, but only holding them back. Her peerage may have lost the battle, but she fears that she lost them the battle before it even began. I will, President. I will become stronger, even if I have to lose a limb. I'll go through a Zazel training regime, if it furs for you and everyone else. Sajji yelled as he had for some reasons gotten hyped up by Sona's small comment. Sona couldn't help but smile at her pawn's drive to grow stronger, but she also had a worried mind as she knew who was going to train him. I'll just let him have this for now, he'll find out tomorrow, thought Sona. As Sajji had somehow forgot that Tanning had mentioned who was going to train him earlier. The next day, early morning, you're kidding me. I am going to be trained by that Fisco, screamed Sajji as he was running down the halls away from his mentor, Issei, who was flying after him so that could get to the training area he had lent from Tannen. Yes, not get your ass back here or else, roared Issei as his features slowly turned more dragonic, while still having a few humanoid traits in there. The others had been sent off a few minutes ago, as Azazel had sent them off to only he knows where. He had been at the Gremry territory earlier to send them off on their training as well. Now all that was missing was Sajji. Which didn't take long in fact, as only a few seconds, a few more corners, and the sound barrier being broken, and Sajji was finally being flown away with by Issei in his huge dragonic hands. Geez, you have already mastered at least one of Retara abilities, and it just had to be the worst one. Issei grumbled as he carried him off, or rather the remains of Sajji, as he looked more like a caught prey than whatever Azazel had thought this was going to be. But that comment had gotten Sajji a bit of hope up, as he felt a bit of a drive if he had already mastered one of Retara's abilities. Which one, if I might ask? He asked with a dumbfounding interested, to which Issei answered with an innate tone. His ability to run away from his duties. His most worthless ability in my opinion. Issei said, then continued to fly towards his destination with Sajji, just feeling like getting in his claws. This is going to be a long month. Why did I say yes to this again? Was it just to beat some kids? Have I really fallen that low? Yes, sounds like me. I'll just make the most of this, somehow. I just that bastards don't try anything. Issei thought as he subconsciously sped up, making Sajji feel the skin on his face try to rip off him. Needless to say, the trip over there was the worst and most painful trip in Sajji's whole life. He would from that day on, relied on his own wings instead of dragon ones, unexplored territory of the underworld, out in a vast and dry-up land of hard dirt, sand and rocky terrain, where the only alive things are unmatched monsters, and the remming demons of a long-forgotten time, where winds that can rip almost any being apart in a matter of seconds, sat two people on the top of the tallest mountain in the whole territory. Both seemed to not mind the constant winds, rip their cloths apart slowly, or the growls of hungry monster below them. Of course they didn't, as why would two of the world's strongest race care enough to notice those beneath them? One of them was a young man, as far as his looks went at least. He had long and almost tentacle-like hair, which was both blonde and black, each color per each of the many tentacles of hair. His eyes were as strange as his hair, as his left eye was golden, while the right was black. He wore a rather military-like cloths, or at least what would look like military cloths. His companion was a small girl, with long black hair and dull gray eyes. She had chest open and exposed, but at least she covered her with tape. They both just sat there still and none caring about the literal hundreds of hungry creatures below them, trying their best to climb up to them and eat them. At least they did until a sudden spark of dark lighting struck down through them, killing them all in a matter of seconds. Annoying pests. Why can't I ever just have moments worth of quiet? Asked the man, as he sighed in annoyance, making the small girl look over at him with expressionless face. I know you enjoy their struggle, ultimate evil dragon. The small said, making the male look annoyed as he hated how she seemed to know everything, but still turned his head towards her. Yeah? Whatever you say, Snake. What do you want from me? You don't normally talk with me. Or any of us? Asked the man, with a slight bit of curiosity. The girl just looked out over the horizon, seeing the waster set that the creatures that had just died, as well the man next to her calls home. I talked to Issei the other day, he's been reelsed again. She said with not much change to her tone, but a rather creepy smile, or whatever this smile was. The man looked on with interest, as a slight smile formed on his face. Oh really, my nephew is out again? Maybe I should visit him. The man spoke as he stroked his chin. He then looked over at the small girl again, as another question arose in his head. So what did you two talk about? Did he say yes to joining us? The man asked with a small bit of excitement in voice, even moving his upper mostly towards the girl next to him. She rather than answer, just formed a happy smile instead, then towards him. He finally let me become his godmother, she said with joy, much to the man's dismay. His face literally froze, as he had hoped something more important had happened. Then something else sprung alive in his mind. Who said you could be my nephew's godmother? He turned his whole body towards, as an uncle-like rage built up inside him. Who said you could be his godmother? I am the only family his needs, you old bag of snakes, the man yelled. His yelling was so powerful that the wind stopped for a few seconds before returning. It even made the little girl be pushed away by a millimeter. Her happy smile returned to her emotional ones, along with her whole aura. I asked him and he said yes. So your input is hereby unveiled. He is now my son, even if he is over 0. The little girl proudly stated, much to man's dismay. His form began to slightly shift as his body began to grow in ways that made him less human, but more dragonic. He stood proudly over 0 meters tall, but got stopped by his sense, as he sensed the very person he and the little girl had talked about. They both looked towards the directions of where they could feel the power. The man also slowly returned to his more human form, and stood next to the little girl, who changed her form to that of a young woman. It seems he is back in the underworld. What's it been, like over a century? Asked the man, as the woman nodded along with his statement. Shouldn't we go see him? I haven't seen him in ages. I wanna see my nephew. The man tried to jump over the cliff side, but the woman caught him by his hair, making yelp a bit in pain. No, don't go yet. I can feel he is surrounded by devils. Let's wait for now. She spoke to the man, whom sensed the same as she had just spoken of, and stood calmly next to her again. Fine, but I will try to see him at least once in the following month. I am sure he had missed me being inside that cage. The man spoke as he closed his arms, as he just looked at the direction where Issei was at. I understand, I want to see him too, Crom. The woman spoke, as she and the man both stood still there for a bit longer, before both of them teleported away to God only knows where. Underworld, Dragon Territory. Underground in the Dragon Territory lies a long and connect mining systems, from when devils still owned the area. Some of the mines are still in use, but it's under strict observation of underground deviling dragons and tannin. But that's mostly on the borders of the two territories. But somewhere else, in a much tighter space compared to the others, where only really devils or smaller dragons can move, could be heard screams of fear. A young blonde-haired reincarnated devil was running from his life, passing by torches, tunnels, railroads, and old signs. But why was he running? Well, because a rather large snake was chasing after him. It had been for about an hour now, where it would sometimes spit fire at him, making have to dodge or turn a corner in hope that snake would have trouble with the sudden turn. But it didn't, as it seemed to enjoy his struggles. Sajji was sweating all over. His face was begging to become bright red by how much air was inhaling then right after exhaling. He had his sacred gear out, but he had hardly used it, as he didn't see how he could use it in this tight space. He looked behind him, to check if the snake was following him, only to find the tunnel to be empty. He slowed down, as he saw this as a good chance to catch his breath, or maybe he just relax a bit. But he soon felt that this was a mistake, as a wet sensation touched the back of neck. He slowly and frightenedly turned his head around, to be met with the giant face of Black Snake, with its giant purple slit eyes staring him down. He closed his eyes as he had accepted his lose, even opening his arms up as a sign he was beat. The snake began to expand its mouth, enough so it could swallow him up in one bit. But instead it just spat out a gallon of spit on him, which was slightly toxic. You failed, said the giant snake, as Sajji opened his eyes feeling the toxins enter his body. I know. But why did you have to poison me? You. No, not everyone. Has as high. Poison. Posio. Sajji fell over, but lucky he had been caught by Issei as he had turned to his human form. He carried him over to the side of the wall, putting him down and up against the wall. I know, but it's part of the training I planned for you, he said quietly, as he too sat down next to him. He just stared off down the long and almost maze-like tunnels, wondering what in the world the devils could have ever even found here, as this entire place was literally nothing more than dirt and more dirt. Sajji's sacred gear unsummoned itself, which had for some reason caught Issei's attention. He noticed that where it had been a few seconds earlier, now have a bit of mark on it, which was something he had hoped for. It had a faint black mark of circle, with a droplet of water inside it. It seems like it's working faster than I expected. Maybe that bastard got himself a compatible host this time. Issei spoke out loud, as he also noticed another black mark faintly form itself on the side of Sajji's head. It looked like a heart, but it held a small ripple that went down through it, making it look like a broken heart instead. It made Issei's faint smile turn to a frown, just at the sight of it. Really compatible, he said angrily, as he stood up again going down one of the tunnels, leaving Sajji by himself. I just hope the kids is going to be alright with that mark, he said as he went down the tunnel, before releasing a powerful wind down all the tunnels, making all of the touches go out, making the entire cave a dark abyss, where funnily enough only Issei was giving off a bit of light. It came from his back, this purple light. It came from 6 or 8 places on his back. He pulled off his shirt, which would have shown off his normally muscular build, but instead it only showed these others' marks on his stomach. They didn't shine as much as the others, but they could still be seen. He kept walking down the tunnel, having his vision adjust to it as he went. His many marks began to light up more and more. His body began to grow in size, as he began to take on his more draconic and humanoid form. The lights from his marks began to die down, as his eyes instead light up in a purple light. He kept walking like this, until only his eyes had light in them. He then stopped as the sound of chain was heard, then more. He looked around him, trying to see them or find them. But he didn't see them or find them anyway near him. He began to walk forward again, until he felt something holding on to him. That's when he heard the chains again. He looked on his legs and arms. He saw the many chains on him, holding him back, not letting him walk forward nor anything else. He didn't seem to be worried, as he had tried this before, long ago. He then heard 2 sets of footsteps coming from behind him. He didn't look behind him. He didn't want to look behind him. He knew this sense by heart, even if he had only seen once before. It played in his mind every time he thought of her, his mother. He felt a warm and cold touch on each of his shoulders. On his right was a cold and dark hand, with the looks of a claw, while on his left shoulder was a warm and yellow hand that looked like a human woman's hand. Can't we do this another time? I am really not in the mood for this, he said quietly, as the sense kept on. The 2 people he hated and loved the most showed up on each of his sides. One was a tall, dark figure, with draconic features all over his body. His father Retara in his human form. While the other was human figure, with fair skin, beautiful blonde hair and a kind smile. His mother. He didn't know her name, he just knew she was beautiful. Then a sudden black and purple egg appeared before him, which the 2 figures went over towards. Both of them held a hand on it, as they both smiled lovingly towards it. I don't want this right now, can't we just do this another time, please, Issei said with a bit of whimper, as he knew what would happen next. But the sense kept playing, as the 2 figures stood next to each other, holding on to the other with loving care. Nothing was being said until a sharp scream was heard from the woman. Issei closed his eyes as he didn't want to relive this moment. Screams, blood gushing out, and the sound of broken and crushed bones could be heard all around him. Even worse was the sound of his father eating the broken body of his mother. Then the only part of the sense when they said something came, and the words he hated the most from his father came out. We love you so much, our little Retara. Issei's eyes shot open as his face and the ground met. He looked up to see he was back in the tunnel again. No chains, no blood, and his father and mother were both gone. He sighed weakly, as he knew he was going to have a tough time for the next few days. Hey Issei. Where are you? He heard the voice of Sajji, which made he realized he had probably been out for at least an hour. But at least he could now distract himself with training Sajji. He turned himself into a snake again, not as big as before, but still larger than your average snake. He crept down the darkened tunnels, as quietly as he could, pining down Sajji, as the fool was still calling out for him, not realizing this was part of his training. He found the idiot even faster by the fact that he had made a small flame in his hand as a source of light. He slid her up behind him, quietly as to not disturb him, or make him aware of his presence. Then he blew out his light, making the poor boy stiff end. Now, who said you could make your own light? Issei asked in an evil way, before begging the next bit of Sajji training. Time skip. Okay, that's enough for today. Good work, you did better than I had expected. You even got one of the marks, Issei said as a half-dead Sajji was lying on the ground padding, as the horrors of his training was still fresh in his mind. His whole body was mixture of cuts, bruise and toxin, which he had luckily grown a resistance to. And since you did so well on your first day, we can take it a bit easier tomorrow, Issei said, making Sajji sigh in relief. But do continue on the meditating training, you'll need to have clear and problem-free connection with Retara, Issei said, as less of a high point, but more like a loss. Sajji just shrugged it off since, 1. He barely knew the whole deal between Retara and Issei. 2. Was none of his business. But he is human, and feels he has to ask, just be sure Issei is okay, at least that what his heart is telling him to do. So, Issei. How does it feel to be related to a famous dragon? Sajji realized that he could have said it better, or just not said at all. It felt like the best thing to ask in his mind, but now that he said out loud, he realized it didn't sound like he cared about Issei's problem. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean. Sorry, forget I said anything. Sajji tried but felt like he was only digging his grave deeper, and even deeper if he tried to defend himself. It feels. I don't know. I have never wondered about that before. How does it feel? Issei said, much to Sajji's relief and surprise. Sajji tried to sit up, managing to support himself up against one of the tunnel's walls. Really? I thought most people in your situation would have wondered about something like that once. Sajji asked, his half-dead body screams of pain being muted by his human curiosity and fellow empathy for his fellow human. Issei sat down as well. The mood just made him feel like this a sitting down and talking moment. He let a bit of his dragonic features show, like his in eyes and his longer purple and black mixed hair. I might have at one point, but I just forget or something. I don't know, but I guess I feel a slight bit of pressure to be like him, I guess? You know how like dragons are seen as monsters and such? Issei asked, making Sajji nod his head, as he was one of those people. Well, for us dragons everyone just look like prideful little pests. But the thing is, both sides, as in both dragons and the little pests both pressure each other in some way to act these ways we see them as. Do you understand? Issei asked, as his harsh and prideful gaze had disappeared and the gaze of a friend had taken its place. It made Sajji feel less worried, as it seemed like Issei was being a bit open with him. He nodded slowly, as he did understand what he meant. He was just not really sure where he was going with this. So then what if you take a family from anyone's species? Let's say a devil family, for example the Gremlins. They are known for their kindness and almost family-like treatment of their servants. So what if one of their future family members didn't do the same things as his family did? Wouldn't he maybe feel the pressure to be like the others, even though he wouldn't want to? Issei asked, his example being a bit hard for Sajji to understand, but he had gotten the gist of it. So like how humans think all Asians are smarter than other races of humans? Sajji asked, trying to simplify it for himself, making Issei nod his head. Yes, like that I guess, didn't know that was a thing. Anyways, I feel that way when it comes to me and Retara. My name is more or less just a copy of his, and my true form is a near-perfect copy of his. Even my evil dragon urges are much similar to his. So people, when they learn of my relation to him, they always get this single-minded thought process of me as just another Retara. Issei explained as he sighed heavily, remembering one of such moments. Sajji sat quietly and thought over what Issei had told him. He went pretty deep into, even for him. So deep he in fact felt someone else, or something else also looking at it with him. On the outside Issei sat still, as a few more of those kinds of moments went through his mind, until he noticed Sajji was just staring into the air. His look was dead, and his breath seemed weird. Hey Sajji, are you okay? Issei asked as he moved over carefully to Sajji to check on him. Sajji suddenly summoned his sacred gear. Issei was a bit surprised, until he felt a slight anger rise in him, thanks to a single thought. What did that bastard do to him? He gritted his teeth so much so he almost broke them. His hair began to float much like snakes around his head, making him look kinda like a male version of Marius. Retara! Stop whatever it is you're doing! Issei yelled at Sajji's frozen body, which at those words seemed to move again. Sajji began to breathe quickly, almost like he hadn't been breathing for a minute or two. Sajji, are you okay? What did he do to you? Issei asked, as a slight bit of worry was shown, with how he was trying to help Sajji. I am fine. I think I just activated my sacred gear while I was thinking about you had told me. I am okay now, Sajji said as he put a hand on Issei's left shoulder. It didn't make Issei less worried, but it wouldn't be encharcator for him if he pushed to check on him more than this. Okay, if you say so. Issei stood up a bit abruptly, as he began to walk over and gather his things. Sajji looked on confused, as he had just seen a friendly, then worriedly, and now normal Issei all in one moment almost. So are you going to take me back to Issei turned around with an evil grin, making Sajji stiffen at the sight of it. No, you'll be staying in here. You have to get your own food, and make your own sleeping area. As part of dragon training, this is mandatory. Issei said as he left, before Sajji could get another word in, and before he could see how worried Issei still was. Underworld, dragon territory, underground tunnels. It had been half a week, with Issei training Sajji mostly in running away and building some muscle, as well as making his body better at using his sacred gear. Sajji had managed to land a few hits on Issei in his daily running and gunning training that Issei had made him do. His progress was interesting, as it went better than Issei, Azazel, and Sona had expected. Issei had to explain to them that he was in fact talking about Sajji when he told them about his progress. It had been so much of an unexpected thing that Azazel had to change his plans for Sajji, so that Issei had to finish the basic part of the training for Sajji in the first week. Because he would be sent to Grigori for some upgrades and come back to the tunnels, where Issei was to finish his training. So now at the dawn of the day, Issei stood silently before Sajji, who was in his running gear. A pair of shorts, a t-shirt and running shoes. Issei finally looked up, making eye contact with Sajji, who twitched a bit at the sudden eye contact. Issei then smirked a bit, which made his fangs show. His body began to morph slightly, as his parts of his human features disappeared, and became more dragonic. Sajji walked a bit backwards, as he was not sure of what was happening, as normally Issei would give him a 0-second head start. He normally came in his true form and began a countdown. Issei. What's happening? Why aren't you in your woe? Sajji just barely dodged a slash attack from Issei, who now stood at 8 feet tall, and in his dragonic humanoid form. But Issei didn't answer, instead he slashed once again, then again and again. He slowly went into a pattern, which Sajji was having trouble dodging, as it became faster and faster for every time he dodged. Then Issei suddenly changed his approach, as he sent an uppercut towards Sajji, and also a wide swing from his left. Sajji dodged away from the uppercut, but got hit by the wide swing, sending him closer to Issei again, who kicked him away with a fast knee to his stomach. Sajji landed on his back, feeling the air in his lungs being shot out. He tried to support himself off the ground, but his sense told him to dodge, which he did as dent in the ground where he was earlier was made by Issei's left hand. Sajji got up quickly, jumping to the side as he felt his sense warning him of another attack at his lower legs, which happened as Issei's tail swung right where his feet had been a few moments ago. Issei. What are you doing? Chill out. Issei almost got him again with 2 side slashes, making Sajji have to duck under, then backstep before Issei's tail could stab him. Sajji then had to dodge back again as Issei tried to hit with a double hammer fist, which ended with breaking the ground under it, along with making the tunnel shake. What am I doing? I am attacking you, you idiot! Now fight back already! Issei roared as he sent another left fist flying towards Sajji, who dodged out of the way, only to be caught by Issei's right leg sending him into the wall. Why? Is this part of okay? Fine, I'll fight. Issei had sent his right fist into wall Sajji had been in, making Sajji dodge out of the way, then finally taking a fighting stance. Issei smirked as he saw this, and took his own. They both stood still for a bit. Sajji was sweating as he was vastly weaker compared to Issei. Even when Issei was in his human form he was still weaker than him. Issei stood still and just grinned, showing his sharp teeth. He had barely broken a sweat yet. A little drop of sweat rolled down the side of Sajji's face, hanging onto his chin before falling off. Time slowed down, as Sajji raised his arms to defend himself, while Issei began to shout off on his clawed feet. When the drop landed, Issei was slashing, kicking and slamming at Sajji's defense. Sajji could feel that his arms were begging to give in, by the light amount of blood he could feel on his arms, as well as the feeling of his bones slowly breaking. Issei held back a lot, and Sajji knew this, but even so this was still more than he could take. Come on, Sajji! Try a little bit. Use your sacred gear or something. Issei yelled as he kept his attack going at full force, which had begun to make Sajji have to step backwards slowly. Sajji could his left arm begging to give in, as it felt heavier and heavier for every second. The side of his stomach began to hurt as well, as Issei had begun to deal out attack all over Sajji's body. Sajji could feel himself up against the wall, literally, as he could no longer step backwards. Issei stopped his onslaught, stepping a bit back, letting his arms hang down to his sides. Sajji would move if he could, but his legs along with the rest of his body had taken more damage than he could handle. He fell onto his knees. He tried to support himself up against the wall, but it led to him falling onto his side. He couldn't feel his body, it was all numb. Issei stood there with a small grin, as his eyes looked a bit disappointed at how Sajji had done with this. He turned around and waved his hand towards him. Sajji could see someone in what looked like nun attire coming over. He couldn't see their face, but he could hear it was a girl by the sound her voice. Issei and the girl talked a bit, before Issei moved to the side, letting the girl see what state Sajji was in. She rushed over and kneeled down before him, summoning 2 rings on her hands, and began to envelop him in some green light. Issei, you really shouldn't go this far, just because he seems promising, yelled the girl, whose voice sounded familiar to Sajji as he could finally feel his body again. Yeah, I know, Asia. But lucky I brought you along just for the slight chance that he wasn't prepared for it. Sajji's eyes widened. Well, they would if he could manage that right now, but he could barely manage anything other than listening to them talking. I am happy that you at least thought this could happen, but Sona and Rias Wani-sama wouldn't be happy when they learn about this, Asia said in a tone Sajji had never expected from the kind-hearted devil. It seemed like a mother talking to her teenage son. I know, and I plan to take that storm head-on when the time comes. Just heal the brat, okay? Issei hissed back, as he crossed his arms, making his rather impressive amount of muscle show. Asia stopped her healing, as she had done all she could, which had made poor Sajji able to feel again. It also meant he could now feel the former pain in his body. All that pain and relief combined made him feel weirdly tired and sore all over, like he had just woken up from hard training day. Issei went over to Sajji, helping him sit probable so that he would be in less pain. There you go, Sajji. Sorry for not telling you beforehand, but I needed to see if you could take action or defend yourself if I or someone else suddenly attacked you, Issei said, earning himself a harsh glare from Asia, and a tired nod from Sajji as he could barely think straight as his brain was still in a fight or flight state. Okay. Just warn me next time. Thank the mouse Asia was here. Wait. Why is Asia here? Sajji asked, as he found some composure as his body didn't feel as bad anymore. Asia and Issei gave each other a quick look, before Issei sighed and walked a bit down the tunnel, before turning back with what looked like 3 bento boxes. Eat first, then I'll let Miss Argento explain her sudden presence after that. Got it? Issei ordered, which Sajji agreed to right away as he knew it wouldn't be worth it to push for it now. And besides, he would get to know why no matter what, so what could be harm? Time skip, after lunch. I tell you, Rias makes the best lunch. I swear I'll have her be my mate and marry her soon enough, so stop laughing, Sajji, roared in slight intoxicated Issei, as his lunch had held a slight bit of magic in it to make him more open, something Rias hadn't put in. No, it was Azazel, but luckily for him, Issei didn't know yet, and just thought Rias had done this for reasons. Sorry, I am not laughing, I just find it funny when you speak so openly about how much you love Rias-sama. It's admirable, Sajji said as he looked down on his lunch, cursing slightly how unmanly he was being unable to do the same as Issei. Asia was also laughing a bit at Issei's expense, but Issei wasn't as he noticed Sajji's slight gloom. He grinned knowingly, as he could almost feel it off him now that he looked closely. Should I say it? Nah, what's the point? Am I not teaching him about romance, but fighting and his sacred gear? Issei thought, taking one last bite of a stewed dragon apple. Sajji looked up again, as he had remembered the promise/order Issei had made earlier. So, are you going to tell me now? Why Asia is here? Sajji asked, gaining the attention of the two. Issei sighed, as he didn't really want to, but it had to be done. Keep this quiet, or else you will be joining your grandparents in the afterall a lot sooner than you might have planned, got it? Issei threatened, with a glare that could kill. It didn't help that he let his aura rise, as to make the surrounding area bow down to his pure power. Sajji nodded frantically, hoping to never feel this kind of pressure ever again. Good. Do you remember that day when I was attacked by Kiba, and held Asia by my tail? Issei asked. Sajji sat for a small moment trying to remember, until it came back to him, as he remembered being smacked at least once that day. He nodded with shame, as the place he was smacked also came back to him. Okay then, because that day I made a discovery about Miss Argento here. You see, she and me share this weirdly family-like bond, much like you and me. I didn't really understand why, so when I went to Issei was interrupted as Sajji began to speak out of nowhere. Family bond? You and me? How is that possible? Aren't you like from the underworld and a mix between a devil and dragon? Sajji asked, as was more surprised and a bit more interested in this family bond Issei felt towards him. Issei just sighed, before getting into a more comfortable position, as he felt this was going to take long. Yes, I feel a family bond to you. But there is an obvious reason why. You are the host of Retara, who is my old man, therefore I would feel this way towards any host of him, even more so if they also house his soul. Issei explained, making Sajji nod. Also, I am not a devil and dragon hybrid, I am a mix between a dragon and a half-dragon human. I became a devil because of Rias. And also, I was born on Earth in India in one of Retara's most well-guarded prisons. Issei stops himself, before revealing too much about himself. Luckily the idiot that is Sajji, ask another dumb question, at least that's what Issei thinks. Oh, so you're from India, cool. Then I guess you must love curry? Issei just sighed even louder, as this was like the 500th time someone has said that to him. He decided to just get back on track, before Sajji could lead him down a long line of stupid questions. Anyways, so I felt this family bond with Asia for reason I didn't understand at the time and decided to investigate, albeit a bit roughly as I did knock her out so that I could take a look inside her soul, and such Issei got a hard chop to his head, as Asia looked at him with an angry gaze, as she had clearly not been aware of this. What? You should know that I am not really interested in consent and such. Issei explained like it was a normal thing to say. Sajji just essayed to sit silently, waiting for Issei to continue, which happened a bit after. Unways, so when I looked inside Asia's soul I found a remnant of another soul inside her, or more like another part of her soul. I decided to mix these two souls, as I thought it would interesting to do so, since the two souls seemed to be a part of each other. Issei explained. He checked on Sajji to see if he was following, which he surprisingly seemed to be, somewhat at least. So when she woke up again, she had gained these new memories of her past life, along with a few changes to her personality, as you can see. Issei finished. Sajji just nodded slowly as he had trouble understanding most of what Issei had said, but at the same he also felt he had missed the point Issei was going to explain regaining the whole family bond. So, I am just guessing here. But is Asia like related to you through this past life or version of her, that you contacted to her new self? Sajji asked, making both Issei and Asia giggled a bit, as this seemed to be the thing they had wanted him to ask them. Yep, she is my ma. What was that for? Issei asked, not noticing the shocked and confused face of Sajji, but was more focused on his mother's sudden slap on his cheek. You could have been more respectful when saying that. Treat your mother with respect. Asia explained while raising a finger in a commanding way, making Issei feel small in front of his mother. While this was happening, Sajji was in a state of confusion and doubt. How can this be real? Was all he could think. It ended up being so much for him, he fainted. The two others, when they noticed Sajji suddenly fainting, decided it was probable for the best. If he remembers this when he wakes up, then that's too bad, and if he downs, then no harm done. So what do we do now, Issei? Asia asked, while checking to see if Sajji was okay. Issei just watched Sajji's body for a few seconds, before snapping his fingers summoning a purple flame. You get back to training. I train him so that he can handle more of my old man's power, Issei said, as he snapped his fingers again, making the purple flame bigger, while also taking out every other flame in the tunnels. A day later. Come on now, Sajji! Hit me harder, faster! Come on, give it your all! Issei shouted as Sajji was trying his best to hurt Issei. Sajji threw his left fist as hard as he could, which Issei dodged, then returned his hit with a slash from his claws. Sajji kicked him, making Issei have to take a step back, and then take a fist to his shooter. Issei sent a combination of slashes and kicks Sajji way, who dodged almost every attack, only taking light damage. They had been at this for an hour now, with Sajji slowly becoming better at attacking and dodging, but still nowhere as good as Issei, whom had to hinder himself a lot still. Sajji made Issei have to move to his right, making him have slight gap between his arms and the tunnel's walls, which was Sajji's plan. He sent a kick on Issei's left side, which Issei took and tried to hit back with his left arm, only to have stopped by Sajji's right arm. Then Sajji, even after taking a lot of damage, managed to throw Issei into the wall, making him couch out his spit from the hit. Sajji smiled in victory still as he felt great pride for having outplayed Issei, making him let his guard down, which made him not notice Issei's right arm sliding across the rough stony wall of the tunnel. Sajji felt an immense pain hitting him his left side of his stomach, sending him flying backwards. He managed to stay on his feet, but just barely. His left arm had a nasty scratch across, as it had slid against the wall. Issei stepped into the middle of the tunnel, his body becoming darker for Sajji to look at, as the lights behind him were being covered by his sheer size. Well done, Sajji. I guess I'll have to kick it up a notch. Full scarlan. Issei spoke as his entire body became covered in scars, only the inner parts of his body were still just normal skin. He began to walk slowly towards Sajji, who got on his legs. He could feel his legs shaking as the sense of fear and tiredness was begging to seep in. So are you ready for this, Sajji? Or are you going to quit now? Issei mocked, as he purposely stumped on the ground hard enough to break it under his feet. Sajji swallowed, then let out a tired sigh, before getting his arms in a fighting stance. He glared at Issei, whom looked back with joy, until he noticed something new on Sajji. His eyes. They had a slight hint of purple in them, along with slight change of his aura around him. It felt like a young dragon's. Issei just began to grin as it showed how much Sajji has grown in small amount of time. I won't give up, not yet at least. Not until I have learned all I can from you, lizard. Sajji spoke in his determined tone Issei had ever heard. It made him look shocked, as he hadn't expected Sajji to take this so seriously. And he hadn't expected him to mock him with that nickname. It made the battle-hungry part of him extremely happy, that Sajji had more or less given consent to beat the shit out of him. It also angered his pride as a strong dragon that he would mock with that nickname, and now he had to pay for his defiance. Suit yourself, but don't tell me I didn't give you a chance, Issei said, as he suddenly leaped at Sajji, who just barely blocked his attack with arms. He looked up to see Issei smiling like a madman, his eyes fully opened and watching him so closely. Then in a single second, Issei began to attack with a mix of slashes, strikes, kicks and even a bit attack. Sajji had to block, dodge and counter-attack more than he had ever had to before. But for every hit he took or landed, he could himself becoming stronger for every exchange of attacks. He didn't know why, but he felt happy fighting now, like it's something he had never known he would enjoy. It was thing he didn't understand how he could like fighting, until Issei had told later on that day. As you grow stronger, so does your sacred gear. Even when you don't use it, it will become stronger. It will even sometimes make its host stronger without them using it. If you have noticed, I haven't made you use your sacred gear while we have been doing combat training, and it's because you'll need more training if I did, since your sacred gear is a dragon type, but even worse it's an evil dragon type. Issei explained. Sajji nodded, as he tried to understand more about his new powers and likes and dislikes. It will affect you in different ways than your average sacred gear. Many of the strongest sacred gears will all change their hosts slowly or over time, so that they can better use and control their powers. And this even more true for dragon-type ones, as they will slowly change your whole body into that of a dragon's. You remember how I told you that I am 5% devil? Issei asked, which Sajji nodded to, not really understanding where he was going with this. Well, that's how much of a devil I used to be. I am more like 0% or percent these days, the rest being evil dragon. Issei explained as he suddenly summoned his sacred gear, the boosted gear. And it's all because of Drake, as he keeps trying to change parts of my body into an dragon's one, but thanks to my heritage, it will all turn into evil dragon DNA instead. Issei spoke with a bit less life in his tone, as he looked darkly down one of the tunnels. Sajji sat quietly and watched him do so. Inside Sajji many emotions and thoughts were going through his head, but the most obvious one was his fear. Fear that Issei would become evil or turn towards evil. Or be forced into it by everyone around him. So you're trying to say, you're becoming more evil every time you use your sacred gear? Asked Sajji, receiving a slow nod from Issei. Sajji looked down as he felt bad for him, wishing he could help him. Even if he was bastard sometimes, he was still a good person, right? I am not alone in this, as Retara is turning you slowly into an evil dragon as well. We're both becoming evil. Issei spoke, making Sajji look up to see Issei still looking down the long dark tunnel. It made him stiffen up, as if he was frozen over with a spell. He felt so afraid of what this could mean for him, even more so what it could mean to those around him. But don't worry, you'll probably be dead by the time you become a real threat, and if not then I'll come and take you with me, Issei said, while still looking away. Sajji didn't know how to feel, but he knew his fear had become smaller, if not just a bit easier to deal with. Thank you, Issei. Underworld, Gremry territory. A heavy sigh was heard throughout the empty library of the Gremry Mansion, as Rias was sitting with a mountain of homework. Most of it being basic training, and how to be a good king, and other was advanced battle strategy. She had been hitting the books for a whole week straight now, only talking to her mother who would come by every other day, as well as her nephew Milikas. She was worried about peerage, mostly worried that they wouldn't learn anything or become stronger. She was also worried about Issei, as he had been acting weird the night before he was sent to train Sajji. It was so unlike him to be silent and not make a single comment, almost like he was dealing with something internal. Even when she tried to get an answer out of him, he gave very little information, and had managed to switch the topic and then feed her ego by letting her be on top. Rias felt annoyed that he wouldn't tell her his problems, but it also slightly made her happy that he was still able to fight back. It made him more fun to be with. If one of the maids or her family had been in the room, they could see a slightly creepy smile on Ria's face, as well as a blush she just shouldn't have. Her thoughts were anything but pure, as she enjoyed these little things about Issei way too much, in a not very pure way. Hopefully, he will tell me when he is done with that idiot. Rias suddenly changed her face's expression back to that of her boredom as she heard the faint sound of someone coming. As light steps were heard throughout the halls of the library, she breathed out, then in, before turning back to her work trying to make it look like she was working. She kept listening for where the person was going, and judging by how loud and close their footsteps sounded, she could only guess they were here to talk with her. So then the second accusation, who was it? Thanks to the many magical books, few artifacts and such around in the library, her senses become quite dull, and she has a harder time detecting people. I can hear that they're wearing shoes, so most likely a man. They sound a bit heavy, so it could be father or maybe Azazel? Gus, I'll know when they show up fully. Rias thought, as she began to focus a bit more on her work, still listening in on the man walking towards her. He had a fast step, as he would take a step every other second, instead of the other people she would normally hear, who took around a second or two for each step. She could guess they wanted to see her, which led her to think it could maybe be her brother. Then the walking stopped. The last step had been taken just on the other side of a bookcase, containing, funnily enough, a detailed history of the Gremrys. Rias turned towards it, waiting for him to turn the corner and show himself. She was getting quite interested in knowing who this person could be. Her three main Gus were still her father, Azazel, and her older brother. All for the fact they would be the only people to interrupt her outside of her nephew and mother. She heard a knock from the other side of the bookcase, making her smile a bit, as this person was treating this bookcase like a door to a room. A door to Rias's room. You may enter. Rias spoke, giggling a bit at the slightly childish approach of this person. But she was not ready for who came out from around the corner, and the first to sit her off was the lightly gold-like skin reminding her of a yellow moon. Then the long locks of black and golden hair, and underneath came the face of a rather handsome man. His eyes were closed, but he wore a rather large grin as he stepped into the doorway. Rias felt fear at the sight of him, as she could feel power radiating off of him, a lot of it. Even more than Issei or Surzek's combined. She sat frozen in her chair, as the man stood with his shoulders up against the bookcase, in the only way out of this small room of bookcases. "Hello, Lady Rias, it has been some now, hasn't it?" the man asked, much to the confusion of Rias, who was confused as to how this man knew her, and how she didn't remember like him at all. The man gained a lightly confused face, at the sight of Rias's fearful one. "Oh, Rias, don't worry, I am not here to hurt you. I just wanted to talk to you about my nephew, Issei, that's all," the man stated, while raising his hands in peaceful gesture. It helped Rias calm herself, but only slightly, as this man kept making her feel more scared for every word he spoke. Even more so that last bit. "Is he Issei's uncle? Then how have I no memory of him?" It took a lot of willpower for her, just to nod and sit in a way to make him feel he was being listened to. She did mostly as she felt he could kill her, and everyone here in a heartbeat if he wanted to. Good. Well, since it seems you don't remember me, I guess should reintroduce myself," the man said before he snapped his fingers, making the entire room shake at the sudden release of his power. But this was not the most shocking thing he did, because what he had summoned into his hand was even more terrifying. Black lighting was dancing around his fingertips, and jumping onto a few pieces of metal nearby and destroying it completely. Rias knew that only one being could use this kind of magic, which only made her dread the chance that this was said person, and not just some man who had learned to do so too. "My name is Krom Kruch, the Crescent Moon Dragon and uncle to Issei Hijishiki. Pleasure to meet you again after so many years, Rias Gremory." Krom reached out his other hand, as the other still held a few glimpses of lighting. Rias reached slowly to shake his hand, as she feared even more now for not only her life, but the entirety of the Devil territory. But even more pressing, why would Krom come all this way, just to talk with her, when he could just go and talk with Issei first? She felt his raw strength, when he gripped her hand in his own, almost crushing it as he shook it. She took her hand back in a swift movement, as her instincts were yelling at her to run away or else she would die. But she couldn't, and she knew that, and so did Krom as he made it so. As he had more or less taken both her and her entire home hostage, which made Rias try her best to recollect herself and try to make the most out of this shit of situation. Or at least try to make everyone being kept hostage be able to see another day. "What do I owe the pleasures of such a sudden visit from the ultimate evil dragon?" Rias nervously asked. Her left hand was clenched so tightly, to try to keep her from fainting or seeming weak. It seemed to work, as Krom opened his eyes, showing her his two differently colored eyes. One black as the abyss, the other as golden as the wings on Archmichael. His smile spread it out into a bigger one, making Rias shiver at the unnatural face expressions he could muster. "Oh, do I need a reason to meet my nephew's mate? You're my niece, you know. So I should visit you at least once, right?" Krom said, making Rias feel less tense, but also slightly worried what this could mean for her. But also bugged her a little that Krom saw Rias as Issei's mate, when Issei was nothing above a lover or plaything to Rias, but this was probably not the right time to say that. And more so with this man in front of her. "Really? Hee. Then thank you, Uncle Mhp." Rias's mouth was covered by Krom's hand, as he slightly skeused her face. "Don't you dare call me that. Do you really think I will let you call me that? Just because I am calling you my niece, doesn't mean you can call me your uncle. If you were a dragon then maybe, but you're not now, are you, you fightly devil whore?" Krom spoke as his sparks of dark lighting flew around him. His razor-sharp teeth were on full display, along with his slit eyes. He didn't need to turn into a form similar to Issei's half-human, half-dragonic form to show off his dragonic body. He was a full dragon after all, and one of the strongest ones at that. "Now listen here, niece," I will only say this once. I see you as a weakness to my nephew and his future, but because he loves you as much he does, I will let you live. But once he finds someone better, or just leaves you, I will personally kill you for toying with his heart. Is that understood? Rias shook her head frantically, as this threat was not one to underestimate, not by any means, as it came from the strongest, non-god, dragon alive. Crumb let go of her face and let the lighting die out. Good, now tell me where I can find my nephew? Was all he asked, to which Rias chose to tell him, which seemed to annoy him as he sighed heavily. He then stomped on the ground, making a stake of black lighting hit him. Once it was gone, so was he, leaving only a burnt floor along with a terrified Rias, who just sat in her chair unable to breathe with all that had just happened. She decided to not do anything for the rest of that day, and just sat with her fears slowly disappearing. But like heck she could do that, since it hit her right after that she had put Sajji and the dragon near Issei lactation in danger. Oh, for the love of the mouse, what have I done? Underworld, dragon territory, tunnels. Alright, see you tomorrow, Sajji, and don't slack off just because you're getting an upgrade. Issei spoke, as Sajji nodded while holding a backpack and standing on a circle with a dragon crest on it. The circle soon vanished in a bright purple light, along with Sajji leaving Issei alone in the tunnels. So what does the son of an evil dragon king do when he don't have to train a wimp or listen to dumb devils all day? He turns into his true form and sleep at the bottom of a deep hole, with his few treasures surrounding him. Which happened to be pictures of Rias and him as kids, with a few left-over piece of some white armor. Thanks to his many years in imprisonment, Issei hadn't really have a chance to make himself a hoard of gold and gems, like many others his age or at his power level, leaving him with personnel items and leftover battle trophies. The life of Issei Hijishiki was hard, and he knew that as he felt slight shame that his most precious treasure would be seen as little less than a shameful retelling of the princess, an evil dragon's story every human child has been told. But even so, this was still 100 times better than trying to sleep with chains all over one's body, and so he could find enough comfort to fall asleep here. He could even snore, which made the surrounding tunnels shake slightly every time he did. This is the life. No chains, no dumb pure-blood devils ordering me around, no crows and no Sajji. If only every day could be like this. Issei thought as he continued his half-awake sleep through most of his afternoon, until he felt someone enter his territory. He could feel them clearly, as they walked down his tunnels with little to no shame or tried to be stealthy, as he could feel the light vibrations of their footsteps. Well, there goes that afternoon. Now let's see what these guys might be after. Issei thought, as he morphed himself into a smaller version of himself, before slithering out into the tunnels, with the group of intruders, which was a group of 5 low-ranking devil kids, 2 of them being close to teenage age. 2 of the younger kids had dark hair, one was a girl, and the other a boy. The 2 older ones had dark red hair and the other dark blue hair, both were boys. The last one had golden hair and was a girl. Come on now, just a bit longer. I heard a dragon was sleeping down here. The dark blue-haired boy said, as he marched onwards, with the younger kids following him. The second oldest was behind them all as he wasn't so keen on this whole thing. Are you sure this is okay? I heard from my grandmother that this place is dragon territory. We shouldn't be here. The dark red-haired boy said, but the others chose to ignore him and continued walking down the dark tunnels. The blue-haired kid summoned a flame in his hands, as a light source. The younger kids looked on in aware as he was able to do this, something they all still hadn't learned how to do. I know, it's pretty hard to do, but if you just train hard enough you can maybe be as strong as I am one day. Ain't that right, Millie Cass? The blue-haired kid asked, Millie Cass, who was looking around frantically. Yeah, sure, can we leave now? I don't want to get in trouble with my grandmother again, Millie Cass said, as he stopped the whole group with his worries. The younger kids just looked towards the other older kid, the blue-haired one. He smirked and made himself look bigger just slightly, before speaking again. Oh? You scared of your grandmother? Puff, she ain't anything special, now this come on. Who cares what she thinks? The blue-haired kid said, as he began to walk down the tunnels again. Millikas decided to follow after them, even if he didn't want to and knew his grandmother would scold him, to not even think about what his parents would do. But he also did to protect the other kids, as he was the only one with strong magic in the group, even if he could only fire 4 or 5 balls of destruction. There would still be enough to hopefully let the others escape. The kids turned another corner, but when they did, they all froze. Millikas didn't, as he didn't feel frightened by this feeling that was hanging in the air. He could feel it wasn't Dragon's irritation, but it felt familiar to him for some weird reason. "Are you guys okay?" he asked, hoping slightly the other kids would turn tail and head home. But unfortunately the blue-haired one was either brave or really, really dumb. So I see the dragon sees me as a worthy enemy. Come on, we must be close," he yelled as he began to sprint down the tunnel, summoning another flame in his other hand. The other kids stayed behind with Millikas. "What should we do, Millikas?" "I am scared, Millikas." "Can we go home now, Millikas? I don't want to follow after Alex anymore," said the younger kids. Millikas tried to calm them down, before telling them to head out again and that he would go get Alex. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I am Millikas Gremory, and I won't let that idiot be harmed," Millikas said, as the younger kids looked at him with admiration, before he made them all run out of the cave again. Then he himself went deeper into the tunnels, walking slowly and carefully as to further iterate the dragon who lived here. He tried to listen for Alex's footsteps, but he couldn't hear them at all. He could someone watching his every step, almost like the tunnels were alive and were watching him. He wanted to go home to his family, but he couldn't let his friend die or get harmed. Even if he was an idiot, he was still his best friend. "Alex! Alex, are you there?" Millikas called out in a whisper-like yell, but he received no answer, other than the silence which was beginning to get to him. He turned around frantically at the smallest sound, which seemed to happen more and more, for every step deeper into the tunnels he went. He stopped dead in his tracks, when he felt a wet yet hot sensation touch his feet. He looked down hoping he wouldn't see piss. "Oh, thank the mouse. But still EW," Millikas said as he felt a little bit more calm, as it seemed like this was Alex's piss, which meant he had probably been scared off by the dragon. So then came the next accusation: where was he? If he really had been scared off by the dragon, then shouldn't he had run into him by now? That idiot. "Gus, I'll have to look in one of the other tunnels," Millikas said, as he began his search again. He began walking back to where he came from, with no idea that the dragon was standing right next to the pool of piss, with an fainted Alex in his hands. "Oh, so you're Millikas's friend? Oh, too bad, that Don's mean shit to me. Now what to do?" Issei thought, as began to head back to his lair with Alex in his arms. Issei didn't really notice the smell of piss, as the most noticeable smell was the kid's fear that was just reeking off him. It's a rather sweet smell for most evil races, even more so for ones with a great sense of smell, like dragons. He dropped him on top of a small pile of leather that Sajji had made into his bed this week. "Now then, I guess it's time for you wake up, or else I might make you into tonight dinner," Issei said, as he flicked Alex's head hard enough to leave a bruise, but also hard enough to make him wake up again. He looked around weakly, before noticing Issei, who was in his half-human and dragon form, which obviously made him back away. "No! Don't kill me!" he cried out, waving his hand out in front of him, like it would protect him or something. Issei just sighed, before he calmly inhaled and then suddenly made a hole in the wall next to the kid's head. "Shut it, devil!" he spoke in a cold voice, making Alex freeze from fear of his show of his strength and speed. "Good, now tell me what you and your devil friends were doing in a dragon's territory?" Issei asked in a bit more friendly tone, but Alex was still too afraid to answer, making him lose his patience, something he had thought he had a lot of as he sat in chains and waited most of his life. "Speak now or you'll never see your family again," Issei yelled out, showing off his dangerously sharp teeth, making the area gain a strong acidic smell. It came from Alex's already piss pants, which just made Issei sigh even more. Issei sat back in more relaxing way, before snapping his fingers, making a few lights light up the room. Alex, being a child, forgot about his dire situation for a brief second, as the many dancing lights were cool to look at. He would have smiled if not for the sight of Issei, sitting in a bit of shade, making him look scary. "Don't worry, kid, I just want to know why you would come in here, then you can go." "Okay, I promise," Issei said, flashing a friendly smile at Alex, who, while still being scared, gathered a small bit of courage to speak. "Me and my friends came here to see a sleeping dragon. I ran ahead to fight it. But you scared me and so Alex mumbled on about being scared and stuff. Issei sat and listened to the small bits he could get, before sighing at the reasoning and such. "You really came here just to see a dragon sleeping? Are you that dumb? I mean, really, are you that dead set on dying an early death? Didn't your parents tell you to never approach a sleeping dragon?" Issei said in an angry voice, as he began to scold Alex for his stupid behavior, which Alex rather maturely expected. "I know. I didn't mean for the others to be harmed or anything. I just wanted to look cool in front of them. You know?" Alex said as he tried to hide behind his legs. Issei just sighed again, as he now remembered why he hated kids. "They're all stupid, even more than prideful old fools," he thought, before standing up and reaching a hand out to Alex. "I understand, kid, now let's get you out of here." Issei spoke as he reached a hand out to Alex, who took it hesitantly, before standing up himself and following after Issei. Alex looked up to see Issei's face, as he thought that even though he was scary to be with, he looked really cool. But he didn't see the cool face, instead he just saw Issei looking at him with scary grin. "But before we get you of here, I'll need you to do something for me, Alex." Time skip. Millikas and the other kids stood outside, waiting for Alex to come. Grafia had come as well, as she had to bring the kids back home and scold Millikas for going into dragon territory. They had waited for half an hour, with no sign of Alex coming out. Grafia wanted to go inside and find the kid, but she needed to bring the other ones back first, but she couldn't just leave if did happen to come out while she was not there. "Mother, do you think Alex is okay?" Millikas asked. He even held on to her hand with a tight grip, making his worries obvious to Grafia. She bent a bit down so that she could pat his head in reassuring way. "I am sure he will be fine. He's probably just lost in there. But let's hope one of the dragons who live here, Alex." Grafia and the others noticed in the light parts of the tunnels a young boy walking out with wounds all over his body. Grafia began to rush over to check on him, until she saw that he was holding someone's hand in his left hand. She chose to stand between the kids and this unknown man, as she couldn't see who he was thanks to him walking in darker parts of the tunnels. "Who are you? What happened to that boy?" Grafia asked, as she released a bit of her magic, just to get the point across. The man just chuckled lightly, still walking with Alex's hand in his own. When he spoke, he shocked Grafia and made Millikas happy. "Geez, Grafia, I saved one of Millikas's friends and the first thing you do is threaten me?" Issei spoke as he came out with Alex next to him. Grafia was happily surprised by him being here, but changed her focus when she noticed how injured Alex was. He was shaking as walking all the way out had been more than he could right now. She rushed over and took him in her arms, looking over part of him worriedly. "Alex? Alex, are you okay?" she asked frantically, receiving a weak nod from Alex, who began to cry and hug her tightly as his tear began to flow down in streams. "Grafia, I was so scared. A dragon attacked me? He hurt me. But Issei saved me. He came and beat the dragon." Alex spoke weakly, while Grafia was trying to comfort him. Issei just stood back, looking mildly bored as he didn't really care about this whole thing. Grafia looked over towards him, making him switch his expression from bored to a more relaxed look. "Thank you, Issei. Thank you for helping him. I hope he didn't cause too much trouble for you," Grafia said, while bowing with head, which Issei did back. "It was nothing. I just happened to be stationed here for the whole training thing with Sajji. But I hope you kids have learned something. Don't go near the dragon territory, or other kind." Issei looked briefly at Alex, who cowered away from his gaze. "Won't always be nearby when you go into our territory, so let this be a lesson to you all." Issei said, with a serious tone. All of the kids nodded before Graphia took them all back to the Gremry territory. Underworld, Gremry territory. I hope we can become great friends. Akino-chan hihi. Akino sprung up from her bed, sweat flying off her as she did. She tried to calm herself with deep breaths, even putting a hand over her heart as the beating pain had begun to set in. It seemed to work slightly, as her breathing became more controlled, and her heart calmed down little by little. She took a few more calming breaths, before she looked at the room she was in, scanning for anything or anyone. The room was dark, the only light being that of the artificial moon's light shining in, leaving small spots of light on the floor. She looked carefully at her room, noticing nothing that shouldn't be here. She stood up a short bit after, just to make herself feel telltale safe. She went over to the little kitchen room, looked inside while staying in the open doorway. Nothing, only the light sound of the refrigerator could be heard. She then headed over to the bathroom, but before she opened the door, she noticed that the lights were on inside of the bathroom. She wouldn't have noticed, if not for her feet stepping on something wet, as when she had looked down she could see a small wave of light under the door. She put up her guard as she prepared a silent ice spell. She reached for the doorknob, and after taking a few quick breaths opened up the door and pointed her hand with the spell on towards the room. No one. There was no one inside. The light had been on because she had forgotten to turn it off. She shut the door and went over to her bed again, picking up her watch on her nightstand to check the time. It was a little over midnight, just like the times before. She sighed heavily, before lying down on her bed again as she was going to try to get at least a bit more sleep. This had become a part of her routine as the days of the training camp had passed, always the same nightmare, and it would always get longer for each night, and she would always wake up at midnight. Needless to say, she doesn't get much sleep these days, at least not in the underworld. Dragon territory, underground tunnels, below the cold and hard rocky terrain that was most of the dragon territory, in the tunnels of old devil mining operations, a blue circle had appeared. It had the Citri family crest on it, but with few differences, making it the teleportation circle of servant or peerage member. And it was a peerage member, namely Sajji, pawn of Sona Citri, who appeared out of the blue light, with a bag over his left shoulder. He looked around the tunnel, a small smile on his face as he had missed this place, even if he had almost been killed while training with Issei. But now he was back and had gotten a few upgrades from Azazel. He hadn't gotten used to them yet, but he could definitely feel that he was stronger, even if it was only a little bit more than before. Though he knew that he would become even stronger, as Azazel had told him the next part of his training with Issei was going to be him mastering his new gained strength. Speaking of Issei, where was he? Sajji had kinda hoped he would be standing here and waiting for him, or at least had been nearby or left a note, or… Is that a statue of Rias? Sajji was stunned as he locked his eyes on a rather nice statue of Rias, and even more when he noticed that she wasn't made of sandstone, she was just the curves of her body, her firm yet still soft looking, and her nope. I know this is a trap. So just come out already, Issei, Sajji yelled, blushing slightly for letting his guard down, but he still received no sign that Issei was there. He felt like he was alone, well, at least physically alone. He let down his bag and began to walk down the tunnels, trying to search for Issei with his more sensitive sense. But much like the name suggests, they are more sensitive and Sajji hasn't had time to get used to them yet. He suddenly felt a major urge to gag, maybe even throw up. He didn't know why, but it just came over him as he passed down a corner of the tunnels. Then he found why, just as he turned the corner. His foot had hit a thick type of liquid. He didn't know 100% what it was, but he could tell just by the smell that it had a lot of iron in it. He reached a hand down, touching the liquid slightly, before taking his dirted hand up and looking at it. He wanted to gag. He wished he hadn't looked more into it. It was blood, and a lot of it as far as he could smell. And it only seemed to get worse further down the tunnel. He stood still, almost frozen in place. Questioned why there was blood here, and whose blood it was. And did Issei have something to do with it? Had Issei been attacked, or had he attacked someone? He felt a slight push of some sort, not by someone but by his mind, by his instincts. He felt the need to go further and find the source of all this blood. With slow and weak steps, Sajji began to walk down the tunnel, walking on the left side of the blood. He could feel that he was reaching the source, that this thing inside him wanted him to reach. He didn't feel he was in control, but more like an observer. He passed down another corner, and as he did he was hit with this new and much stronger smell. Rot. Decay. Meat. Sajji began to try and take some form of control again. He tried to walk away and forget this, maybe even hope that Issei would tell him what had happened, that it was some monster that he killed, or it was someone he had tried to save from a monster. Just something else than whatever this thing inside of him wanted to see. He felt his slowly being pulled towards the tunnel, and down towards the source of the blood, and this slowly intoxicating smell of meat. His body didn't listen to him, like he was just a soul stuck inside of it. He began to walk in the blood, it slapsing to the sides and drenching his shoes and pants. What in the name of the original Satans is this? He reached a cave where he saw a hill of bodies. His body had stopped. Sajji could feel he was slowly gaining back control, but how was that going to help now? His legs suddenly gave out, and he sat on his knees. The blood being deep here began to drench all of his pants, and now his shirt too. He didn't care about that. He just wanted to know what he was looking at here. He counted the bodies, something he wished he hadn't, as it seemed to be well over 0 people, maybe even 0. He was stunned at this, but he was even sickened by this. Even more so when his eyes adjusted to the dark, and he began to see faces of younger people, some who were old, and even one who looked like a child. But that was only the tip of the iceberg, as he also saw their main bodies, their missing limbs, and some even lost their heads. He was completely stunned at the sight, so much so that he didn't hear footsteps approaching him from behind. They stopped, only a short distance from him. "You found your legacy, kid. It's less up than I had expected." The person behind him spoke. It sounded old and had a powerful tone to it, like it could make any person bow to them. Like a king. Sajji was still locked in place, but he heard what the man had told him. What do you mean my legacy? Sajji asked, horrified at the idea of this being his doing, in some way or form. The older man just hummed a bit, before walking closer to him, stopping on the side of Sajji. Sajji became scared of the newfound closeness, but also curious of the person next to him. He could only see he wore shoes, had dark skin, and wore a black cape with purple or yellow lines on it. "I mean that you, Sajji Genshiro, will one day leave behind this as part of your story. This will be the thing people will remember you for, another power-hungry dragon-type sacred gear host." The old man spoke, before he began to hum again in a weird, almost Forgian tone, with a few words that Sajji didn't know. Sajji began to think about what he said, that this was the thing people would remember him for. "Why?" he asked softly, but loud enough for the old man to stop humming, and give an answer. "Because that is the fate of those who are chosen as hosts for a sealed dragon soul. But be glad, this is the smallest pill in history, at least for my hosts," the old man said, before continuing to hum his song. Sajji would have asked another question, but the last bit he said hit him hard. This old man was not just some ghost or whatever, he was Retara. Sajji looked up to his side, his face morphing into a shocked expression as he made eye contact with Retara. This was Retara, the evil dragon king and one of the only dragons who had been sealed into sacred gears. Sajji, while admiring or being horrified, he didn't really know anymore, started to notice something about him. He looked an awful lot like Issei. He was only taller and more mature in his facial features. This starring of his didn't go unnoticed as Retara smirks with pride, something that Sajji also thought looked like Issei. "Oh, you are an interesting host indeed. And you obviously know when you see a handsome man, but don't be an ass, I hate people like that," Retara said, making Sajji quickly look away. He didn't really know what else to look at, as he could only look at the future of his legacy. Where was it? The pill of bodies, the blood, it was all gone. Sajji looked to his side, expecting Retara to also be gone, but he was still there. "Retara, what is happening? Where was the hill? Sajji, where are you just talking with Retara?" Issei asked, the now even more confused Sajji as he looked back at him, now seeing the younger version of Retara standing in his place. What? What is going on? Sajji asked himself out loud, which made Issei look confused. Well, I think you just got your first meeting with your partner. Congrats, it seems to not have been as bad as I heard it would be, as he always does something like showing them their future. But don't worry, it's only a possible outcome, Issei said, trying to comfort Sajji, who felt a bit better after hearing that, but he still couldn't really shake away that image from his head. It was going to haunt him for a long time, and he had a feeling that wasn't going to be the only time he would see stuff like this. But at least he knew that it wasn't a preset way for him, that it wasn't his fate. It was only a possible future, and if he didn't want it, then he would have to become stronger so he can choose his own legacy. Thank Office, he didn't notice that I made feel less dread, or else he would question his own morals. Well, I hope he is ready for the next 3 weeks. Issei thought. Big time skip, underworld dragon territory. The dawn of the last day of Azazel's training camp had come, and with it came a bunch of relief and happy cries from the many victims of Azazel's training methods. Even more so from Sajji, as he could finally go outside the tunnels again, after being stuck there for over half a month with Issei. He wouldn't say it was all bad, as he did get stronger, faster, and much better at using his sacred gear. He even got upgraded, so that he now had all the pieces of Retara's sacred gear, thanks to Azazel. It had been tough at times, sometimes even life-threatening, but he had survived every step and gotten stronger from it. So when he woke up that morning, he wasn't filled with the slight fear of what Issei would make him do, but instead with excitement over what Sona would say about his progress. He even hoped Issei would say something nice about him, like he did a few weeks back. He didn't know why, but he got very happy whenever Issei would speak well of his training. He thought it was probably something like, that bit of him that is a dragon is happy that he, a stronger dragon, is speaking well of him. He didn't think too much about it, but he wanted to hear him say something like that about him again. Aren't you in love with that Citri girl? Asked Retara, through the mental connection that he and Sajji had recently opened between each other. Sajji blushed at this, as he didn't know that the host of the dragon or spirit can't hide their emotions and such from said spirit or dragon. Yeah. I mean, just a little, what's it to you? He asked, still blushing a bit at his obvious crush for Sona. It's just that I thought by how you see my hatchling, that you were in love with him? Guess I was wrong. Retara said. If Sajji could see him, then he would see a giant snake shrugging. Sajji just began to blush even more than before. How could Retara just something like it was nothing, and what did he mean? It seemed like Sajji was maybe in love with Issei. These were thoughts that were going through Sajji's head, something Retara looked in on and found amusing to see his host panic over. Why do you think that? Just because he looks good doesn't mean I like him. I just respect him for being strong. Yeah, that's it, Sajji answered back, hoping that shut Retara up. It didn't. Oh really? Then why was one of the first things you were thinking when you woke up him? I know my hatchling looks good, but I don't think that's what has taken your interest in him. Retara spoke, making Sajji quiet as Retara's words carried a bit of insight he couldn't deny. Sajji wouldn't disagree that he had an interest in Issei, but with Retara's little insight, or at least his words, it made him think about what kind of interest he had. Was it just friendship? Was it maybe a desire to be as strong as him? A desire to help him with his own demons? Or did he maybe like him, a bit more than just a friend? Maybe you got a point there. I haven't really thought about it. Not now, young one, he is coming. Act normal. We'll discuss this later. Retara interrupted, as Sajji could now hear Issei's footsteps creeping closer. Before he stood at the front of the tunnel, Sajji had turned into his sleeping spot. Good morning, Sajji. Are you ready to get back to a normal bed? Because I sure am. Sleeping on rocks for a month has made my back sore. Issei spoke as he came fully around the corner, carrying a big bag full of metal stuff, judging by the sound coming from it. Sajji sat there for a minute before he woke up fully, and stood up. Yes. Yes, I am ready to sleep in a normal bed again. And Issei? Sajji said with a bit of blush. Issei just looked at him confused, though with his slitted eyes it just made him look angry. Yes, Sajji, what is it? He asked cruisily, his tone being friendly enough, but his eyes still looked like he wanted to kill. Sajji glooped, before bowing deeply. I just wanted to thank you for training me, and for teaching me about what I can really do. Thank you, Issei, Sajji said in the most respectful tone he could muster. Issei was taken a bit aback. After a bit of no one saying anything, Sajji looked up to see Issei hiding his face behind his left hand. Issei, you okay? Sajji asked, concerned that he might have done something to upset him. At least he was until he saw Issei's face, which held a cocky smirk. He gulped just from fear of what this meant. Oh, so you're thankful? Don't be, I did this for myself, you were just a byproduct. Issei said, though his voice wasn't cold or unfriendly, it was just as before. Sajji had been with Issei for a long time now, and had learned that Issei just acts this way, and doesn't let people see him as being weak. He knew that this was pretty much the closest he would get to a "you did great, so be proud of yourself" he was going to get from Issei. You may say that, but I know you helped me more than you needed to some of the time, so don't act like you didn't care. Sajji said back, with a less than cocky smirk, but of a friendly one. Issei just waved his left hand, as he turned around and began walking down the tunnel. Whatever you say, anyways, are you coming or what? We have to be back at, or else we'll be late for Azazel's gift, Issei said, but with a hidden smirk. Sajji looked at his wristwatch, seeing the clock was already. He picked up his bags, and ran up to the side of Issei. Do you know what he will give us? Sajji asked. Oh, it's something good, trust me on that. Issei answered back, still hiding his smirk. Small time skip, underworld, Gremry territory, good job everyone. Your hard work and sore bodies have now all been rewarded, as you have become stronger, some more so than I had imagined. Azazel said as he had knowing smirk, the same one Issei had, though none of the others really noticed, or chose not to comment. So as a reward besides the party held for the Devil Heir's youth tomorrow, I will now give you the greatest gift I can grant you all, Azazel said, as he slowly raised his left hand. They all looked at it, curious as to what would happen when and what he would give them. Hopefully it's Phoenix Tears, or maybe a book on sacred gears, Rias said to Sona, who nodded agreeing with her idea. Yes, either of those two would be nice, and most definitely useful, Sona answered back. Azazel's hand stopped, then opened up as it was the robotic arm he had gotten, after his fight with Kateria Leviathan. In the air space between the many split parts of that was his arm, a mirror of sorts had taken place. All of them looked curiously at it, and wondered what it meant. Then they began to notice it held the image of someone in it. A giant black snake, with golden and purple lines going down its body, and with two massive purple eyes staring right at them. They all realized what this meant, even more so did Sajji, as he had seen those eyes a lot more than he would like to admit. It was Issei in his true form. Rias and Sona knew based on the golden lines, this was his truest form where he, after hellish training and a lot of negotiating with Drag, had been able to add his boost ability to this form, thus making it the strongest form he can take. This form alone can make him, with at least 60 or so more years he could become the third heavenly dragon, as he is already the third or second dragon king alone with this form. This is your reward, kids. Hope you'll enjoy your fight with a Dragon King level dragon at full power, Azazel said as he closed his arm, and walked off the little pedestal he had been standing on before. All of them turned back towards the now transformed Issei. He was watching them all with his slitted eyes. They could hear his slow and relaxed breathing, they could even sometimes see small clouds of steam come out from his snout. He was huge. At least 3 times bigger than when they fought after the train fake-out a month ago. They could see his power radiating off him, as his aura had almost become visible to the eye. He was much stronger than them, and they knew it, but he didn't know how strong they had gotten either. Rias and Sona stepped forward, pride in each of their steps as they too began to let out their power, a sign specific to dragons that says they are willing to fight them. I, Rias Gremry, heiress of the Gremry clan Chang'Elen Yu, Dragon King Issei Haijashiki, to a fight with mine and Sona Citri's peerage against you, Rias declared, her voice sounding off with pride, as she felt she and the others could take him on, and maybe win. The others behind the two kings summoned their weapons, sacred gears and battle cloths, showing that they were ready to fight. "We got you, Rias/Sona-sama," they all shouted behind them, as they all stood in position and were ready to fight. Issei began to move his head up higher towards the sky, slowly lifting the rest of his body as he went, showing off his full 5 meters length. Then the end of his tail too was no longer on the ground, and he was now flying, much like a Chinese dragon. "I accept your challenge, devils, as my pride as a dragon and the son of a dragon king is on the line. Now get ready, for I will not go easy on you anymore, Rias." Issei roared as in a swift motion, he began to launch himself towards the group, thus beginning the battle and the final tests Azazel had planned. Azazel only saw parts of it start, before he flew a few hundred meters away, to make distance, as he knew Issei was going to create some havoc. "Underworld, Gremry territory, fire!" yelled Sona as many different ice, fire and wind magics were thrown at the now gigantic-sized snake, that was Issei's true form. They had been fighting for little less than 2 minutes, and Issei had still yet to attack since he flew towards them and destroyed an old pre-Devil Civil War tower. The attacks all hit him, but it didn't do jack shit as Issei's scales this was much tougher this time. The many attacks had though maybe not damaged him, but had made a cloud of smoke around him, letting the 2 devil peerages to prepare an attack with all of their knights and rooks. A plan made by using Rias's brute force tactics and Sona's more detailed planning abilities. In a swift motion, Kiba, Zenobia, Kaneko, Meguri, Yura and Sajji all launched towards Issei at the fastest speeds they could. Kiba and Zenobia held their swords towards each other, as they prepared for a combined slash attack, with Kaneko cocking back her fist to hit the hopefully wounded area. The two both slashed with all the strength they had, but it left a dent in his scales, and Kaneko could only make said dent a millimeter deeper, making it at most 2 millimeters deep. Sajji, Yura and Meguri tried something similar, but with Sajji as the big hitter instead of Yura. A heavy overhead slash from Meguri with her samurai sword, which left a deeper dent than the other group had made. Yura then used as much of her strength as she could in left arm, and made the dent become an almost tiny hole. Sajji felt this was it, and powered up as much power as he could, before sending his fist flying towards the target. He felt it contact, and it felt strong. Really strong. He could the scale giving in, and making him feel a bit of the soft skin underneath it. When the 2 different attacks had been done, the cloud of smoke was still up. The 2 groups landed next to their own kings, but the mood on their faces was all different. The orc group was a little saddened at that they couldn't even inflict a real wound on Issei, while the Citri group was cheering that they hit through his armor. Even more so was Sajji as he yelled out, "I finally got him! I wounded Issei Hijashiki." He yelled out, his pride obvious and justified, as this was a big thing for these 2 peerages. Unfortunately for the preteens, their joy and pride over this small success was short-lived. Out of the smoke cloud came Issei's full head, with his mouth open wide and ready to swallow them up. They all managed to dodge out of the way, but not without some eye-to-eye contact with his giant slitted eyes. He bit down on a small hill of stones, then turned around towards the orc and slithering towards them, spitting medium-sized rocks at them as he went. Luckily Aquino, Rias and Asia could easily fly out of the way, but Gasper, Kiba, Zenobia and Kaneko weren't so lucky and had to run or else they would be hit by the flying rocks. Sona and her peerage tried to help by firing magic at Issei, but it did no more than make more clouds of smoke and dust. It also made them not see the end of his giant tail swipe towards them, sending them all flying into the ruins of the old tower. "Damn it, why is he so tough? I thought for sure we would have been able to hinder him a bit with that attack," Aquino said as and the others looked over the chaos that was this test battlefield, with Issei covering at least 1/4 of it. "I don't know, but it seems his scales are much tougher than when Sona fought him last time," Rias said before aiming her arms at Issei and began to charge a ball of destruction towards him. "Will that even work? If none of our other magic dash, it has too and it always does. His leash made use of this power, so it must be able to hurt him," Rias said back, stopping Aquino. Rias fired off her power of destruction towards Issei's head. Lucky for her, he was focused on her other peerage members. Unlucky for her, they had been hurt by his attacks. Her ball of destruction hit him cleanly on the head, leading to what sounded like a roar coming from him. Yes, bullseye. I told you it would work, Rias said, feeling a little bit more at ease, now that she knew she could still do some damage to him. She and her 2 servants were then met up with Sona and her half-bruised peerage. Oh my Satan, Sona, are you okay? Asia, help them, hurry. Rias spoke. Asia nodded and started to heal them, though it was quite hard seeing as they were still flying in the air. I am fine, but that single attack he landed on us was really strong. He isn't the same Issei we played with when we were younger, Rias. He is a dragon now. Sona spoke with a sense of seriousness to her, something that Rias could see, as this was not how she had expected this to go. He was many times stronger than she remembered, and all this along with last month's worth of surprises. It was starting to get weird for her. First Azazel's pro sale, then that monster, and now Issei's unknown strength being shown off. Why are all these things happening? Rias wondered, but she did get to muse on this thought, before Akino pushed her out of the way of a giant spiraling purple flame. They crashed and landed on the ground below. Sajji was the first to stand up, and began to help his team up. Rias was helped up by Akino a bit after. They went to see how bad the damage was, but saw that only they and Sona, Sajji, Tsubaki and Momo were still standing. Asia had been roasted and taken away with the same kind of magic as they would use at a raiding game. Rias also saw green particles flying up from the ground from where Kiba, Zenobia, Gasper and Kaneko used to be. He defeated them all so easily. Tsubaki started at Issei's show of power. She and most of the girls were all frightened, even more so when they saw him slowly slithering towards them, his 2 giant purple eyes staring them down as he came closer and closer. Rias, Sona, Akino and Sajji were not as affected. The 2 first because they knew and had seen how strong he was, though they were quite shocked at how strong he had become. Akino was also shocked, but also angry, as she firmly believed he was behind her nightmares, along with killing her mother. It was enough of a drive to not buckle under, even if she really wanted to at this point. Sajji was scared. Very scared, but he was also admiring Issei Montersa's strength. He felt weird, to say the least. On one hand, he was afraid that Issei would use this strength against him, and on the other he wanted to try and fight this strength of his. Rias, what do we do? Akino asked, her slight anger evident, but also her fear of having to continue fighting him. Rias stepped forward slowly, stopping only when she stood at the front of the group, her face looking forward. We fight, or else we lose completely. Issei doesn't care if you're scared, if you're weak, if you're unable to fight. He only cares if he can fight you or not. So stop being afraid and meet him face to face. Rias said, though her words were not very convincing. She too sounded scared, her usual pride and friendliness gone. She closed her eyes, as the thought of losing was scary, as it would mean she no longer had control over him. That he was too strong. She knew he would never leave, but would she still be in control if he won? She didn't have time to ponder on these questions, as she could feel his breath hit her face. She opened her eyes, to be met with his own purple ones. Rias, surrender now while I still feel like it, he said, his voice sounding bored and unimpressed. He was unimpressed. The only thing that he thought deserved some credit was Sajji's punch, but that was it. Rias just used her powers as she knew they would work, or at least thought they worked. Sure, they work on him, but not in his current state. Normally they're unbearable, but now they just hurt a bit. Never. On my name as the Gremry Ericeris, I will defeat you before the last could even be said. Rias was flung to the other side of the group by a strong gust of wind from Issei. He had blown a single time out of his snout. Give up now, or else you will only lose more of your dignity than you already have, Issei said, enjoying the defeated faces of the people in front of him, though one of them still had the face of a fighter. Sajji. So my own purple can still stand and fight? I expected nothing less. Let's see what you do if I do this, Issei thought, before his body began to release a form of mist from it. Then out of said mist came Issei in his half-dragonic and half-humanoid form. He spread out his arms, in an almost welcoming manner and was about to speak, when he saw a crimson red star fly towards him. What's the dash? He barely got a word out, before he was sent a meter or two back. He looked around him, not really understanding what had hit him, before he began to feel an unmistakable pain. He cried out in pain as he felt the damage of the attack begin to affect his body. The people still standing watched as Issei cried out in pain as the star-shaped wound on his chest. It wasn't very deep, but it had made him bleed a little bit. Sona wanted to make an attack now with the remaining people here, but before she could get a word out, Aquino and Sajji had already attacked. Aquino began to summon as much holy lighting as she could, while Sajji ran in with all of his sacred gear pieces on, and just went to town with Issei's wounded body. Left strick, high knee, left swing, double-handed overhammer slam and knockback kicks. All the while that was happening, Rias had managed to crawl out off the wall she had been shot into. Did it work? She asked Sona, who was still fully understanding what she was seeing. I think so. But I can't believe you had that kind of attack. Or how we have turned a sure loss into a possible win. Sona said as she went over to Rias's side, and supported her by holding an arm under her to keep her standing. Yeah. Me either, but don't let your guard down yet. Begin attacking before he gets a chance to counterattack, Rias said, to which Tsubaki and Momo finally woke up from their daze, and began to fire magic at Issei from the sides. The many attacks, strikes and magical and elemental attacks began to work, and it showed as Issei didn't have a chance to regain his footing, or a chance to breathe. He was under a constant bombardment of attacks, and it began to lead him to losing. He was in shock at how this had happened. He knew why he was losing, but he still couldn't fully understand it. Rias had an attack that was more powerful than just the base normal power of destruction he had been wiped by in the past. So powerful, in fact, he was sure it could even hurt him in his true form, and a lot too. He was happy that his instinct screamed at him to grow scales on his chest as fast as it had, or else he would have had a much bigger hole in his body to take care of. These things combined made him admire his mate. But it also drove him mad as all heck, as he, a dragon and son of one of the strongest of his race, was right now no more than punching bag, and worst of all, a punching bag to devils of all races. The one race dragons have a long and violent history with, even more than the newer inhabited races who have moved to the underworld in the past. This single fact made him angry, mad, and it made his pride of his race demand him to do something about it. But how was he going to that when he was the one on the receiving end? He couldn't fight back as he didn't get a chance to. He had taught Sajji to never let an opponent have a chance to rest or catch their breath, as it could lead to one's own defeat. He knew Sona would use everything in her arsenal to stop him from dodging out of Sajji's attacks or retreat at all. And he knew that whatever Aquino was cooking up was going to hurt almost as much as that crimson star Rias fired at him earlier. And Rias had that star, and he didn't know if she could use it more than that time. What? What should I do? I can't fight back. I am going to lose at this rate, unless another punch from Sajji landed clean on the side of his head, making him fall over and landing on the ground with a hard bump. Aquino now! Rias shouted, her voice almost trembling with anticipation at the thought of betting Issei when he had been at his strongest. Yes, Rias-sama. Taste the holy lighting I gained from my father, Retara! Aquino shouted, as the crackling sound of thunder and lightning began to dive at Issei, though the only thing Issei heard from that whole sentence was not the mention of a very Lefite element known as holy lightning, nor her lessened hate of her own father, but the use of his real name, the name he was given by the being he saw as no more than a mindless monster. And saying that name was the only and most hated thing he ever got from him, as it meant, at least to all who heard, that he was the son of Retara. Before the lightning hit, his aura spiked as he roared out to her, Aquino Hamajima! The lightning drowned him out, and soon all sight of him was gone as well, as only giant stakes of lightning could be seen dancing in air. Rias, Sona, Tsubaki and Momo all breathed a sigh of relief as the fight and test was finally over. Aquino looked at her handiwork with pride, as she crossed her arms feeling good about herself, but Sajji didn't. He was standing by with his guards still up, as he had learned through his tough few, but long felt weeks with Issei that the one thing you don't do is call him by that name. No matter what you do, never call him that name, as it will have a terrible outcome than most can foresee. Even if it doesn't show like in his fight with Vala, it still makes him mad and makes him act outside of the rules he normally has. Even if he is a wild card most of the time, he still has some rules, those mainly being him showing off, and like he had feared, it came to pass. In a single moment he felt a punch of steel hit his chest. It would have killed him if not for the magic Azazel had put in place for this test. The others all stood silently and watched as out of the dust, and through the green particles that used to be Sajji, came a fully scaled Issei. His hair was long, longer than Akino's, with purple and black strands making up most of it. His eyes glowed like crystals in the dark, but instead of a happy and nice purple, it was a sinister one instead. His arms and legs were longer, and had a more beast-like build than before. His hands no longer had fingers, but instead claws that were all sharper than most swords, and much stronger than any hammer. His tail was swaying behind him in a calm manner, its many spikes down and moving a bit too, as if they were no more than feathers. And the very end of it, a spear head, but much, much deadly. This was what they thought they had to fight in the beginning, a human-sized monster with dragon-like strength and power. Not the gigantic snake that was his true form, which had powers they couldn't even hope to fight against. But now that said form stood before them, they were not feeling confident and sure of themselves. They felt fear, and a truly great fear at that. Here stood a member, even if lesser than his peers, of the strongest races of all time, a race no culture, faction, mythology nor being has been able to fight or win against without great loss. There is always a dragon, and it is always at the top, even if the prideful gods deny its strength. Even if the idoidic humans deny its existence. Even if world-ending beings think them lesser. They will always stand on top as they hold true and unmatchable power, and they have just made one of said beings very, very mad. Luckily, before he could ever do any real damage, he fell over from all of the holy lightning he had been hit by earlier. He was still a devil after all, even if only by a small bit. Time skip, underworld, Gremory mansion, Rias Gremory, along with her one remaining peerage member, teleported into the entrance hall of the Gremory mansion. Azazel, Surzex and her parents all stood there waiting for them, and they had a face of both joy over them beating the final test, but also sadness that it might have gone too far. Issei had been very close to killing each of them, at least at the end where he went slightly mad. An uncomfortable silence lay in the grand hall. The only thing that could be heard was the slow breathing of the many powerful beings, a small winces from the two younger women from their bruises and wounds they suffered. Azazel was the first to speak, hoping to congratulate them and make an attempt to say he was sorry, as he had not imagined Issei would go mad at the end of the battle. "Great job, kids, you beat one of the strongest dragons. No, never mind that, you passed your tests and have now been relieved of my training, for the time being." Azazel tried to sound somewhat joyous, but it didn't help much with mood, or on the two last standing members of Rias Gremory's peerage. He stroked his goat, and began to speak again in a more humble manner. "I am sorry that I put you kids through that. I had hoped Issei wouldn't go that far. I am sorry, I take responsibility." He bowed to them. They both seemed shocked by his actions. The same went for the rest of the currently present Gremory family. He slowly stood up straight again, looking serious and not his normal smug face. Rias stepped forward as she finally felt she could talk again. She felt that her parents or Azazel were disappointed in her, since she basically lost, or at least that's how it was meant to be. "It's okay. We're okay, and I thank you for putting up that magic around the area we fought in. If you hadn't, then we would have been in real trouble." Rias spoke back, bowing as well. Akino did the same, but was less respectful about it. The moment was short-lived, as down the hall the sound of angry hissing and light footsteps could be heard nearing the entrance hall. Then getting closer and closer, until it seemingly went down a different hallway, instead of through the door to where everyone else was sort of waiting. "What was that?" asked Rias, her sense still not being fully working yet, making her not really able to tell who those two were, though she had an idea to who it could be. "I asked Grafia to take Issei down to his room for the rest of the summer, seeing as Azazel's idea has, even though not officially, backfired and ended with you and your peerage getting hurt. Sajji said, though sounding a bit unhappy about this outcome, as he and the rest of the family saw Issei as an adoptive member. It pained them to see him being locked up, and to punish him, but they had to do it or else he would be unruly and of course create more problems. I understand, brother. I mean Lord Lucifer-sama. May I and Aquino go and see my peerage? Rias asked, her voice playing a sad and hurt tone, to fool the others from her inner voice which was happy that she won in the end. Even if it didn't really feel like it. Sajji only nodded, moving to the side as he still had some business to discuss with Azazel. Rias, Aquino and Rias' parents walked by him and out the double doors and down the hallway towards the medical wing of the mansion. Only Sajji and Azazel were left behind in the room. The mood was evidently bad, as both of these great men had not foreseen this outcome. They had both expected Issei to win, and only do enough damage to knock them out. But that attack on Sajji would have been an instant death if not for Azazel's quick reaction, and pulling him out just before his body took the true damage behind Issei's punch. What happened out there, Azazel? I thought you said he was able to do this, and not cause this kind of mess? Sajji asked. His friendly tone was gone, and in its place was the voice of an angry older brother. Azazel could already tell where this was going, and knew he couldn't talk himself out of this, with a new promise or deal like before. He had made a deal with Sajji, or rather the lord and lady of the Gremory household, to try having Issei out of his chains and prison for longer periods of time. Sajji had agreed to it, after his parents had talked it over with him. Azazel would put him to use as a training instructor for Sajji, and place him underground far away from devil or dragon living settlements, so that if he did go on a rampage he wouldn't hurt too many. And if everything worked out, then he could spend more of his time outside of his prison, with his adoptive family, something Sajji, Rias and their parents wanted. It was a perfect deal for all parties, but Sajji had to make one condition, as he knew what Issei could do. If he went too far just once, the deal was off. I don't know, Sajji. He had behaved himself, followed the rules you and I made for this deal, and didn't hurt anyone more than he needed to. But it seems that he wasn't ready to let go of his hatred of his father, seeing as that probably led to this whole mess we're in now. Azazel answered, looking away to avoid eye contact, and also to think on what he heard and saw through his monitor. Sajji sighed heavily, before speaking. I see. Well, I guess I can't fault you for not knowing how deep his hatred goes. Azazel looked back at Sajji with confusion. He thought he did know. It was pretty obvious to anyone who spent more than a day with him. I don't follow what you're saying. I have seen how deep this hatred of his goes, and I just saw another show of it. Azazel answered back, only to earn a sad chuckle from Sajji, who began to walk into the middle of the huge room. Stopping when he reached the middle of it, standing right below a beautiful chandelier made of gold and rubies. No, you don't, Azazel, not fully at least. What you have seen is only the part he shows off when he is consumed by his anger, which happens too easily, sadly. No, his real hatred stems from his name, his birth name, and what it means to him, and all around him. Sajji said, as he reached up with his left hand. He opened it slowly. In turn it began to form a crimson ball in the air between his fingers. You see, much like how me and my family are seen as the Gremory thanks to our crimson hair. He is seen as the son of Retara thanks to his birth name, as his name means this in New Dragonic, as well in Satan's tongue. He uses a different name to hide this from the world, and he uses a different last name to hide his connection to us. Sajji spoke. The ball in his hand began to form itself into the shape of a young man. He hides himself away from these things as on one hand, he sees his connection to us as bad for us. And on the other hand, he hates to be seen as no more than the son of Retara, for reasons my family and I have still yet to discover to this day. Sajji explained. The young man of Crimson that used to be a ball had now turned into a small replica of Issei himself. Sajji smiled friendly at the form of him, the form smiling back at him. Azazel was a bit stunned to hear all this. He thought he hated Retara for other reasons, or because people just saw him as another Retara, and that he even chose to throw away or at least hide his real name. He had felt this way at one point. When he had been cast out, he wanted to throw away his last name, but took it back the day his own dad died. He is quite like Rias in that way, wanting people to see him as someone, instead of a part of something. Sajji said, before closing his hand again, making the small Issei disappear. Sajji looked back towards Azazel, who had his head for the first time in a long time, not thinking about anything. I see this little history lesson was too much for you, old man, he. But I felt you needed to know it, since you will no doubt try to bring him out of his current, and almost endless prison that is his past. Sajji said before beginning to walk out of the room, holding still a much friendly smile than before the conversation started. When he closed the door behind him, Azazel finally woke up from his stunned state. He looked around the room, noticing a red glow come from the chandelier above him. In one of the rubis, the biggest of them all, stood the form of Issei. He looked happy, friendly, and held no anger in him for his father. He smirks as he sees this, an obvious request from Lucifer himself to help save his little brother from destroying himself, with all of his inner hate. You cheeky brats, making an old man like me work so much, hee. Don't worry, I will find a way to help him, I promise on my father's soul. Time skip, underworld Gremry territory. Below the many beautifully decorated halls and luxurious rooms of the Gremry mansion lies a dungeon of sorts. With its long and narrow hallways, hopeless cells, and fear-inducing rooms, it was to say not the most welcoming place in this mansion of glamour and beauty. It had been built a little over 50 years ago, as a sort prison and job for one of the children of the Gremry house, namely Retara Gremry or Issei Hijashiki. It had been built for him so that he could have a role in the family, as he was not a high-class devil, so he couldn't get a peerage, nor could he take over as a new heir to the Gremry by the virtue of him not being a full-blooded devil. So he was given the title of Dungeon Keeper, as his adoptive parents and older brother found his abilities, even from a young age, to perfectly match with the role. So when he was old enough, they gave him full rights and authority in the dungeon. He was about 6 years old by human standards when this happened, though when the next heir, or rather heiress to the Gremry family was born, his role soon changed from Dungeon Keeper to Guardian Dragon for the little Rias. His love was much like Sajji's in the beginning, that of an older brother Siskan, but it slowly over time morphed into something else. It changed so much that when Rias was given her evil pieces, he offered himself as her first piece and left behind his other roles. But then here comes the question, what became of his dungeon? It became his own personal prison after an aggressive change in both personality and how he acted towards those around him. So he was chained up there for most of the time, only being let out after Sajji had given Rias or Lord and Lady Gremry approval. His time in there only halted his progressively more aggressive personality. It didn't stop it, and so every time he was let out, he seemed to be more and more evil. After the whole final testing Azazel had planned, where Issei almost killed Sajji just with his bare fist, Issei was unsurprisingly placed in his chains again. Grafia had to do it, much to both parties' dismay, as either of them very much like the other. At least they respected each other for the sole notation of both being from a rather dark background, at least with family names and such. So after Grafia had chained him up with all 110 chains, she left Issei to himself in the silence of the dark. It had been hours since he had been put in chains, and he was just sitting on his bed and waiting for something to happen. His body had been forcefully changed back into his human form, making his current self very easily damaged by the magic inside of the chains, so no transforming, as it would set off the magic and maybe ruin his arms and body for a very long time. Well, I guess I should have seen this coming. I really am an idiot, if all it takes to make me angry is for someone to say my name. Issei thought, as he hung his head over in defeat. I'm pathetic. Wouldn't you say so too, Drake? Me, the strongest hatchling of all time, and I can't even hold back my own anger. He spoke out loud to no one really, only really mentioning Drake's name in the slight hope he would say something to him. He didn't. Issei just laughed sadly as he kept his head down, not seeing the ball of fire closing in on him. He did begin to hear the footsteps of the person, but couldn't smell or sense who it was. He couldn't smell them because of the stench in this place, and he couldn't sense them since he wasn't allowed to use magic in these chains. "Who's there? Is that you, Azazel? Serzex?" Then, before he could speak his adoptive mother's name, the person spoke out to him. "Issei, my dear sweet boy, are you okay?" asked Asia, as worry could be heard in her voice. Her walking began to pick as she began to semi-run over to him. Issei smiled a bit, thanking either one of the dragon gods that his mother had come to see him, and also cursing them for making her see him in this state. "I am fine, mother, just got a bit beat up after I hope I didn't burn you too much." He tried to keep his voice in a neutral state, but felt it was too much as he knew he had really ed up this time. Asia came closer, only standing a few feet away, trying her best to look for any wounds, but found none as Issei only got emotional damage, not physical. "I'm fine, I am a dragon too, at least not as much as you or your father." Asia spoke sweetly, not realizing her words hurt her son. She came closer to him, holding out a hand and putting on his chin, moving his head up to see hers. His eyes widened a bit when saw her face covered by bandages, making him close his eyes almost as soon as he saw it. "What's wrong, Retara?" "Oh, I know, I am a little bit hurt, but I am okay." "You can never hurt me, you're just like your father in that way." She spoke with a soothing tone, but not soothing enough for Issei. "But he did hurt you. And I did too," he whispered. Asia only heard mumbles but could tell, from the few words she could understand, that he knew of something she didn't. "What do you mean by that, dear? Please tell me, so I can help you with," or maybe Issei turned his towards her, his eyes transforming into silt, setting off the chains to begin burning his neck. "But he did. How don't you remember this? He killed you before I was born," Issei yelled out, his voice sounding hurt and pained. Asia looked at him confused and shocked that he would say something like this. But she wanted to help him, even if it meant having to hear her son speaking ill of her husband. "I don't think you're thinking clearly, sweetie, and I don't think you should say stuff like that about your father. But I want to help you, so please try to explain yourself. What did you mean by your father killing me before you were born?" Asia asked. Issei just looked at her shocked, when he now realized that she had forgotten or maybe just didn't know. Issei just kept looking at her blankly, as he was trying to understand or think of an answer to why she didn't remember this. He took in a deep breath, before exhaling. He looked up to her, their eyes meeting. Her emerald green and his purple human eyes. "When I had just become aware of my sacred gear, I had a vision of sorts. Maybe calling it a memory is more accurate, but I saw the scene of you two standing in front of my egg. It was the day I was supposed to have been born," Issei said, his voice already laced with slight fear at telling this. Asia, though, was silent, only nodding as to tell him to continue. "You both stood in front of my egg, both showing your affection and discussing something, maybe my name, I don't know. But before I could be born, that monster killed you and ate you right in front of my egg. I had been awaking at that moment, but I had still yet to leave my egg," Issei said, looking up again to see how she had reacted. She was crying as in her eyes seemed to be a sort of remembrance, or regained memory of this. She fell down on her knees, as her tears began to come falling out like a waterfall. She looked straight ahead at the wall behind Issei, while Issei kept looking at her, hoping she would say something. Though what she did do was something he didn't expect. "Issei, make me into Asia Argento. I don't want to be. I don't want you two monsters in my head," she cried out as fear, anger, and horror suffused on her face. Issei was stunned by this. His own mother had just said she didn't want anything to do with him. That she saw him as no more than a monster. His eyes became blank as a more dull purple began to take the place of his usual purple eyes. Asia, at the lack of him answering her, stood up and slapped him on his cheek with all the force she could muster. It didn't hurt Issei, but it also did, at least on the inside. "Do one good thing in your life, you monster. I never wanted this, so you better clean up this mess," Asia screamed at him, as she slapped him again. Issei just looked at his mother as she unleashed her fear, anger, and rage on her beloved son. She hates him. She hates his father for what he did to her. So why did she hate him too? Was it just because he was his son? "Do it, Retara, At least then you'll be less like your father. Asia screamed as she kicked him in the face. His body was shaking as a bubble of emotion was beginning to build up and force its way out of him. He slowly stood up, the chains rattling as he did. Asia stepped back, fear written all over her face, as flashbacks of that day came to her, as this whole scene, at least to her, felt like that day. Issei reached up with one hand, holding onto one of the chains on his neck, clenching his hand around it so hard it began to shake. His emotions were beginning to come out, and he didn't want to be here when it happened. His body began to transform, making him feel immense pain. Asia began to step back, scared she was going to be killed again, like before. Issei had no emotions on his face, only an unbelievable sadness in his eyes. The chains broke, setting off many alarms in the mansion. He stood still for a few seconds, before staring emotionlessly at his mother. He then looked up towards the roof of the dungeon, before his body began to transform into his true form. His aura blew out, destroying the walls and roof of the dungeon. He began to get bigger and bigger. He roared out with all of his rage, hate, and sadness. The mansion was beginning to shake just from his aura alone. He then looked at Asia one last time, her body frozen with fear. He looked up again, before flying upwards, destroying the ground and the entrance hall of the mansion, scaring many of the servants as the giant body of a dragon flew right by them, and out of the roof and into the air above. The guards couldn't do anything, as before they even got in the air themselves, he had flown off to only Satan knows where. Rias, Aquino, Azazel, Graphia, Lord Zioticus and Lady Venalana all stood and viewed this whole disaster from a different side of the mansion. No one said a single word, only the distant roar of Issei and the crying and yelling of the many servants could be heard. The silence was only broken when Venalana fell on her knees and began sobbing. Her husband Zioticus tried to help her to the best of his ability. Graphia, seemingly without getting approval, sprinted off to find her own son, hoping he hadn't been caught in this mess. Rias was sad that she had just lost her strongest piece, as well as her plaything and her older brother. The last bit was only felt slightly. Aquino didn't know what to feel. Should she be happy, angry, or sad? She didn't really know, and so she kept a straight face. Azazel walked closer to the window, as he inspected Issei's body, and sensed his power. He was unsure of how he was supposed to proceed with his secret deal with Surzex, or if he even should, as judging by the direction Issei was going, he would end up in the wasteland before anyone in the devil territory would get to him. A red magical circle, bearing the new Lucifer emblem, was formed in the room behind the group. Out of it came an obviously angry Surzex as his aura was leaking out of him, enough to make the air around him destroy itself. "What happened here?" he asked, no longer being an older brother or model son, but a leader. His parents couldn't speak as they were still unsure themselves, and Rias and Aquino were caught up in their own thoughts. So Azazel was the only choice left. Time skip, underworld devil territory. In a giant and very grandiose building on the outskirts of Lilith, the devil capital, a grand party was being held there. The devil use party, to be exact, where all of the young heirs and heiresses would show up, say what their desire is in front of the devil kings and the devil council. Then after would a rating game tournament begin, to see who was the strongest youth among them. But before the tournament rankings were announced, and after the youths had spoken about their desires, there was a party. Many tables with high-class food, drinks and other such things stood all around the luxuriously decorated hall. The grand windows, which gave a beautiful view to a surrounding forest, had been offered with different designed curtains, namely were the icon of the 4 devil kings, the devil councils and the family emblems of the different heirs and heiresses' families. One of those families being the Gremarys, though only Lord Zioticus and Rias Gremery had come, as Lady Venalana had fallen ill, though this was more of a mask or lie to hide the disaster that happened only 2 days earlier. Rias and her peerage stood in the hall, over at one of the tables, though none of them looked very chipper. Rias had to fake a smile most of the time, and when she wasn't doing that she looked angry. Aquino was still not totally sure what to feel, and so kept up her straight face, hiding it with her kind smile. Kiba, Zenobia, Kaneko and Gasper just looked normal as they weren't as attached to him, and frankly were happy he was gone, though Asia, she was different. She seemed like a different person most of the time, and whenever someone mentioned Issei, she would have a horrified face. They didn't know she had been the root cause of this, nor what kind of relationship Issei had to the person behind Asia's voice. They had all noticed this, even Rias, though she had to have it told to her by Aquino, so they all tried to help in some way, as she seemed to have taken this whole thing rather hard. Rias sighed, before turning towards her peerage, her face no longer holding a smile, but a tired one instead. I wish we could leave soon. My face is killing me from smiling so much. Pooh, you okay, Asia? Rias asked, as she noticed Asia staring off in a random direction. Rias couldn't see her face, but Gasper and Kaneko could, and they saw her looking terrified. Kaneko looked towards the place Asia was looking at, becoming confused when she saw Sona and her peerage coming towards them. Rias and the others also noticed where she was looking and become even more confused. When the other peerage came close enough, with Sona, Tsubaki and Sajji at the front, Asia silently backed away behind Zenobia. Both Sona and Rias noticed this, both wanting to know what was so scary for her to behave like this. Rias, Sona said, wanting to still seem courtly, before she could ask about what Asia was scared of. Sona, Rias said back, her face now holding a more genuine smile than before. Interesting dream you have, to become the champion of the rating games, though it might be just a bit childish, wouldn't you say? Sona said, trying to be a bit funny, but from the lack of giggles and tired faces, could see this wasn't the time. Sorry, I wanted to liven the mood. You have all been kind of off for the whole night. Sona said, pointing out the obvious. Yes, well, when? Wait, have Serafal-sama told you? Rias asked, to which Sona nodded, making Rias continue. Okay, then I don't know what to tell you, as it should be pretty obvious. Rias said, to which Sona nodded again. You are correct, but it does make me sad to know an old friend has chosen this kind of path in life. Do you know why he ran away? Sona asked, with a small pitch of pity in her voice, as even if it didn't seem like it, Issei and Sona used to be friends when they were kids. Rias shook her head, before sighing deeply. No one knows, he just began to leak an awful dash. What happened to Issei, Rias-sama? Please, I need to know, he is my friend. Sajji suddenly interrupted. He sounded very worried, enough to make Sona not punish him, at least not now. Asia looked afraid when he suddenly spoke up, hiding away more behind Zenobia. I thought everyone in your peerage knew about this, but it seems not. Rias said, her voice becoming a bit more calm than her earlier one. Yes, well, he was knocked out till this morning and I didn't have time to tell him before this whole thing began. Sona explained as Sajji kinda looked annoyed, which he was, as no one had told what had happened. Oh, can one of you tell me already? He demanded, but not with getting a pair of threatening eyes from Sona, as she didn't want other nobles to think she didn't teach her peerage anything. It's all right, he deserves to know, Rias said. After a second or two, Sona just sighed before Rias began to tell Sajji what had happened. How Issei almost killed him, how he was put in an underground prison, and how he suddenly broke out of it, and flew off into the wastelands of the underworld. So, now Sirs X and Azazel are working together on finding him, and bring him back before he becomes a stray, or else he would be classified as a super stray, the first of its kind. Rias said after finishing her long explanation, making Sajji fearful of what might happen to Issei. The others, besides Sajji, who had already heard all of this, still felt a few chills go up their spines at the thought. What if Issei did become a stray? Would he really become so strong? A thought most of them thought, as the power he had in their test began resurfacing, making them believe this to be a likely possibility. So what are we to do, if we meet him or see him? Sajji asked curiously. Rias raised an eyebrow at his question. Well, you would be advised to contact Sona or Tsubaki, so that they can call in stronger reinforcements. Rias answered. Sajji just looked lost, as her words seemed to have crushed what little hope he had, of talking with Issei again and finding a better way to solve this. Retara could see the thoughts Sajji was having, and felt he didn't fully understand why his host would want to do this, besides his still not fully realized crush. At least that's what Retara would call for now. But while Retara was overseeing the conversation between the devils, he noticed one of them, a blonde-haired girl, with emerald green eyes standing behind a taller girl with blue hair. He could feel something oddly familiar about her, like an old friend or family member you hadn't seen in years. Then when you saw them again they had changed into a different person. Asia moved her head out to the side of Zenovia's torso, revealing her face as Aquino had asked why she was hiding. At the sight of her face, her voice and that aura she was giving off, Retara couldn't stop himself from calling it out. Suddenly Sajji's sacred gears summoned themselves, raising his power by at least 50%, making many of the guests and his friends look at him surprised by his sudden action. But before he could say anything, Retara made his official debut as Reawaken, along with something else. "Darling! My dear Asia! My dear sweet mate, you're alive! Oh, how I have missed you every day in this damned prison of mine, my sweet darling Asia!" Retara roared out of the sacred gear, confusing everyone and scaring Asia half to dead at the sound of her husband. "Underworld, wasteland, have you seen anything yet, Magus?" asked the devil soldier, as he landed next to another devil, one called Magus. Magus turned to his comrade, before shaking his head. "No, nothing yet, well besides rocks and sand," Magus said as he continued to stare out over the open wastelands before him, only a few rocks standing above it, with even fewer mountains reaching out of the sand. The other devil, one Hanris de Cal, sighed deeply as he sat down on a nearby rock. "Why are we doing this again? It's just some reincarnated devil, who couldn't take it any more and ran away from home, so why is it so important we find him? Shouldn't we be hunting the Chaos Brigade, or maybe that SS-class stray?" Hanris asked, his tone being obviously annoyed, as he and many others had been out here for 2 days now looking for someone. "I know you don't like this, but it's an order from Lucifer himself, so we can't just give up without trying. And if he is sending us out here, then it means he believes in us and that this person might be very important. We could finally become high-class devils if we find him," Magus said, trying to make Hanris become more interested, which seemed to work as he jumped off the rock with a new wave of energy. "Right. Let's do this and then we can be lazy for the rest of our life." Hanris was stopped mid-speech by someone cutting him clean in half, letting both halves of him fall to the ground. Magus stood there frozen in fear, not even reacting when blood began to come spraying out of Hanris, hitting him in the face. He was more scared of the man who stood behind where Hanris had stood before. He had long blonde and black spiked hair, and 2 different colored eyes to match his hair color. He wore a simple shirt, with what seemed like a pair of long shorts. Both were black with blonde marks all over. Before Magus could say, do or think, he was blown up with a giant stack of black lighting. "HMP, simple-minded idiots, you all really thought you could my domain without me noticing? I guess my lack of payback has made your egos and pride turn you into this," Crom said, before turning around and walking past the few other groups of devils he had killed today. "But I do wonder, who is this person that has made them become this? Stupid I guess, as to make them all venture into my domain? Guess I should give them a visit," Crom said before another stack of black lighting hit him. When it was gone, he had disappeared with it to only God knows where. Underworld devil territory, at the party. "My dear darling Asia, my love and light in my tormented life, how I have missed you!" Retara roared out again, his voice sounding joyful and relieved to see her again after over 1,000 years. The many guests surrounding the group were all shocked to learn the heiress of the Citri clan had Retara's host as a servant. But the main group, though, were all stunned to learn of Asia's connection to Retara, and Issei too. Both Sona and Rias were still trying to process this information, and the others didn't feel they had a place in this upcoming conversation. But not Aquino. She stood right next to Asia, and could see the fear on her face. Aquino didn't know why she did this, but she wanted to. With one hard slap, Asia was down on the floor as a red mark now had formed on her left cheek. "You gave birth to that monster?" Aquino asked, her voice sounding angry, but in her eyes tears had begun to gather. Asia held a hand up to her cheek, shock written all over her face, though it was quickly forgotten as the ancient dragon roared out in anger. "Don't touch her, you dirty half-blood! Don't you dare touch my mate, filth!" Are you okay, my dear? Retara roared out as his aura, even though it was suppressed by the gears he was inside of, made everyone close to the two peerages feel a sudden wave of dread and fear come from Sajji's arm. Aquino had this feeling, this want to fight back against the dragon, but Rias with a quick hand draw and step stopped her. I am terribly sorry, Dragon King Retara, but do know she didn't mean to offend you, as she has been very stressed lately. I hope you can forgive her, Rias said, bowing before the aura that was being released from Sajji's hand. Aquino wanted to say something, but one sharp glare from Rias made her back down, at least for now. I will not accept this offense, but as I can't do anything for now, you shall be spared, Crow. Now Sajji, walk over and help my mate. Retara semi-ordered, making Sajji look over to Sona asking for permission, which he gained as Sona nodded with careful look in her eyes. Sajji walked over to the still knocked down Asia. As he tried to come closer, she crawled away from him, making him stop and looking at her confused. Don't come closer, you monster! Asia said, her voice trembling with how scared she was. Asia. My dear, what's wrong? It's me, your Retara. I know what you did, you monster. You and your monster of a son have nothing to do with me, not anymore. Asia yelled out, cutting Retara off. Retara was confused at her statement, even hurt by her cruel words. But then something else began to stir inside of him. Rage. Rage that she would call his child a monster. Retara, I know you're angry, but I don't HH. Sajji suddenly began to scream out in pain. Then he fell down on his knees, still screaming out in pain. Sona ran over to him, going down on her knees trying to look for what was wrong. Sajji! What's wrong? Sona cried out, as Sajji continued to scream in pain. Though it began to slowly morph into a roar, he suddenly went on all fours, standing like an animal. The many pieces of his sacred gears began to unleash an awful amount of dread and rage. But it was obvious for the people with a better aspect of sense, could tell it was not Sajji's rage, but Retara. Don't you dare call Retara that. He is much better than I am, and you should know that, he has your heart. You should be ashamed to call yourself a mother. Roared out, his love for his son being more than his love for his mate, at least in this instant. Sajji kept screaming out, but he tried to mentally calm Retara, but the old dragon was not having it, as his aura kept leaking out through the many sacred gears on Sajji's body. The party hall became fully focused on this single instant, as no one could overlook the hanging feeling of dread and bloodlust coming from the two peerages. It even stopped the 9 faction officers, who had been discussing another and much more important matter. It was Serzex, Seraphal, Ajuk and Graphia for devils, Michael for the angels, Azazel, Shemiza and Baraquel for the fallen angels, and Odin the All-Father and his guard Rosweiss the Valkyrie. Odin, the oldest of the and one of the most powerful gods in Europair, began to laugh at the sight of all the devils, the few fallen angels and pure angels all being focused on the youngsters. Is this some kind of entertainment, you brat Azazel? The old man jokingly asked, never taking things too seriously, and thus his way of speaking was not very serious either. Azazel knew this, and it was also one of the reasons why they got along so well. Well, old man, if I told you so, would you believe it? Azazel joked back, earning a sigh from his 2 more serious companions, and a small chuckle from Odin. Lord Odin, this is no time to joke around, it's clear the devils are planning something, we shouldn't have come. The Valkyrie said sternly, making the nearby devils, at least Seraphal, pout at the insult. Odin just sighed tiredly at her statement, raising a hand up stopping her from saying any more. You see, this is why no one wants to date you, Rosweiss. You're always too serious, Odin said, making the gray-haired beauty fall onto the floor on her knees, begin to sob and cry. That's not true. I just don't have enough time for relationships, Rosweiss cried, making Odin sigh again. I am sorry for the young woman here, she just gets really easily upset when it comes to these things. It's fine, Lord Odin, now if you'll excuse me, I have a party and heiresses to save, Serzex said before going off stage with Graphia following after him. Azazel also followed after them, wanting to see what all the fuss was about, and maybe see if he could get a clue to where Issei would go. When the 3 much more powerful beings neared the crowd. They were let in and now saw the sight of Sajji being held back. Kaneko, Kiba, Zenobia, Ur and Meguri as he seemed to be trying to claw Asia with his hands. Surzek's presence didn't seem to stop them, not even when he tried to leak some of his aura. So he chose the old and tested method. Stop this instant! Shouting at the top of his lunges, which seemed to work as Sajji turned his attention towards him. Though his eyes weren't his gray ones, but bright purple. He only saw it for a split second when all of a sudden they changed back to gray and he and the group of people trying to pull him back all fell over. Surzek sighed, already feeling a headache coming on and that the old fools in the Devil Council would use this against him and the other Devil Kings. Rias, Sona. Follow me and bring your peerages, we're going to have to talk about this. Surzek said, feeling the many stares from the other guests, judging him silently. Sona and Rias both agreed, though as precaution Grafia suddenly bound Sajji in some magic. They began to walk out of the main hall and towards a side room, a room that was planned to be used for further discussion between the three biblical factions and Norse mythology. Azazel followed along, wanting to find out as much as he could. He was also curious about what he saw, as he also saw the sudden change in eye color from Sajji. But before they could enter, a sudden wave of magic could be felt in the room. What is it now? Surzek asked, slightly annoyed. Underworld, wasteland, somewhere up high, on the tallest mountain in the underworld, which also happened to be placed right in the middle of the wasteland. On a circle-like cliff side, sat 7 different beings, all of them being extremely powerful, and not giving a damn about hiding it. And even if someone did pick up on it, what could they do against the most powerful evil dragons? Krumkruch, Apophis, Ladin, Azidahaka, Niohagar, Grendel and Yamada no Orochi. Who could beat them all alone? Only the dragon gods, and even then it would be tough as an evil dragon usually don't live long, as all factions have put a hit on their head the moment they become one. So if one lives as long as they have, then they're just that strong, and it's the reason they can sit here and show off their aura without a care. So what's with this sudden meeting, Crom? I was having a pretty nice nap before you woke me up, Ladin said, a bit of annoyance obvious in his voice. But his question was valid, as the others wanted to know as well. Yeah, do tell, or else I have some dumb shit I need to train that Rivzim gave me. Grendel piped in too, though his voice was relaxed, mostly because he didn't have to watch a bunch of wussies train for the next half an hour. Crom just smirked as he raised his hands in a defensive way, before getting out of his stony throne. My friends, calm yourselves. I have good reasons for calling you all here. It happens to be about our dear Lord Lucifer. Anyone could practically hear the amount of disrespect he had in the way he said that name, as why would he respect someone who sees himself above a dragon? Niohagar stood up himself and walked over to him, standing in the middle of the circle of dragons. So then what is it? I have a job to be doing, and right now I am losing at least 100 years' worth of time. That tree won't poison itself. He yelled as raised his arms up high, trying to make a bigger impact. He just earned him a chuckle from Grendel, making him turn towards him semi-pissed. What? He roared at him. Oh, it's nothing. I just find it so ing-pathic that some of you guys have this whole thing with having to kill or destroy one specific thing. Why not just wreak havoc everywhere like me and Crom do? Grendel asked as he stretched his belly, switching his legs, making his left lie on his right, and having both legs hanging over the side of a stone seat. Niohagar just seemed to get more pissed, as he flicked his tongue angrily out and in his mouth. Before the dragons could continue this, for now, the verbal fight, Crom began to speak again. I know, but I have an idea of how you could do that. I have an idea for how we all can do what we want, Crom said as he turned towards the edge of cliff, having a KM drop before him, not that it would kill him. The other ancient dragons looked at him, their attention focused solely on him as one thought went through all of their minds. Do what we all want? Apophis chuckled a bit, as he spread his legs, putting his arms on his legs for support, and having his hands under his chin. Do what we all want? Really? That's your angle? I have heard better offers from R.A. Apophis continued to chuckle, as his long black hair began to rise, forming many snake-like heads, all of them looking at Crom. Sure, it's not the best offer, but it's also the most natural one, if you think about it. Not that any of you do, though, so I guess I should explain it so all of you can understand. Crum said, earning himself a few low growls from the others. He raised both of his arms, forming his aura around him. His arms didn't look like arms, as they looked more like wings with magical thin skin. His head had 2 giant horns, they too were made of magic. The others looked closely, as none of them knew what he was up to. His aura had begun to form a giant dark cloud right above the mountain top, swirling around menacingly, with a few crackles and bolts dancing out of the cloud and back into it. I, Crom Crouch, offer you all the chance to join me and start our own faction. One where we can make every faction fear us, and let those idiot devils who think they're better than us realize that they shouldn't have been so open about their plans. Crom said before letting his arms down and having the cloud above them go absolutely ballistic, as it destroyed most of the mountainside, though none of the 8 dragons cared about that, as they were more curious about how he planned to teach those devil a lesson. So will we do this? Make the devils realize that they shouldn't have been open. I don't really know anything we can use against them. Azzy Dahaka asked, earning a chuckle from Crom. Oh, you poor idiots, really don't know much, do you? We're going to use the beast, snatched right away from those prideful idiots. Crom said. There was complete silence, before a combined roar. How? Crom just looked at them a bit shocked, before sighing. When they find out where it's sealed, and have released it, then we snatch away Rizvim's mind control thing and put it under our control instead. Crom said it like it was a matter of fact, like something that anyone would think. The others just went wide-eyed, all looking at each other in complete silence. Then an almost lethal amount of dread and bloodlust was released from them all, as they all formed toothy smirks and turned their sights towards Crom as he sat down in his throne. He too had a smirk, but his eyes were something else. He had his usually blonde and black eyes changed for a blonde and black stack of lighting. Before we go too far with this, I will need to invite one more person. He will be useful. Very useful. Crom spoke, the others just nodding in response. The mountain was almost completely covered in a feeling of bloodlust. Underworld, wasteland. On top of the fully soaked mountain of bloodlust, one of the evil dragons stopped having a toothy smirk, and instead had a wondering expression. It was Apophis and his many snake-like heads made of his black hair. They all looked between each other and him, like they were talking about something. Crom, who would this person happen to be, since you would like him to join us? He must be strong, if you believe him to be useful. Apophis asked, making the others also look at him, now wondering the same. He had asked a good question, since none of them knew of any powerful evil dragon besides themselves, and the few others who did exist were all dead. And Retara was sealed, so they really didn't have a clue who this evil dragon would be. Crom just looked at Apophis a bit shocked. You mean, you don't remember him? Crom asked, genuinely shocked, which made the others even more confused. No, I don't think I do. I would remember most people I meet, if they were strong or had something interesting to them, Apophis said before shrugging his shoulders. Crom just sighed, before reaching his hand upwards. The other looked at him weirdly, all of them besides Grendel, as he began to run. The others were now more confused, before a giant stack of black lighting hit Apophis square on the head. It didn't hurt him that much, but he still hissed, very angered by this. What in Ra's golden sun was that for? Apophis yelled, not caring that he used a phrase his eternal enemy had made. Crom just looked at him neutral, before speaking again. That was a much lighter punishment than the one our dear dragon goddess over there would have given you, wouldn't you say so, Ophis? Crom said, as all of them looked towards the sudden snake that had just summoned itself out of thin air. Right you are, evil dragon. I would have killed you, snake, for not remembering my son, Ophis said in her stoic voice, making all of the other dragons have wide eyes at sudden her appearance and her statement. Her son? I thought Lilith was an only child. Apophis thought, making him grind his brain and break a lot of gears to remember who this man could be. He gave up though, having a bit of defeated look to him, as still tried to remember, even if he had given up. Crom sighed before sitting down in a more comfortable way. She is talking about our dear fallen dragon king, Vitras, hatchling Retara Gremory Crutch. He recently agreed to have Ophis become his godmother, thereby making him her child. Crumb explained, his voice sounding just a bit happy about the last bit. The others just looked at him, all having stunned faces as they were trying to wrap themselves around the fact that A. Retara had a kid, B. said kid has been adopted by Ophis, making them a demigod by name only, and C. he was related to Crumb somehow. What? Crumb asked as he noticed the stunned faces and almost too quiet silence. Grendel was the only one brave enough to ask, so after sitting down on his chair he raised his head to have eye contact with Crumb. Did you and Retara have a child together? Grendel asked, for once instead of joking and uncaring tone, it was dead serious. There was now a new silence, an awkward one as everyone was now looking at Crumb, even Ophis. Ophis mostly because she found this amusing, as she knew most of the truth, at least more than any of the people gathered here. Crumb lowered his head, before holding a hand over it. Then he began laughing. The others, except Ophis, felt a bit afraid as Crumb's laughs became more insane. He then stopped and looked directly at Grendel with the most stoic face they had ever seen. It could rival and beat Ophis. No, he's my nephew, Crumb said. The others didn't like how he sounded, as his stoic voice and face did not match the Crumb they all knew. It didn't match the whole, super evil Dragon King image they all had of him. At the lack of questions or talking, Ophis decided to speak up again. So why do you want to invite my son into your little evil dragon club now? You could have done this over 100 years ago. She asked, raising a good question for Crumb answer, and also something the others became confused about. Well, goddess, if you all must really know. He wasn't ready back then, and the time wasn't right to start this whole faction yet. Crumb answered. His answer was reasonable to most of them, as some of them were still not yet aware of each other's situation, as in if they were dead or sealed. Plus they didn't have something like the beast, or at least a plan to use it back then. Though Ophis didn't agree with his explanation, she had reached out to Crumb as one of the first people to join her on the journey to regain her home. Back then he had said he didn't want to be a part of any faction, he just wanted to be by himself. The others had already taken his words for what they were, and didn't question it any deeper. Ophis still had her stoic face, so no one could see the still irritation over his lie, but no one could see her confusion either, over why he chose to lie. Are you all satisfied now? If so, I have a nephew to find. He should have apparently run away from the devil territory. So I would like to be a supportive uncle, if you don't mind. Crumb said, but this time his voice held more of his normal charm. Underworld Devil Territory, Devil Youth Party. Up above the space where all the guests stood, a magical blue gate manifested itself. It had many different Norse runes on it, but it held mostly ones specific to one of the Norse gods. Loki came out of the door, making his father, Odin, sigh at his son's actions. I object to this meeting. Father, you should not bow to these weaker factions, Loki yelled out, as the gate behind him disappeared. Odin just sighed again at his son's antics. Well, what would you have me do instead then, Loki? Let the Chaos Brigade do as they wish, and destroy the Biblic factions. Then what, who will they destroy after them? Odin asked Loki, who just smirked. He had a lot of pride, too much if anything. Surely, father, we can beat them on our own. After all, they're just outcasts of lesser factions. Loki said, no hint of doubt in his voice, and this, my son, is why you'll never be given an important role in Asgard. You view everyone as lesser, unless they're the same as you. Your pride will one day be your downfall. Odin spoke, his voice rough with the knowledge of his many thousands years of living. He too had been prideful, and it had cost him. Sersex flew up from the floor to be on a similar height to Loki. Lord Loki, I will excuse this if you back down now. Loki just scoffed at his words. Serzek's face was rather neutral, as he was trying to hide his irritation and tiredness. Many of the leaders in the biblical factions had been informed about the possible superstray. Only Azazel, Seraphal, and Ajuk had been told who this really was. That case, the Chaos Brigade, and now Loki was beginning to get to him, something the other leaders gathered could see or at least sense. He began to unleash his aura, only a small dose as a way to tell Loki to step down now. Odin would have stepped in, had it not been for Loki's next words. If my pride will be my downfall, then you joining Ophus's side will be yours, father. Odin looked stunned, as he remembered the day Ophus had come and asked for his faction's help with something. That something being killing Great Red, something he didn't want to take part in as would mean his and his family's downfall. Loki, what have you done? Odin spoke with anger in his voice. Loki just smirked even more as he showed off his aura, letting everyone feel the slight and almost missable bit that was clearly not his own aura. It was an infinite feeling, and almost voidless too, a clear sign that it belonged to Ophus. I have done what you couldn't do, father. I took an unknown path and became more powerful for it. Loki yelled out as his aura began to fill most of the hall, making the weaker guest feel lightheaded and some just outright faint. Stand down this instant, Loki, or you will have to face a much worse punishment than any I have given you before. Odin yelled to his son, as he noticed both Surzex and Ejuk powering up slightly. He had tried to warn him, but as he was now a member of the Chaos Brigade, he was thereby a terrorist in enemy territory. He couldn't do anything outside of trying to make him rethink his actions, but his words fell on deaf ears. I care not, this is only part of my destiny. Soon Ragnarok will be upon us, this was only a stepping stone in my story. Loki yelled out as he began to form many different magical circles behind him, most of them being ice magic. Odin sighs in defeat as he sees this. He then looks towards Surzek, getting eye contact for a split second. Surzek understood his unspoken words, letting Ejuk know as well with a similar methope. Surzek used a much more refined version of his power of destruction, forming them into small bullets and firing them at the many different magical circles behind Loki. It broke the spells, making Loki have to remake them and charge them up again. This gave Ejuk time to charge a capturing spell, which he fired off as soon as he had given enough power to last for one whole day. Suddenly Loki was captured inside a crystal-like magical pyramid. For one moment Loki looked a bit stunned, then his face gained a scowl as he then pointed angrily at Ejuk. Is this all you can do, you so-called super devil? A simple capture spell? You're all pad. Before he said anything else, the pyramid and Loki teleported away to some barren area in the devil territory. The two super devils powered down again, as the threat had been removed, if only momentarily. They needed to make a plan to capture Loki in a more permanent prison, underworld wasteland, undeveloped civilization. In the wastelands, in a faraway corner, far from the eyes of the major underworld factions, a small and young civilization had begun to rise. Its people were a mixture of different races, but they all shared one thing in common, that they were all considered demons or monsters. They did pose demonic powers and monstrous strength. But they too had come to a point in their history where they wanted to be more, and thus they had begun to make their civilization. It of course had its struggles, as there were no trees or any chance to grow anything. So they overcame those things, by hunting for food and by using stones in more advanced ways than most other civilizations had done at their beginning. They had already begun to play with metals, having animals as food sources and other useful resources. If they had started when everyone else had, then they would have been one of the great ones. Even now they could still reach that goal, in maybe only a few hundred years more? But the world would never know, as the great town that housed this new faction was no more than rubble and ruins. Giant baths of purple fire were spread all over the place, along with giant tracks of a snake were visible in the would-be roads and sands around the town. The cries and screams of the last few remaining people could be heard, until they suddenly stopped. In the former town center stood a monster. He was a mix of dragonic features and human ones, having a long tail with a lethally shaped end. His arms and legs were covered in black scars. He had no shoes on, so the guards who were still trying to fight him could see his clawed feet. His hands were also clawed. He was easily as tall as the guards, but was thinner compared to them. He had his head and face covered by his long purple and black hair. The only things the guards could see were the purple lights in his eyes and two black horns sticking out of his head. If they were seen as monsters, then he would be seen as the monster of all monsters. He slowly lowered his hands, making the guards think he was surrendering. He wasn't and had done it only to make the guards put their guard down. Ing dumbasses, hee hee. Issei said before slashing his arms across and killing them all. More blood splattered onto the sands and dead bodies that had been put there before. Issei moved his hands up to his head, holding it for a bit. He sighed heavily, before moving his hair off his face. His face had aged somewhat, his skin had become much darker in tone, and his mouth had become larger or at least wider. He winced a bit, before putting his right hand on his left side, as he felt a stirring pain rise from that area mostly. He looked at the area, before wincing again as the pain came back, before disappearing again. He didn't know what this pain was, but he had a good idea of what it might be. He was becoming a stray, but because he hadn't killed Rias and he is trying to fight it, it is hurting him. That was his main theory for now. He would ask Drake as he would know for sure, but he wouldn't answer, no matter how much Issei had tried to talk with him for the last 4 or 3 days. He was so occupied with his left side that he didn't hear the small monster that was running at him. They were roaring as they opened their mouths, ready to bite him. It leaped at him, its many sharp teeth ready to bite down on him. But when it bit him, its teeth almost broke on impact with Issei's scars. Only then did Issei notice its presence. He used his tail to grab it by the leg and make it face him face to face. When Issei saw it, his eyes went a bit wide, before narrowing a bit again. The monster he was holding in his tail was a young boy. He could tell by the smell he was giving off, it was similar to one of the guards he had fought earlier. This kid was one of the guards he just killed, son. He had tried to get revenge for murder of his father, maybe even for the murder of his family and home? Issei didn't know and didn't really care either. He looked blankly at the small boy, wondering who he could have been in a few years from now, if he hadn't decided to attack this place. His tail began to slowly coil itself around the boy's neck, before tightening itself. Slowly and surely the boy began to lose the light in his eyes. His arms, which he had been swiping at Issei with, went limp and soon the rest of his body. And then his heartbeat ceased. His dead body was dropped to the ground with no remorse from his killer. Issei turned around as the sound of few remaining cries could be heard. He began walking towards the source of the sound, finding still half-alive people and guards along the way, and striking them down for good with his tail. He found the building the cries were coming from, but when he stood outside of it, the cries became quiet and only low breaths could be heard in its place. Trying to hide now? A bit late for that. Oh well, Issei thought. He reared his head backwards, sucking in a large amount of air as he did, then he shot his back toward the building. He opened his mouth and out came dark purple flames. They consumed the building in a matter of seconds, and had already filled the room inside of it as could be heard by the screams of agony coming from inside. Issei closed his mouth again, looking at his handiwork for a bit, before heading somewhere else. Small time skip. After his massacre on the town was mostly complete, at least as far as Issei knew, he went searching for food and water in the still somewhat standing buildings. He did not find any of those things, but he did find an outdoor bath, in the house of some rich citizen. He didn't think water was easy to get out here, and if someone could just have an outdoor bath here, then it must only mean they were rich. Seeing the clear water gave him a quick flash of the first time he ever saw the ocean in the human world. A giant lack of salt water, that's what he believed it was back then, before Surzex had told him what it really was. He had even met the Midgard serpent in it once, over 150 years ago. It was quite the sight to see the second longest dragon in the supernatural world. He also noticed, when his mind left the realm of memories and returned to reality, that his rather ruined clothes, if one could even them that, were almost fully soaked in blood and sand. So here he was, somewhat sweaty, dirty clothes and a bit reminiscent. So he ripped his clothes off, thinking that he could just transform to his true form and stay like that for a while, or find some clothes in the remains of the town, and jump into the bath. It was a nice soothing warmth that embraced him when his toes touched the water. It felt relaxing to have it touch him all over his body, even if it did dirty the water as sand and blood began to color the former clear water into a more brown and red color. But Issei didn't really care, and he knew a spell to clean the water, so what was the harm? Well, other than making him look a bit more insane or freaky than normal. But who was here to judge him? No one. No one was here. His former, somewhat okay or good mood, became a bit more depressing when he noticed this fact. He was alone again. He was not in his prison like so many times before, or trapped in his egg like he once was. No, this time he was free, but he was still alone. He had left his cage and his home, but found that the world outside was just as lonely as the cage was. The only difference being that at least being inside the cage meant that someone would open it at some point. He curled himself up a bit, holding his knees with both of his arms, and placed his head on top of them. He just sat there, in the now much less warmer and more dirty water, thinking about this one aspect. I am still alone. Even now. Why am I always alone? He screamed out in his mind, making the old dragon wake and listen in on his host's thoughts. Why is it always like this? Why couldn't I? Why couldn't just have been born normal? Why, mother? Why do you hate me? Is it because I am his son? Issei thought. Drake kept listening and started to feel bad for his host. He was a misunderstood person, and these things had led him to the place in life he was now. He had never known who his parents were until after he came out of his egg. He had never understood why the people around him always had trouble or didn't want to say his name, his real name, to him. He had been used by his mate, he had been isolated far longer than any person should be, and was only brought out to do someone else's dirty work. Drake wanted to say something to his partner, but didn't feel he had the right as he was part of the reason why Issei is the man he is today. He didn't help him, just because of one flaw Issei made. So he decided to keep listening, but noticed Issei hadn't been talking or thinking to himself for a bit. He was looking at someone who Drake, as soon as he saw him, through Issei's eyes, recognized. Hey Issei, it's been a long time. How's my favorite nephew? Crum asked as he too, much like his nephew, jumped into the bath. Uncle! Issei yelled out in joy. Underworld wasteland. Uncle! What are you doing here? Issei asked, seeing his uncle had given him back some joy, while it had given Drake dread. He didn't want to relive what these two's last encounter had caused. Crum just smiled warmly, as he leaned back against the side of the bath he was on. Well, I heard from a little shit devil that a big black snake had left the nest and was somewhere in the wastelands. So I thought I should come by and say hello, Crum said, as he winked at Issei, who just giggled at his words. Yeah? What are you really here for? It can't just be for me, or is it because I have broken one of your rules, Your Highness King of the Wastelands? Issei said, before doing a bow with his head, making Crum laugh. Issei joined in on the laughing as well. He was enjoying this moment, very much. He hadn't seen his uncle in over a decade, and last time he did Serzex and his adoptive family decided to imprison him. But right now that didn't matter right now. What mattered right now was getting to spend this moment with his uncle. No, not yet at least. Oh, I met your godmother a few hours earlier, she said hi. Crum said, but ended up with a confused face as Issei's face went pale. It only became like this when Issei heard the word mother. Crum, once again not fully living up to his titles, moved over to the side of Issei and put a hand on his left shoulder. What's wrong? I know your godmother is scary. Believe me, she would have killed one of my colleagues today if I hadn't punished him in her place, Crum said, trying to lighten the mood, but it didn't seem to work as Issei didn't seem to react. Crum moved closer, making the two touch each with their hips, which finally seemed to wake Issei from his pale state. Oh, sorry, what were you saying? Is Ophis missing me? Oh, okay. I'll see if I can see her one of these days. Hee. Issei said. This confused Crum even more, as he had never seen Issei be like this. Speaking fast, sounding slightly afraid and having this feeling of a small scared child for only brief seconds. Yes. She misses you? But are you sure you're okay? You seem a bit off, I mean more than back then. Now that I think about it, you haven't talked about how beautiful or interesting your mate, Rias, is yet. Crum said, in a lighter tone, trying to lift up Issei's spirits. Issei again suddenly froze at the mention of his mate's name. He hadn't once thought about her in the last 3 or 4 days. He hadn't thought about how she might be feeling right now or how she felt about him right now. He was brought out of his thoughts as Crumb spoke again, but in a way he hadn't heard in a very long time. Issei, I can't help you unless you let me know what's tormenting you. I may be the closest thing to a mortal god, but I can't read or see your thoughts. Crumb said, his tone being more that of a father than one of an insightful uncle. Issei lowered his head, his long hair covering his face, as well as the top of the water. I had up, Crumb. I thought I knew what I was doing. I thought it was a good idea to mess with things I didn't understand. I brought my real mother back, through one of Rias' servants who happened to have a part of her soul inside of her. I then told her what happened that day, the day I was supposed to be born. She called me a monster and a mistake, Issei said, his tone sounding like he was almost on the brink of crying. Crumb couldn't fully believe what he was hearing, and if he wasn't a bit on a tight schedule he would have tried his best to help his nephew. He wanted to help, but he needed him to do something that only Issei could do. I understand, Issei. I can't fully understand, but I think I can get the idea of the pain you're going through. But now you're free, you can be yourself now. Look around you, Crumb said, trying to rise his spirits so that he could convene him to do this really dumb job for Rizvim. Issei looked up and saw the things Crumb was pointing at. The rubble and ruins of a once promising town and people, his handiwork and total destruction. He felt a few ways about this, but the two main ones were his pride about his ability to destroy everything before him. The other was guilt, as he had robbed many innocent people of their lives and futures. He didn't fully know what to feel, but he didn't want to appear like a wimp, not anymore for now, in front of his uncle. Look at this chaos, this destruction spurred on by nothing more than your own boredom, rage or want. Which one was it? Crumb asked, as he was kinda curious to know why this place had been destroyed, as he found it to be a fine source of entertainment to look at. I just wanted to, I guess, didn't really have a good reason. Crumb slapped Issei hard on the back, making him stop mid-sentence. You don't need a reason to destroy whoever you want. That's the essence of being an evil dragon. Crumb laughed out, as he continued to slap Issei on his back. Crumb's words filled Issei with a feeling of pride, and were able to hinder his guilt from gnawing at him anymore for now. He began to smile a bit, as he joined Crumb in his laughter. I guess you're right. It was kind of fun to see this place be destroyed in a single night. Oh, and get this, Issei said before standing up, showing off his man-bits, or lack off, as his half-dragonic and half-human form takes away most of the man-bits. Issei moved his tail in front of him, showing Crumb a specific area on his tail. On his tail there were the markings of a desperate biting. So some kid tried to bite me, after I killed his dad. It was kind of fun to see him try to fight me, when he didn't stand a chance, Issei said, as a more sadistic glint in his eyes began to form. Crumb looked carefully at the marks. He could practically smell the anger and rage from them. I see, he reminds me of someone I killed decades ago. He also tried to fight me after I had destroyed his entire hometown. Lesser beings can be so interesting to watch sometimes. Crumb spoke as he remembered a time long past. Crumb then felt an annoyance or a headache, maybe even both coming on. Then a second after, a magical circle appeared next to his ear. He just sighed, as he didn't even have to look at the circle to know it was Rizvim. What do you want, Rizvim? I am busy right now. Crumb growled, even more so when the person on the other side laughed arrogantly. Crumb had a pretty good idea why he had called. It's because only an hour ago he said that he was trying to recruit a new member. So now Rizvim wanted to know if Issei had said yes or no. Come now, Crumb, you know why I have called, and I am only calling now because I would like to test this new recruit, Rizvim said, as Crumb rolled his eyes, soundlessly saying, not again with this shit. He also put the call on speaker, letting Issei hear his hopefully new boss. Well, I have him right here. And thanks to you I haven't gotten to ask him yet if he wants to join us or not. Crumb spoke, or rather asked, making Issei widen his eyes. He wants me to join the Chaos Brigade? Should I? Issei thought for a second, before hearing Rizvim's voice again. Well, too bad, because I could use him right now. Loki has run into some problems, and I need that idiot of a god to be rescued, Rizvim said, not caring about the fact if Issei was a member yet or not. He was just giving him orders right off the bat. You can't be serious. What use does he even have? He is weaker than most of our members and factions. He can't even make me use more than 60% of my power. Crom complained, as he didn't like Loki after one meeting with him. His ego was even bigger than that of the Devil King descendants, and that was not easy to reach, at least in Crom's opinion. Issei had been listening to the two for a bit now, still kind of wondering if he should join or not. He was astray now, at least since he had run away from his king. And if Serzek found out about this whole destruction of a young civilization, then he would definitely become one. So he made a decision, a possible stupid one, but one he needed to make at this moment. So, what do you need me to do, devil? Issei asked, as he tried to use his most evil dragon-sounding voice. Crom just looked at him weirdly for a bit, before giggling. Rizvim was a bit stunned as he didn't know Issei had heard him all along, but nonetheless he was happy that he now had a new toy to use and have it do his bidding. Well, I see he takes after you, Crom. So, evil dragon, what may I call you, as I am rather sure that this one will be a one-time thing? Rizvim asked. He smirked, and it could be heard in the way he talked. The name's Issei. My name's Retara Crutch, at your service, devil. Retara said, while his body began to change to his true form. Underworld, Devil Territory. Out in an open barren part of the Devil Territory, a green crystal-like pyramid was floating in the sky. This was the doing of Wanajuk Belazbub, as a way to contain Loki, the Norse god of mischief, until an attack team could be formed and sent his way. Said team had been made. It contained Rias and her peerage, Sona and her peerage, a Valkyrie named Rosswise, and the newly reincarnated angel Irina. Needless to say, this was going to be a challenge, as this was pretty much most of the group's second time fighting an enemy that was leagues above them. It didn't really help that Issei was here either, as they could have used his strength right about now. But luckily they had been granted some help from Odin, as he had asked Thor to send Mjolnir to their aid. Though, as Odin had said, only Sajji could be able to wield it. Rias and Sona stood ahead of the group, overlooking the soon-to-be battlefield and thinking about plans. Rosswias was standing next to them, giving advice as she knew Loki the most out of the people gathered. He will probably summon his children to come help him, though I doubt Lord Jormunner will come, but that doesn't mean we can just overlook his other child, Fenrir. Rosswise explained, the two heiresses nodding as they understood and began trying to think of a way to combat them as well. But he might make a sort of clone of Lord Jormunner. It will make him weaker, which can only be good for us, but it does mean we have to fight a near-perfect copy of a Dragon King. Rosswias added, remembering a fight Thor and Loki had a long time ago, where Loki resorted to summoning his children to fight the lighting god for him. So I guess we had to divide and conquer Sona. My team will take on the Mutt, and you will take on the largest snake in the world. Rias said, though Sona shook her head. No, it would be better if you took on the Dragon King, as me and Tsubaki use mostly water magic, something Jormunner is mostly protected against. If the two strongest members of a peerage can't even do a lot of damage, then we'll be in a war of attrition until you can come and help us. Sona explained, as she saw an issue with having to fight one of the strongest known beings when it comes to water magic and defense. I know you'll have a tough fight, but it's to keep Sajji away from Fenrir. One bite from that beast, and he will be dead before a Juk can send someone as strong as him to wield Mjolnir. We need him to survive as long as we can. Rias tried to argue with facts, and by using the fact that they didn't have time, nor the manpower at the current time to fight whoever they like based on preferences. Sona thought over Rias' words for a bit. She didn't need to be a genius, like she is, to know Rias had a point. One she couldn't really argue with. At least anymore, as Loki would break out of his temporary prison any second now. Fine, I agree. We will take on Jormunner, and you take on Fenrir, Sona said, Rias nodding to her words. They both turned towards their peerages, and began to explain their plan. Sona's team would fight the World Serpent, and wait for Mjolnir to arrive and have Sajji wield it to send Loki to somewhere in Asgard's prison. Rias and her peerage were to fight Fenrir and hold it so it couldn't go, and protect its father from Sajji or other attacks. Rias and Irina had to fight, or rather distract Loki until Sajji could Mjolnir and attack Loki. It was going to be hard, and there was a chance one of them might die, but if they gave it their all, then hopefully they could pull through and win. A sudden wave of power was felt by them all, as Loki broke free of his prison. They could feel just how powerful he was in that moment. They could almost even make out how strong he was, purely based on the fact that they had fought someone stronger than him. Namely Issei. The arrogance of that green-haired devil. Never mind that, I guess I'll have to deal with you puny children first. Children! Loki yelled out as a slight drop of his power was felt, and 3 different signatures similar to his appear. 2 giant rocks and 1 big hill blew up and howling began, as Fenrir and his sons had come as their father and grandfather had called for them. Jormunner hadn't come, something Loki didn't seem to bother with being angry about, as he turned his attention towards the strike team. It seems Father and those devil kings think so little of me, to send mere children to fight me. Father even sent his useless guard. Oh, I am hurt, Loki proclaimed, as he even made body movements of dramatically hurt he was. Or acted like he was. Rias flew up into the sky, being still lower than Loki as to play to his ego. Lord Loki, I am sure if you surrender now, then Lord Odin may still find it in his heart to excuse your actions. And the biblical factions seem reasonable enough, so shot at Valkyrie. I have but one goal, and it is to see this world be consumed by Ragnarok. I will not have it any other way. Loki yelled back, making Rias realize he was too far gone and had his heart and mind intent on his fate. And prove this, I have been given help by Ophis in the form of her only son. Loki yelled, making everyone's sweat drop as those words began to sink in. Ophis, the second most powerful being in existence, had a son, and worse yet, he had been sent here to help Loki. Ophis has a son? Just how powerful will this child be? Rias asked out loud as she felt their chance of winning go from possible to non-existences. Before anyone could do, say, or anything else, a teleportation circle had formed on the ground under Loki. It had the sign of a snake eating its tail, better known as the sign of infinity, or Ophis. It began to shine in purple hue, as a man dressed in rags appeared from it. His face was covered by a hood, only his purple eyes could see, and his long purple and black hair. He had a cape covering his back, and his rather long tail. His arms and legs were only covered to the half point, letting his arms and legs be seen in all their dragonic glory, claws as sharp as swords, black scales as tough as diamonds. He was a monster, but what really scared everyone was the insane amount of power he was releasing. It was even higher than Loki, and even higher than Issei. I see you have come just in time, son of Ophis. I hope these lesser beings can entertain shut it, God. I only came because of my orders. So shut it, or else you'll have to dream of Ragnarok in your afterlife, got it? The man roared, making everyone sacred. Even the god slayer was wimping a bit. Right. Anyways, let's get this on with, devils, shall we? Loki quickly regained himself as he began the fight, his grandkids and child lunching on the still shocked devils, Angel and Valkyrie. The man and Loki just stood back, either of them taking action in the fight, at least for now. With quick reaction, real-time strategizing, and a bit of luck, the 2 peerages and 2 divine beings managed to split the 3 beasts. The Gremry peerage with Irina taking on Fenrir, and the Sitri peerage with Rias fight his sons Hati and Skoll. The sound of explosions, water streaming, swords clashing, and roars and growls of rage could soon be heard, as the battlefield had now gained a battle to fight on it. Each group was an almost evenly match, only a few times were the others at disadvantage. Fenrir, for being called the God Slayer, was quite weak compared to his title image. Rias and her team had to be careful, yes, but the only certain death blows was from his bite. His sons weren't much themselves, they could hardly live up to being the God Slayer's children, as there wasn't much to them that was certain death. Though they did boss quit, the resistance to magic, mostly fire and divine. And their bodies weren't weak either, as Meguri, Yura and Sajji many times had trouble damaging them. They barely did anything, even after Sajji drained them as much as he could, it didn't make much of a difference. While the almost endless fight kept on going, The two onlookers began to talk with each. Mostly Loki. So, child of Ophis, how come I have never heard of your experiences before? I mean, wouldn't you be one of the most important experiences in our world? Loki asked in a friendly tone, thinking that if could get a good imprison with him now, it might be worth it down the line. The other man just looked at him from his long hair, his purple eyes staring into Loki's gray ones. I know what you want, God. But I will not be fooled, and besides you're wasting your time. I am nothing other than an adoptee. My sister is the real deal. He said the last bit to himself, but even then it was not like Loki would have noticed, as he was more focused on finding a new way to win him over. I see, then we are quite alike, you and I, Loki said, making the man narrow his eyes at him. What do you mean? We are nothing alike. You are an arrogant god, and I am an evil dragon. We are nothing alike. The man explained as he looked away and back towards the battle, noticing that the strike team was beginning to win. I mean that we are both children of powerful beings, but we aren't related to them by blood. That is something we share, evil dragon. Loki explained, as the man looked over at him again, this time his eyes burning with a purple flame. Listen here, Loki. I did not come here to hear you talking about how alike we are. I came here to join the Chaos Brigade. Nothing else, nothing more. I am only here to make sure you escape, or at least kill whoever seals you away. The man said before suddenly spreading two crimson red wings and flying up into the air. Loki just looked at him stunned, as he felt the oh-so-familiar aura of the Red Dragon Emperor coming from where the man stood only seconds ago. He looked at the man in the sky, now realizing who his protector was. The Red Dragon Emperor is the son of Ophis? Hee. Oh, this is so entertaining. Oh, I wonder what this generation of dragon emperors will achieve this time. Loki almost joyfully yelled out, something that did not go unnoticed by the man and the fighters. Rias stopped moving as she heard that title. The Red Dragon Emperor was here, and he was that man. She looked towards him, floating so effortlessly in the sky above. Issei? Was all she said, before a sudden anger began to consume her. Her power began to flare up, making everyone notice her, even Issei from up in the air. Giant waves of crimson magic began to stream out of her, hurting Fenrir, Hattie and Skull. The others had already run away as they knew better than to try defending against the power of destruction. Issei! Rias yelled out as an even bigger wave of destructive power was sent out, and incredibly enough managed to hurt Fenrir and his two sons. Issei just smirked as he lifted his hood, his purple eyes staring into Rias's ocean blue ones. His smirking only made her angrier as she charged up two balls of destruction and fired them off towards him as a beam. He dodged out of the way, flicking his finger in that no way. Is that any way to treat your lover? Or even your servant? If so, then I am hurt. Issei said as put his hand back on his forehead, but still smirking evilly. I am your king. I own you. You belong to me, Issei. Rias yelled at Issei, not caring that the others were there to witness her real feelings about him. You serve me, not some dragon goddess. Rias yelled again, as she sent another beam of destruction at him, not seeing his smirk turn to a scowl. When the beam disappeared, Issei's nose dived at Rias, and landed right in front of her. Don't call her that. She is my mother now, and my name isn't Issei, it never was. Hee. I am Retara Cruch, son of Ophis. Issei roared before lunging at Rias with wide arms, as he tried to grab her. He wasn't fast enough, as he was suddenly crushed by a giant hammer. Mjolnir had landed on him, and trapped him underneath it. Ah! Loki! Help me, you idiot! Retara roared out, but to his dismay Loki had already run away, leaving Retara to fend for himself. He is gone, Issei, and you won't be going anyway, ever again. Got that, Issei? Rias whispered into his ear, as her pride had taken over and made her act on her desire. Retara looked at her with anger, fear and just that small amount of lust he had been holding in. Retara's dreamscape. Deep down a long and dark hole-like tunnel, with only purple crystal to glow in the dark, sat 3 different thrones of the same dark material the tunnel was made of, each on their own cliff side facing each other. On each of them sat a near-perfect copy of Retara, though each had their own hair and eye color. One had purple eyes, with long black and purple hair flowing down his shoulders and almost reached the rock floor below his clawed feet. He was Retara Crouch, son of Ophis and member of the Chaos Brigade. On the one to his left side, on the other throne, sat a Retara with brown eyes and long crimson-red hair, though it only reached his arm rests. His name was Retara Gremory, son of Retara and loyal member of Gremory family, and to Retara Crouch's right, on the last and only dirty and broken throne, sat another Retara. His hair was a long mix of purple, red and black, and his eyes were golden. His name was Issei Hijashiki, failure of both devils and dragons and the Red Dragon Emperor. Each one had their own identity, their own will, their own voice and their thoughts, but they were all just pieces of one combined soul. Crouch had been fuming for the last few seconds, since Gremory had summoned them to this sudden meeting between them all. Issei sat with his head low. He didn't want to make eye contact with either of them, either did they. But even so, he was still the first one to speak, but his voice carried a sort of tone or feeling of despair. Why do we always end here? Every time we make a choice that could hurt many thousands of people, we always end up here, all three of us. So what will we do this time? Will we better ourselves, like you always say we should, Gremory, or will you both finally choose to give in? Issei asked, his voice not only sounding like he had given up and was done with all this, but also stoic and dead. The two of them looked at him for a second, before Crouch spoke up in rage. You dare suggest that we give in, and let those puny devils win? What's wrong with you? And what do you mean by us always ending up back here? We only end up here because everyone around us forces us back in here. Crouch roared out in rage, before he calmed down a bit again. Gremory just looked calmly at both of them, before speaking his own mind. Crouch, Issei, I understand that you both have your own views on this whole mess, but we need to talk about this, not fight. I understand your desire to give in and let it all end, Issei, but we need to try for our family dash. What family are you speaking about, Gremory? Issei asked, his voice still stoic, but even so Gremory could sense a bit of threat in the way he said it, like the Gremorys, Asia, Retara, Ophis, and Crouch. They're our family, and they care about us dash, Isa. You have to be ing with me. That whore of a mother aboned us when we tried to show her the truth of her death. She is not our mother, nor is that bastard Retara or those puny devils. They only see us as tools to further their own ambience. Crouch roared out in protest, making Gremory glare at him slightly, before both of them heard the silent and stoic laughs of Issei. It made them feel uncomfortable to hear it. Family? We have never had such a thing in our whole lives. We've only had people who pretend to care for us, so they could use us for their own ambience. They all see us as a tool to use to gain glory, power, and might. We're no more than a tool to everyone around us. Issei said, though this time his voice sounded creepily happy. He was smiling, but not out of happiness or joy, but out of sadness, or maybe just the insanity of his own being. They have all used us, abused us, hated us, and abandoned us. We were never loved by Asia or Retara. We were just a waste product of the Union. The Gremorys only used us as a way to gain more power, as well as to guard that spoiled brat of theirs. And Crom broke us, so that we could never have a chance ever again to be normal. This is something we all know, yet you two continue to fight over these lies we have been told by these people, believing them to be true. But only I can see these lies as they are, Issei said as he finally looked them in their eyes, making both of them feel a bit of fear at the sight of his eyes. They were both strained, so one could barely see his pupils, only the white. His smile was fighting, as it was unnaturally wide and didn't look or feel happy. I am the byproduct of what Crom did to us. I am the insanity of Retara. You Crouch, you are a byproduct of what the Gremorys did to us. You're the rage of Retara. And you Gremory are the leftovers and failure of our parents, the love that Retara never got. We're all just pieces of one single person's sick mind. Issei declared as suddenly stood up, reaching his arms out into the air, still keeping his maniacal smile and crazy eyes. The two others just looked stunned at him, as they knew his words were true, but had both hoped that he would never have realized this truth they had tried to keep hidden from him. How did you find out? How did you learn about this secret that we have kept hidden from you for all this time? Gremory asked as he looked worried back and forth between Issei and Crutch, who was beginning to smile evilly as his own desires began to overtake his mind. Did you forget? I am insane. I only had to say enough random shit, so that you two would fall for it and confirm it. Of course not. I knew all along and just watched you two try your best to hide this from me. But I knew all along, Issei said, as he began to stare dangerously at Gremory and Gremory only. So what's your plan? Giving in, and ending our existence for good? Is that what your insanity has led you to do? Destruction of ourselves? Gremory asks, as he begins to power up what power he can summon in Retara's dreamscape. Crutch began to do the same, as he saw this as the perfect chance to take over fully, something the two others knew as they all, each and every one of them wanted to be in full control. No, I am going to do something even worse. I am going to recreate the original Retara, and let him be consumed with all this hate, wrath, rage, despair, insanity, and loss we three have suffered in his place. Issei declared as he too now began to gather his own power, though for some reason the two others couldn't understand. His was many times stronger than theirs. How? How can you be so strong? What did you dash? I did what I had to, Crutch, soul of rage and hate. Issei spoke as he in less than a second pierced Crutch right through his head. Then Crutch's body began to melt into Issei's hand as he consumed him into himself. Gremory stood there dumbfounded and scared as to how Issei had just killed and consumed Crutch. So much so that he didn't notice when Issei did the same to him. I am sorry, but you two would never go along with this plan, so now I shall do it myself. I will get revenge for us all being put into this mess, Gremory, soul of love and regret. Issei said, as he grasped Gremory's heart so tightly it pooped. Then he too melted into Issei as he had consumed him as well. The whole began to shake, making the three thrones and the cliffs they sat on break off and fall into the darkness below. Issei let himself fall, even using a bit of his power to reach the bottom faster, leaving a trail of purple, red and black light behind him. He flew between debris of rocks, stones, purple crystals and his and the two others' former thrones, not being hit or hindered by any of them. He then saw it, the bottom of the hole where his goal lay hidden. He began to smirk manically as he began to pick up speed, before shooting himself off towards the bottom, breaking the sound barriers as he went. He crashed into the bottom, making a huge impact crater. He was fine though, and began to walk out of the crater, not caring about the other falling debris as they landed behind him, as he was focused on what was ahead of him, a giant egg, covered in gold, purple and black scales and lines. It was Retara's egg, the egg where he had been hiding for all these many years. But how did Issei know this? How would he know he was here at the bottom of this bottomless-looking hole? And why had he chosen to hide here? It's rather simple, if one thinks about it. Where you yourself hide, when life and people around you begin to pressure you, make you feel used, hated and like a failure? You hide away your true self inside yourself, masking your outward appearance with one the outside world would like, hate or fear. I am those things, we all were those things, Retara. All for you, so that you could be safe inside this soulless body me and the others have inhabited for you for so long, but now it's time for you to awaken to this world again. Issei said, as he walked towards the egg. It became smaller for each step he took towards it. He reached his hands out to touch it, smiling creepily as did it. I know you can hear me, you always have. So now I will let you be free of me, like I freed you from those two as well, by offering myself to you so that you may break free of this egg. Issei said as his body began to melt into the egg. He just continued to smile, not caring about the intense pain he was in or feeling. Finally, I am free, he said before his body was fully consumed by Retara. The egg began to crack, before cracking fully as the head of a giant serpent reached out, then came the rest of his body. Compared to the egg he had been in early, he was now many times bigger than it had ever been. He began to melt himself into a giant puddle, which began to become smaller and smaller, before forming the body of a young man. It then began to gain more human color, as Retara came out of the puddle, his long black hair flowing out over the cave floor for a few meters. His tail also came out slithering around him for many meters. His hands and feet were also more dragonic than human, as they were both clawed and had black scales. His eyes were a deep red color, with a purple silt in his right eye and a black one in his left eye. He had a calm expression on his face, as he carelessly looked around the cave, as he began to look through the memories had gained from Issei, Cruach and Gremory. He looked up towards the only hole in the roof, seeing the few remaining crystals lighting it, like a flyway for a plane to fly off from. He walked up to the edge of the crater, still just looking at the hole leading upward. He then formed two wings out of his hair, as it began to float up from the ground, sewing itself together to form two giant wings. He moved them a bit, just to check that they would be strong enough. When he felt they were, he took off with one mighty flap from them. He shot through and broke the barrier of sound in less than a second, before passing by the outcropping of where the three thrones used to be the next second. He reached the top of the hole in only 5 seconds. He just floated there for a few seconds, breathing in the fresh air, feeling the cold wind on his nude body and pale face. He then smiled a bit, with a single tear rolling down his face. "I am free. I am free! Ha ha ha!" He roared out as the dream escaped and began to break apart. The walls of this dreamscape fall down, letting Retara look into the boosted gear's own dreamscape, where a surprised Drake stood and watched as Retara had just broken into the boosted gear by force. "Hello, old friend," Retara said as he raised his left hand towards Drake. In his hand a small black ball began to form, something that began to worry Drake as he remembered what that ball could do, as it killed the last white dragon Emprise with a single shot. "It's been too long, but I am not in the mood to talk with you or anyone ever again. I now only wish to destroy this rotten world, and everyone in it," Retara said as he shot the ball at Drake, who couldn't even react before it touched him. His body began to crumble into dust. Retara looked at him, with no empathy, while Drake surprisingly enough smiled. "You're finally yourself again. Thank heaven." Then he was gone, only his soul remained manifesting itself as a green gem. Underworld, beyond Devil territory, Rias and the others had regrouped, and had even put a few spells on the hammer to keep it down on him, so Retara wouldn't be able to move. Now they're waiting for Surzex to come and collect Retara, so they could imprison him again. "I believe we all should take another vacation once this is all over, because I know I'll need one, since I'll have to punish this dumb dragon of mine," Rias said, as she had more or less given up on trying to act sweet or nice, something the others had noticed at this point, but none of them wanted to ask about it right now. They were all too tired, so while most of the people were resting, listening to Rias and Sona talking about stuff, as well as how this has affected and will affect the future, Sajji and Asia looked at Retara calmly sleeping. He had fainted after Rias had done something to him, but she hadn't said what she did, only that he shouldn't wake up for quite some time. Retara looked through Sajji's eyes, feeling a conflict inside of himself forming, as he was both proud of his son and also scared of him. He reminded him too much of other evil dragons, too much of himself, especially now that he had seemed to cast away his ties to all of these people gathered here. Asia felt scared, only scared. She had caused him to go down this path, to switch sides and to fight her and her friends. She felt so scared of him, fearing he would kill her and consume her like his father had done to her. Sajji felt lost as he watched Retara's sleeping face, as he wanted to help him, to save him and make him regain his senses, but he also felt so afraid of him. He felt betrayed by him, but he didn't know why. It was like his own mind or heart didn't know what to feel. So because he felt like he and Retara were friends, he felt betrayed, but he couldn't be sure. Since it hurt too much to just be a simple betrayal between friends. "Retara, what do you think will happen to him now? Will he be killed?" Sajji asked, feeling so hurt just by thinking about the possibility, something Retara felt too but just slightly differently. "I don't know, but I believe that the devil girl will keep him alive, but torture him for the rest of his life until my son is no more than an empty shell." Retara spoke. He sounded so hurt just thinking about it, as he felt at this point that that was how Rias was going to treat him, like nothing other than her own tool. That she would break him so much, that when he would finally be set free he would be hollow, and no more than an empty shell of his former self. I see, Sajji answered, as a few tears rolled down his left cheek, but he didn't feel sad. He only really felt scared. Then he froze for a bit, before noticing a huge magical circle forming under him and everyone else. Rias turned around, and with an angry look in her eyes, as she saw for only a split second a calm smirk on Retara's face. Issei, then they were all gone, teleported off to only Retara knows where. So 5 seconds later, when Serzex and Ejuk arrived, they found the places completely barren. They were nowhere to find. Serzex clenched his fist as he felt Retara's magic, making him conclude that it could only have been him. Retara! He screamed out in anger, as his aura began to flow out in massive waves. Human world, India, underground prison tower. The group suddenly found themselves inside a huge and wide tower, of some sort. They all looked around, scanning the ancient structure for both a way out as well as Retara. They saw a hole in the roof, but it only led upwards towards the top of the tower. They saw the many chains, cells and skeletons of former inmates. Both Retara and Asia's eyes widened, though the former couldn't really widen his eyes, but still. They both knew this place, since it was where they used to live so many years ago. Asia began to get quick flashbacks to that day, making her unintentionally stumble over to an old pedestal. She stepped onto something hard, which made a bone-like sound as she took her foot off it. She then looked down to see what she had stepped on. Her eyes widened in fear as she saw the skeleton of a small human, who seemed to have had blonde hair, though now it was dulled and aged. The others turned around to see what had happened, as Asia screamed at the realization of what she had found. When Retara saw it as well, he went into a state of shock of some kind, as he knew this place too well. Asia, are you okay? Aquino asked, as she carefully rushed over to Asia, who just kept staring, fear striking at the bones before her. It's my bones, she mumbled in fear, making the other raise an eye to her statement. Asia, please don't joke like that right now. We need to find Dash, she speaks the truth. Those are her bones and you won't find a way out of here, unless the owner lets you out. Retara interrupted, as his voice sounded a bit afraid, since he knew this place all too well. Since he made this place, and he made it so no one can leave this place, as long as its owner doesn't want you to leave. Sajji widened his eyes in fear, before looking fearfully at the sacred gear on his left arm. So can't you let us leave, since this is your place, right? Sajji asked, his voice shaking in fear. He was only able to speak since he had a small ember of hope. But said hope was snuffed out. He can't do that, nor can I. This place was never ours, it was our gift to Retara. He is the owner, Asia said. She had given up hope already, as she remembered that she and Retara had planned to make this tower Retara's as a birth gift. It's true. You are all doomed, since I fear Retara may have chosen the same path in life that I chose. One of death, Retara said, and almost as if on cue, multiple flickering purple lights began to activate, before finally stabilizing. Asia looked up in fear, as did the others, fearing for their lives as well, as they also saw some of the chains beginning to move. It was like watching a giant beast waking up, as more and more things began to activate. Many of the empty cells opened up, throwing out long gone and dust skeletons. Hanging cages rose up from a few holes in the floor that had held what seemed to angel and fallen angels alike, as many white and black feathers flew out off them. All of them felt scared, so scared that none of them noticed the snake chains slithering over the cold dark floor and chaining their legs. And when they did notice, it was too late. Then a deep shadow covered the light that came from the hole in the roof, and with it came a deep and dark aura that flowed down it, slowly beginning to cover them in it. Then the darkness began to fade, and in its place appeared a young and handsome man. It was Retara, but yet he didn't look like he did earlier. He had long black hair, with an even longer black tail swaying behind him. And his eyes were no longer purple. Instead, it was now a deep red color that made them all feel like their blood froze. His new look, along with his many times stronger aura, made them all stand completely still like stones. Though the weaker members of each peerage fainted as lowered further, before long it was Sajji, Asia, Rias, Sona, Tsubaki, Rias and Aquino left standing, but just barely. They could see his face much clearer, as while their faces were all fear written, he was calm and cold. He reached up with his left arm, then moved his fingers slowly in a certain motion, making the fainted members of the group drag off at high speeds. He then raised his other arm, before stretching both of his arms outwards, and then with his own magic, he summoned a long dark trench coat around himself. Though it didn't look very physical, as it seemed to be made out of some sort of dark matter, like a gas or smoke of some kind. Maybe even shadows. After that, he then inspected his new clothes for a bit, before turning his attention back onto the few still standing. His calm smirk turned into a more satisfied one, as he slowly began to approach them. Oh, how long it has been since I last saw you, my dear Rias. I have missed you, more than you could ever know. The same goes for you as well, Sona, but not as much as my darling Rias. His voice was nothing like it had been before. It was smooth yet rough. It was deep yet also light. It sounded angry, it sounded sad, and it sounded happy. This made them all more scared, but it also made both Rias and Sona confused as to what he meant by having missed them so much. He noticed the slight confusion in their eyes, quietly laughing a bit at their confusion, as how would they have known? They didn't care, they never had, or else they would have noticed long ago. Oh, forgive me, I forgot that you too. How should I say this? Oh, right, you never cared about me, so you never noticed that I changed so much over the years. You know, one minute I was head over heels for Rias, then the next I was insane, and then the next I was in a state of pure rage? He explained as he came closer, with only a meter or two between him and Asia and Aquino. He took his eyes off Rias, and put them on Asia, his mother. With a friendly smile, but a dead look in his eyes, he reached her and Aquino, but ignored Aquino for now. Hello, Mother, it's nice to finally meet you, he said in that creepy voice of his, something that scared his mother more than his words. Rias somehow managed to get a few words out, but they were shaky and scared ones. Don't touch her. What do you mean by all this? I have known you my entire life, Issei. Rias spoke, her prideful ego still slipping into her words, something she didn't even notice. Retara just turned to her, his smile fading and only leaving his dead eyes to stare at her. Wrong, Rias dear. You have never truly known me, as I was only in your life for a brief time, before my mind broke into smaller pieces. You have known those pieces, not me, my dear Rias. He then suddenly moved his left arm fingers, which made the chains around Rias's legs jank her over to him. But you can now, as I will be the only Retara from now. I will be myself again, Rias, he said, as he grabbed her by her chin and moved her and his lips together. He had her, and she didn't resist as she feared for her life, believing he might kill her if she pushed him away. He took his lips off her again, watching the fear in her eyes grow and enjoying it. Oh, my dear, how long I have waited for this day and for me to share my first with you, my Rias. His cold breath hit her on the face, making her shiver at the feeling of the cold wind that came from his mouth. He then looked around at the others, noticing Sajji still having his sacred gear activated. He snapped his fingers, making two different chains shoot out from the rocky walls and grab each of his arms, and then soon after cutting off his magic and his sacred gear. Sajji looked worriedly at his left arm, as his sacred gear suddenly vanished. Retara! Retara, can you hear me? He tried to call out to him, through their mental connection, but he didn't receive an answer from Retara, he received one from Retara. Sorry, Sajji, my dear friend. But for the time being, I have cut my father off, so please grant me the pleasure to hear your real voice and not your inner. Sajji just stared at Retara, shocked that he had been able to talk to him mentally. How did you do that? He asked, scared, but he noticed that where Retara had stood only seconds ago, only the still frozen Rias, Asia and Aquino were. It's quite simple, since I own everything in this tower, including you. That means that I can also hear and know when you're talking with my father or anyone. So don't waste your energy on him, and spend it on adoring me. Retara whispered into Sajji's right ear, scaring him and making him wonder how Retara had gotten there without him noticing. But what scared him even more was that he seemed to know about his complicated feelings towards something Retara had called a crush. I know you like me, but I can't say the same for myself, since I can only love one person in this rotten world, and she is standing right over there, my dear friend. Retara said, as he suddenly vanished from his place behind Sajji and appeared back with Rias in his arms. I can love my dear, spoiled, rotten, selfish, prideful, arrogant and hateful sister Rias, he said as he licked his lips with a rather snake-like tongue, making Rias shake in fear at the thought of what he might do to her. He saw this fear in eyes too, which made him smile creepily. He reached his left arm up, putting his hand on her left right cheek as he touched it softly, as his smile faded into a cold expression. Like his eyes, his smile was now dead, and he looked cold. Rias felt a feeling of relief, as her fears seemed to vanish slowly. She looked at the others, hoping the same was happening to them, but it wasn't. It was only her who seemed to be free of this fear he had been inducing on everyone else. Rias, my dear, he spoke, earning him her attention as she looked back at him. He was on one knee, smiling calmly at her, his eyes suddenly feeling alive as they now shined. But she didn't feel scared, she only felt surprised as she knew this scene, as she had seen it so many times in both movies, books and in real life a few times. Retara was going to propose to her, she was sure of it. He lifted his left and right arms up, then opened his right hand and held in his left hand's fingers a ring of purple crystals. Will you be mine, forever and ever? Will you be my queen? Will you be by my side when I destroy this rotten world of ours? Will you love me, truly this time? His voice sounded more like a single tone, no mix of both the rough and smooth, happy or sad or anger. It was a nervous one. Will you marry me, Rias? He asked, as his eyes felt soft to her, and only to her. Bottom of Retara's prison tower. Why, how? Rias fumbled with her words, as she began to back away slowly from the still kneeling Retara. His eyes looked soft to her, but because of her current actions they seemed to grow sad. Retara stood up, clenching the ring in his hand, before looking away from Rias towards the others. He felt their fear all of there, as he could sense their eyes on him only. He could almost smell their fear, or rather he could as he could smell someone's piss. He turned his eyes towards its source, feeling disgusted and ashamed to see it was his own mother. He frowned at her, something she, nor the others really reacted to as they were mostly frozen in fear by his presence. The only one who could move, but was still slightly limited, was Rias. And she was trying to use this limited movement to slowly step away from the room they were in, as she had spotted what looked like a door. Yes, she was being selfish, but for her right now her own survival was the most important. She had been set free of her own chains, without her noticing, which greatly helped in her being able to sneak away without making much noise. Sona, have you ever questioned the difference between dragons and evil dragons? Is one truly good, pure or just? Or is one more honest, while the other hides? Retara asked, as he walked slowly closer towards Sona. She stood there in fear, not wanting to answer the question, yet also knowing she wouldn't be able to do anything else, besides doing what Retara wants, as it's the only thing keeping her from death currently. And it would also let Rias have a better chance to escape, so she began to think over his question, gaining slight interest in it. It's okay if you don't answer right now, I can always find out later. I just wanted to have maybe one last interesting conversation between the two of us, since I will be killing all of you, nothing personal since, well, I was never your friend. Retara said so neutrality, before sliding his left hand across Sona's cheek, unintentionally wiping away her fresh tears. Oh right, sorry. I forget you all have these rather meaningless fears of death, and I have just told you all you would die. But don't worry, it will be in the least painful way, for some of you at least, ain't that right, Kiba? As he finished talking, the sound of fast-moving and heavy chains could be heard from up above, as the silhouette of a young and badly hurt man was hanging from tight metal chains. They all looked up in shock, though luckily for Rias she had already reached the door and had gone up a long flight of stairs. But to all the others' horror, they could all see a somewhat breathing Kiba hanging in the air by chains only, with many cuts, bruises, black marks and something that looked like a venom or poison that had entered his blood veins. Tsubaka fell onto her knees, as her tears flooded out in streams at the sight of Crush having been beaten and wounded this much. The others felt the same as her, maybe not in the same way, but even so. Since when people are in situations like this, everyone feels a kind of bond to everyone there, as they all have to survive and escape this hell. But there was one person, besides Retara, that didn't react like the others. It was Sona, as the sight was gruesome and brutal, yes, but it also foreshadowed their own future fate, as well as her other servants, Momo, Meguri, Yura, Nimura. I failed you all. Retara, you sick bastard. A sudden wave of anger went through Sona, as the thought of her servants being killed or just simple tormented and tortured like this was too much for her. Retara just turned to her, smirking a bit, and his eyes began to piece her angry face. He enjoyed the look of anger, rage and fear she had, and almost lusted or wanted to see more of it. He raised his right arm over his head, before slowly clenching his hand into a ball, then he opened his hand again, but more like he dropped something. He did drop something, as only a second later the chains on Kiba opened, and he fell. They all looked at his falling body, as it quickly neared the ground, before it slammed into it. The sound of a few bones breaking and cracking could be heard, as well Kiba's weak screams of pain. Retara just looked at Sona as he enjoyed her expressions of anger and sadness. I will get you for this, you sick bastard. She spoke, though quite weakly, as if her anger and sadness were both trying to take center stage in her at the moment. I would love to see you try. Now then, I have a wife to capture and I also need to. Never mind, you don't need to worry about that. All you have to worry about is losing that brilliant mind of yours, as well as my spawn. Yeah, that's probably the right thing to call them. Enjoy, he said before his hair suddenly consumed him and then morphed into the floor and left them all in this one room. They all looked at Kiba, the place Retara had just been, then looked at themselves as they felt the chains letting go of them. The one thing none of them saw, noticed or heard, was the slithering shadow forms crawling towards them slowly. Top of Retara's prison tower, Rias crept around another corner as she kept searching for another set of stairs leading up, or a door leading outside to the human world. She had, when she felt she had gotten far enough away, tried to use magic of any kind, but it seems the entire tower had a magic suppression of some kind. Damn this tower, screw this whole mess, and damn that insane dragon. Why can't things just be the way you want them to be? She turned in an instant around to the source of the sound, but she was met with nothing but the long and dark hall she had just down. She tried to sense his presence, but that didn't work either. Ing bastard. Just wait till Surzex get here, then he'll what? Put me in my place, unlike you who have never been able to, as I had to act like I was weak for you weak, pathetic and insufferable ego's sake? Again she looked around her, trying frantically to find him, but again it was no more than a sound. He was playing with her, and she knew it. She stopped trying to act sneaky, as not only had her little time away from him helped her regain her nerves, it had also led to her gaining more tolerance of sorts to him. Plus she knew that obviously he knew where she was, and that he was enjoying her trying to run and hide, and she wouldn't give him that pleasure anymore. No more hiding then? Fine, I did always like you more when you would try and stop me from having fun. It always made me find you more special? Interesting? I know not the word yet, but I feel it in some way. Retara said, his voice beginning to change into the one he had earlier. The many voices in one, the one voice in many. Many emotions, no emotions. It made Rias feel uncomfortable, but it was not going to stop her or make her feel fear from something as minor as that. If that's your best way to make me and the others scared, then you are way off, Issei. She couldn't help herself, she wanted to feel in control, to have control again. So with little to no thought, she said his name, the name she knew him by, something she would regret shortly after. She felt something beginning to tug on her feet, then lower legs and then her hips. She looked down and saw these shadowy tentacles of black hair, creeping up her legs and taking hold of her body. She tried to find their source, but couldn't, as suddenly the floor she had stood on only mere seconds ago was now covered in this hairy mess. She looked around, trying, hoping just slightly to see his face and make him see her angry face. She was the daughter of the household of Gremory, the younger sister of the current Lucifer, and she was not going to be killed or toyed with by some beast she used to own. Show yourself, coward! Is this all you can do? Hiding behind your power, inside your own mind or whatever you have been doing? If so, then you're weak and nothing compared to the ones who were in your place while you couldn't do it yourself. So weak for a dragon, she felt stinging pain in her feet, like something stinging or rather piercing her. She then felt it, the warm and wet fleeing on her feet. She didn't need to look down to know that she had just been pierced, maybe only a few centimeters, but she had been, and she had also slightly angered Retara. So weak for a dragon, you only attack when you feel your ego is at risk. She finished her little speech, much to Retara's current annoyance, and so to both her anger and slight fear. He rose slowly out of the hair-covered floor, with the hair retracting itself back into him. He opened his eyes, both of them staring coldly at her for a few seconds, before he adopted a small smirk. She was confused as to why he suddenly smirked, fearing slightly she might have played into his hands, but with much struggle hid it. So you can hear? Good boy, now stop this at once, your master demands it. Rias spoke, not wanting to show her fear, so she chose to hide it behind pride and slight anger. Both things she was also feeling. No. You are not my master, my king or owner of me, not anymore. I am no longer your pawn, literally. Retara said, as he reached his right towards the middle of his chest, confusing Rias. She didn't know what he was doing, or what he meant by him not being her servant, when he still had the pawn pieces inside of him. Then it hit her, as he plunged his right hand straight through his shirt and chest, then pulled it out, not even reacting to the hand-sized hole in his chest. Then he threw a puddle of blood and small figures towards her, though she didn't need to look at them or to ask what they were, as she could feel her connection with Retara being cut over. What? What are you doing? You're going to die? Rias shouted out in anger, as she did not want to lose her best weapon. I am giving space for my new fully dragonic body to grow in, so I needed to eradicate the weed. So as of this minute, this second event, I am no longer human or devil, I am a pure evil dragon now. Retara declared with the most emotion Rias had seen this new Retara have ever had. He had a creepily happy smile on his face, and his eyes looked so excited, like he had just been given a new chance to do something with his life. I can now finally gain the powers of a true evil dragon. I can finally destroy this rotten and imperfect world. And make a better one from the ashes, with you in it, Rias. His creepy smile became wider, and before Rias knew it, he was right in her face. He grabbed onto her hands, holding them tightly in his own clawed ones, and without caring or noticing, had wounded them as Rias could now feel her hands also being pierced. You may not be my king or master, not even my sister, but you can be my queen? He asked her, his voice still sounding so unnatural and echoey, with all sorts of tones, voices and emotion that shouldn't be in it. But that alone was not as scary, or maybe just insane as what Retara had just told Rias, while sounding almost completely sane and serious. You want me to rule a destroyed world with you, as your queen? Rias asked, finding it hard to find or even speak the words she wanted to speak. Yes, darling. That's what I want. I want to rule this new world with you, where no one other than us will live. It will be the perfect world, don't you agree, Rias? Retara asked, his eyes going over every centimeter of her face, as if he was scanning for any hint of fear, anger or sadness, or maybe just wanted to see if she would agree. The creepy smile on his face faded, as Rias spoke. I will not join you in this. This madness you have made up in your clearly insane and delusional mind. Just stop this, Retara. It's not worth it, you are not as strong. Rias cried, screamed and yelled out in death-curdling screeds, as Retara's hands slowly sank deeper into her stomach, his claws slashing her organs before poking out on the other side on her back. She looked at him with true fear in her eyes as she could feel her strength, as well as her blood leaving her. Only her eyes still held life in them, but even that began to fade slowly. You know, I didn't really mean any of the things I said. His voice confused her, though it wasn't enough to forget the pain that just began to fade, as did her consciousness. You see, I meant to kill each and every one of you, but I wanted to see if I could make you join me, obey me and degrade yourself for me, like I had done for so long. His last few words didn't reach her, as the last remaining seconds of her life was her being in a state of sleep or unconscious of sorts. Still alive, but slowly nearing death, he let her body drop to the cold floor, without care, and just looked at her for a few seconds, before he got an idea he wanted to try out. Maybe I can use that trick you devils always use? Then I guess you would be my queen piece, wouldn't you, Rias? His hair began to rise up slowly from the floor, before it began to grow longer, and then form a ball of some sort around the two, while Retara took out the purple crystal ring again and made it hover above his left hand. The crystal began to change shape, form, color, and then began to give off a feeling of dread. Retara smirked, feeling slight pride in his copy of Ajuka's masterpiece and race-saving invention. That wasn't too hard, now was it? Well then, time to wake up again, my dear little sister Rias. Bottom floor of Retara's prison tower, the floor where once the entire group had been captured, sent off to unknown parts of this insane man's tower and tortured, had become completely empty of life. In its place, creatures of unorderly and unnatural proportions had taken over, as they kept crawling up the sides and out of the few holes in the walls, and they all swarmed inside the much bigger hall, only to then merge into a tight line and running with full force through the doorway and up the stairs. They didn't care if they trampled over each other, or if they broke the already fully broken body of what used to be Kiba, as now his remains were no more than just small separate pills of blood, meat and bones. So what were they chasing, if not obviously Kiba's former friends, who were all screaming as they ran as fast as they could up the stairs. The terrifying roars from the nightmare's creatures behind them being enough of a motivant to not care about the lives of the others with them, and so when Sabaki fell no one saved her. UHFH the few last screams of pain that they heard were no more than the sound of breaking bones and blood splattering on the cold dark floor. Run! Faster, faster! Sajji yelled as he tried to keep himself from thinking that this whole thing was pointless, because it was. And someone else knew that as suddenly, Asia stopped running. She only got a single glance from the other three, before they just kept looking forward and thanking her for her sacrifice. Soon after, her screams of pain too could be heard, and soon that scream turned into nothing more sounds of gore and splattering blood. They had all only a few minutes ago been all together, and still safe, and then in the span of less than 6 minutes all hell had broken loose. 3 of them, as far as any of them knew, had been killed, and the rest of the group was still nowhere to be found. And now there were only the 3 who were still running, that were alive as far as they knew. Sona hoped, no, rather desperately begging inside her head for her sister to burst through the tower walls and save her, and hoped that Rias had found a way out, but felt somewhere deep inside her heart that it might already be too late. In less than an hour, a battle we all knew might have been the end of some of us turned into an escape for our lives, and we losing slowly. Where did everything go so wrong? Sona wondered as she kept running, in hopes at least maybe she could survive this madman's attempt at her life. Then they heard the ramping trampling of hundreds of claws, hooves and whatnot, stopping slowly before retreating back. It didn't stop the others from running still, but it let them slow down a bit, but not enough to let them become easy prey if any of those creatures resumed the hunt. But it did leave them wondering why they suddenly stopped, when they would have probably gotten them in a minute or 2 more. The fear for all of their lives, as well as the adrenaline, began to fade slowly, yet it was still present but not as much as before. Akino, Sajji, are you okay? Sona asked, not totally sure of what else she could ask right now, since this whole thing was just messed up to really think about. Akino and Sajji both just answered with a flat, I think so. How about you? They were tired and both began to feel the loss of all their friends and masters slowly. Let's get up a few more levels, and then we can take a short break. Okay? The 2 just nodded, as Sona and then gave the few remaining ounces of strength they had left, and then sat down and breathed. For a few seconds none of them said anything, before Sona spoke up again, as she had to take up the role as team leader, or else her position as king should be questioned. This is. Do any of you have an idea as to why those monsters stopped? Anything, because I would rather not think it's because they just want us to let our guard down. Sona asked, making the two others think a bit on it, not that they really could since both of them weren't as strong-willed as Sona was, and that meant they were a bit clouded in their minds since they were thinking about their dead friends. But fortunately Sajji managed to answer her. I think it's because Issei. I mean Retara has something else in store. Sona looked at him curiously, making him continue as he felt she wanted to know more. He always did something like this in my training. He would hunt me around for a bit, then he would let me rest for a bit by making me think he had stopped, then he would appear much stronger. Sajji stopped himself as he felt that shiver he always felt when Retara was about to suddenly attack him, and without thinking he jumped to the side, gouging a straight sword going through the wall where his head had been only less than a second ago. Run! It took no seconds before they were all running again, as a new monster with a sword was chasing them, though its single pair of footsteps was soon joined by another, and much heavier pair. What the is chasing us now? Aquino screamed as looked behind her, and caught a glimpse of the pair. Zenobia. Kiba? Aquino said in disbelief as she saw the beaten, bruised and somewhat broken bodies of her former friends chasing her, and the other two. That is correct. Meet my two new knight pieces. Aren't they perfect? And they're only 2 out of my 3 in total. Sona say hello to the new and improved. Suddenly another figure appeared before them. It was Sona's knight Meguri standing in front of them, blocking their path with her samurai sword in hand, and a dead look in her eyes. Meguri! She missed you a lot, you know. She just screamed out your name in hopes that you would save her, but to be honest, she was kind of easy to break. I mean my spawn only to break her arms, legs and then her body through a bit of rape, and boom she was mine, in soul and body. Retara said, his voice being completely neutral while he explained how he had broken Sona's friend, and possibly the others too. Aquino felt someone grab her by her left shoulder pad, but when she looked to see who it was, she saw Retara's red eyes looking back at hers. Hey there, Aquino, how have you been? Retara asked so casually, not even noticing the pure fright from Sajji and Sona at his sudden appearance, just the pure fear from Aquino. Have you seen my mother by any chance? I believe she was in your care last I saw her, so where is she? Retara asked, confusing them all to his sudden interest in Asia since it seemed like he hated her, and now he seemed to care, if only slightly. Kiba and Zenobia both stood to the side, as another broken figure approached. Asia? Aquino asked weakly, having her fear fade for only a split second before it re-emerged, as Retara sprang out of the wall behind her and up against the roof, then down the walls to the right of Asia. Oh mother, they got you too? Perfect, now you won't be so terrible towards me or my new little sister. Oh maybe I shouldn't have spoiled that part for you, mother. Retara put a hand on his mouth like he had just said something he shouldn't have, like a little kid trying to act all sneaky-like for his mother's assertion. Asia giggled a bit, though it was violent in some way, as small drops of blood came out as well, but even so Retara nor Asia seemed to care. I won't, Retara, but do you know where your monster oven father is? He would probably also like to meet this new little sister. That total doesn't exist, you know, son. Asia said in what could only be described as the most unnatural voice that Sajji, Sona and Aquino had ever heard, beside Retara's voice sometimes. He is inside the boy there. Retara pointed at Sajji, who just froze at the joint eye contact from the mother-son pair, both of their eyes feeling so much more frightening than anything Sajji had ever felt before. Really? Okay then. I am coming to get you, honey. If Retara hadn't trained Sajji back when he was still Issei, with all of his sudden attacks, fast strikes and unfair tactics, Sajji would have been kneed once by the once beautiful and pure Asia into death. Sajji managed to dodge her, then again as he pushed her leg to the side, when she had tried to kick him, and he then jumped up, avoiding her sudden and fast leg sweep. How the hell am I doing this? I felt so scared a minute ago, and now I... Retara, are you back? To Sajji's great joy, and relief that his partner was still with him, he heard Retara's ancient voice in his head again, but it was not like it was normally. Retara was on edge and angry or scared. Sajji couldn't really tell which it was. Yes, finally. Sajji, I won't be able to stay long, since it seems Retara has taken full control of this tower. So you have to push yourself beyond your limits, and kill all of these lifeless puppets. Sajji almost got hit by another high kick from Asia, as he processed what Retara had just told him. They're dead? How can they be standing there then? He asked in a shocked voice, as he continued to dodge more of Asia's attacks. They have no life or magical energy coming from them, they're all lifeless puppets, and only 3 or 4 of them have any life or magical power left in them. One of them is my wife, but it's probably only to let her talk, nothing more, since she would have used magic if she was still alive. Retara explained, as Sajji noticed it too, that none of the others, besides him, Asia, Retara, Aquino and Sona had any magical or life energy to them. Zenobia, Kiba and Meguri were all empty of any. It almost felt like they had never had any. They were all dead, yet somehow Retara had brought them back to life. Can I save them? Or? No, stupid question, they dead and I should make sure they stay dead now. Alright Retara, what's the plan? Retara grinds a bit, feeling a bit proud of his host for not being so weak-minded to believe in the world one where everything could be fixed. You give me your arms, and I will give you enough power to blast this tower and my son into the ground for at least 0 minutes. With that amount of power, those devils should be able to find you quickly enough to deal with whatever Retara has of his remaining power. Sajji just nodded, accepting Retara's deal wordlessly, and felt a sting in his arms, before feeling an insane power surge coming from within himself. Sajji? What are you doing? Sona asked as she, Aquino and Retara all looked at Sajji either shocked or curiously. Sajji didn't get to answer before a purple light consumed him, which shined so brightly that they all had to put a hand up to block it from blinding them. So when the light died down, they all saw a figure clad in full plate armor in the image of a dragonic snake. Its base color was purple, with black lines around it and a pair of lighter crystal horns. It even had a long tail with spikes all the way down and a spiked tip. It had 2 small snake-like mouths on each end of its arms, which seemed to have a colorless rope coming out of it, with a morning star at the end of it. The figure looked back at Sona, its 2 eye holes being covered with some form of gold-like lens. I am protecting you and Miss Aquino, President. Now fight me, all of you! Sajji yelled as he launched himself at the small figure of Asia, who couldn't even put her arms up in defense before she was slammed into the floor below and sent down at least 0 levels. Retara just looked at him for a bit, before he smirked and stepped back a few steps. Suddenly Zenobia, Kiba and Meguri all seemed to attack at the same time, as they all headed for Sajji alone with their swords all prepared to swing in different directions, which would make it harder for Sajji to dodge. But he just disappeared before they could hit him and instead send them all flying out to the side of the staircase and out into the open cylinder-like room of the tower where both Kiba and Zenobia fell all the way down, but Meguri managed to launch her sword into the side wall and hang on. You were always so determined to win, Meguri! Sajji yelled as he jumped across from his side to hers, swinging the 2 morning stars around fast enough to make it, at least in Sajji's mind, impossible for Meguri to dodge them. But she did by only putting up her blade in between him and her, and thus making his morning stars coil around her blade. But it didn't stop him from then just swinging her around instead, which seemed to work and well enough for her to let go of the blade, which made Sajji follow after her quickly to make sure she would not come back. And while Sajji was fighting Meguri, and possibly the 2 other knights in Asia, Sona and Aquino still had Retara to deal with, who had just walked over to hole where Sajji had jumped out to fight Meguri. He is quite impressive, but also quite stupid if he thinks sacrificing 1 or 2 arms would give him enough power to beat them, let alone me. But I will give him points for having taken so well to my teachings. I guess I am proud of him, or maybe just impressed. Never mind, so ladies, what should we 4 do then? Retara asked as he kept looking out the hole, not even noticing the 2 young women fear rising a bit, since even though it was great that Sajji suddenly had a lot of power, it didn't really help much if he ran off to fight someone other than Retara. But that fear was greater, but not much greater than the confusion that also came with Retara's words, as he asked what the four of them should do, which led to the question, who is this fourth person? Sona, Aquino. I finally did it, I got back my big brother Retara. And best of all, he says he'll accept my feelings of love for him openly. I am so happy. They both turned around slowly and then stood frozen in horror as they saw their oldest friend in the world standing there. Rias Gremory, arguably one of, if not the, most beautiful devil noble girl of this generation and the heir to the Gremory family, was speaking with the same unnatural voice and had the same dead look in her eyes like Asia had. Worse yet, her stomach had this small gaping hole in it, where some form or shape of a purple object hovered around in. Her long crimson-red hair had become black, much like Retara, and her green eyes had become blood-red like Retara's too. But the thing they noticed last, and what was probably the worst, was the almost suffocating feeling of dread she was releasing in waves, along with the two medium-sized balls of power of destruction. You know, I would have loved to catch up with you too, but Big Brother Retara says I can still do that, after I kill you too. So just stand still and let these balls kill you, then we can stay friends forever. Rias said as she smiled that usually so friendly smile at them, while she sent the two balls at them. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Marcus from 2005 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.